When reality becomes impossible to comprehend, it sometimes gives birth to nothing but denial. The atmosphere was extremely dangerous, yet I failed to see it clearly. How could this be? How could the flames of pride I wielded fail to burn those heroes to ashes? How could that hero's sword pierce my dragon scales and stab straight into my heart? It was unbelievable. I was superior to anyone else. I entered the Demon King Academy as the top student and graduated at the top as well. The Demon King Codex was a theory laid down by the first Demon King, forming the foundation of everything. I studied it more deeply than anyone and followed it with absolute devotion. I built a tower exactly according to the Codex, kidnapped the princess, and raised heroes for the purpose of rescuing her. To a Demon King, their rage and suffering are the most exquisite feast. Killing them too early would not do. The Codex teaches that one should nurture them until they grow strong, then savor them. The stronger the hero, the tastier the flesh. I followed the Codex more meticulously than any Demon King in history. Conquering this world was merely a matter of time. After draining the pain and fury of countless living beings, including heroes, I became the strongest Demon King ever. And yet, why is it that the one falling now is me? A chilling voice interrupted. How did we do it, you ask? John's expression was filled with confidence. How could it be possible? He continued. Aren't all Demon Kings the same? You create this situation yourselves, then act as if you can't believe the outcome. Bas forced himself to respond. I truly can't understand. John cut him off. Don't talk nonsense. You always kidnap the most famous princess to provoke us, don't you? You're the ones who clearly signal to the world. The Demon King has appeared. Come and stop him if you can. How stupid can you be? If it were me, I would have killed the king of this country instead. That would have thrown the kingdom into chaos. Once the king is gone, everyone fights over the throne, a civil war breaks out, and their hatred wouldn't be focused solely on me. In the end, the Demon King wouldn't be able to grow. But that goes against the teachings of the Codex. And that's not all. Before we even reached the Demon King's tower, you sent monsters strong enough to villages to train us with everything they had. I was so grateful I nearly cried. And once we reached the tower, it was even better. On the first floor, there are always weak monsters, perfectly suited for each person's level of training. The heroes wouldn't get killed halfway through. Bas clenched his teeth in rage. In a situation like this, he had to be careful and gather even more energy. The book emitted a powerful aura. This was the truth of the Codex. Without warning, John kicked straight into Diaz's chest. His eyes rolled back in agony. John burst into loud laughter. So what if the tower collapses? Then we just kill the Demon King. A new Demon King and another tower will appear. That's a paradise for hunting heroes like us, right, brothers? Everyone below erupted into noise. Of course. Thanks a lot, Demon King. Because of you, we grew stronger. The Demon King is the best. You're not a Demon King, you're our benefactor. This tower of yours is pretty great. Keep it up, Demon King. Thanks for creating such a perfect hunting ground. Bas stared in shock. Benefactor? They were thanking me? My tower had become their hunting ground? John continued. Still, you really are strong. Quite a few heroes died this time. With that many deaths, I'll become even more famous. That's not bad either. As he finished speaking, he raised his sword high. Then, farewell. Demon King Bia ground his teeth. Hero, my ass. You dare mock me. How dare you humiliate me to this extent? What even is this so-called Demon King Codex anyway? I can't die such a disgraceful death. His eyes burned crimson. I am a Demon King. Bdias's body slowly struggled to rise. It seemed he had lost all control as he roared loudly. Everything before his eyes gradually began to blur. Fresh crimson blood splashed through the air, and stains spread across the floor. Bia's pupils widened. Those who dare insult me will. The scenes compressed within his vision as the price was about to be paid. John still stood firm, looking down at him. Don't touch the evil horn, John said with a grin. You're about to die, yet you're still putting on airs. Suddenly, a purple force erupted from Bia's body. His eyes burned red. Even if I have to exhaust the last remnants of my life, I must. John cut in abruptly. Wait, could it be? The purple energy grew stronger and stronger. All of a sudden, John froze, shouting in fear. In the next instant, two human figures were swept into the purple force, while the rest were gradually incinerated by the violet light. Bas thought to himself, the Codex was wrong. If I had known the heroes would use the Codex to ridicule the Demon King, I would never have followed it. His pupils flared. If I had another chance, that trash Codex. A violent vortex appeared in the sky. I'll throw it to the orcs. Everything vanished in the blink of an eye. die. Suddenly, a distant voice echoed by his ear. BDS. Startled, he opened his eyes upon hearing the call. BDS stood stiff, eyes wide, unable to understand what was happening. He looked at the scene unfolding before him. What? Cold sweat poured down. Am I still alive? IGYGHI suddenly waved his hand. BDS, hurry up and come over. BDS stepped forward quickly, then froze again, thinking of his own name. IGYGHI glanced around anxiously and whispered, hurry. Bazas paused and looked back. Just then, another voice cut in. Director Baz spoke up. BDS, why is an outstanding student like you so distracted on graduation day? BDS stared blankly at the director, his gaze falling on the horned emblem. This was the symbol of the Demon King bestowed upon every graduating student. Could this be the Demon King Academy? He suddenly froze, eyes wide in realization. Then this is 15 years ago, the graduation ceremony of the Demon King Academy. All the students were standing together. All graduating students, please step onto the stage. BAS thought to himself, I don't know if I've returned to the past, but this is my chance. The voice continued, now comes the oath of the future Demon Kings. IGYGHI smiled and added, we invite BDS, this year's top graduate, to read the Demon King Codex on behalf of everyone. A massive system panel appeared before BDS's eyes. His expression turned solemn. I memorized every single word. I obeyed it for life and death alike, and in the end, it pushed me toward death, turning me into a joke for the heroes. And now you still want me to read that piece of trash? The students looked extremely confident. And now he was supposed to swear lifelong loyalty to it in front of everyone? Suddenly, BDS's face darkened. He clenched his teeth in fury. IGYGHI spoke awkwardly, BDS, please read the Demon King Cod. Go on and become a great king. Sharp fangs slowly emerged inside his mouth. Suddenly, BDS shouted loudly, that won't do. Everyone stared in shock. He continued to yell, I cannot swear such a foolish oath. Following the codex is a stupid and blind act. BAS shouted at the top of his lungs. The Demon King Codex is nothing but garbage. Everyone stood frozen, mouths agape. Dirk's glasses shattered at the same time as his eyes widened. The headmaster stared upward in disbelief, his mouth hanging open. The shout echoed throughout the entire castle. In that instant, the most outstanding top graduate in the history of the Demon King Academy turned into the greatest madman. A clenched palm slammed angrily onto the table. BDS of the Demon Realm, Grand Duke Akinbimf, do you know you could be executed on the spot? You dare insult the Demon King Codex? But in consideration of your outstanding achievements and exceptional talent, I will give you one final chance. Retract those reckless words immediately and apologize to the entire Demon Realm. Otherwise, you will be dispatched to Arn. Everyone began whispering. Arn? Are you serious? Isn't that the dimensional region where dozens of demon kings have died? That's basically a death sentence. Why give a sinner like him another chance? He deserves to die. How dare he slander the Codex? How could an apology ever be enough? Akin continued. You know very well what Arn is, the most terrifying land, where countless demon kings have perished. Suddenly, BAS interrupted. Send me there. I'll prove that the Demon King Codex is nothing but trash. A blazing red magic circle appeared beneath his feet. This is beyond saving. BDS, from this moment on, you are officially dispatched to Arn. You will no longer enjoy any privileges of a supreme demon king, and no demon is permitted to accompany you. You are forbidden from returning to the demon realm until you complete the conquest mission. BAS thought to himself, fine. After putting on a show like that, this outcome was only natural. I really have been exiled back to that place, the very place where the heroes killed me, the place waiting for me once again. Before time was reversed, I chose Arn myself. I believed someone as strong as me should conquer the hardest challenge. That arrogance cost me my life, as countless heroes exploited the Demon King Codex. A massive explosion erupted atop a towering mountain. On Bias's back spread a pair of enormous black wings. The northern continent's mountain range. His expression was solemn. This time, I will never repeat that mistake. This time, I will be the one exploiting it. BDS's eyes were resolute. The Hero's Codex. At this moment, Dirk was calmly shaving, meticulously buttoning his shirt. Gordon Dirk, top graduate of the Demon Academy. Very good. If the Demon King Academy trains Demon Kings, then the Demon Academy trains demons who serve them. The system displayed the rules of the demon realm. Demons exist to stand at the top and serve the great Demon Kings. Morn laughed and said, Gordon is really lucky. Graduating as the top student means he'll get to serve the Supreme Demon King, Lord B himself. David added, if only I had tried a little harder, I might have been able to serve him too. Dirk smiled and replied, all of your Demon Kings are great. Suddenly, he gave a sinister smile, but no one could compare to Lord B. He is of the Demon Dragon bloodline, a once-in-a-millennium genius who will be recorded in the annals of the demon realm. Graduating in the same year as him is an immeasurable blessing. By following Lord B, we can conquer every dimension, and I too will be carved into the glorious pages of demon realm history, right, Lord B? All of a sudden, Dias's voice rang out loudly. Wrong. Everyone froze and stared forward in shock. He shouted, because the Demon King Codex is garbage. Dirk stood frozen, mouth agape, his glasses shattering to pieces. In the depths of the northern continent's mountain ranges, the laws of the demon realm stated that great demons were to serve the ruling demon kings. Dirk still hadn't recovered from the shock. But, why? Dias spoke. They said no demon would accompany me. Then why did you still send someone? Dirk's eyes widened as he froze, slowly turning his head back. Dias extended his hand. It's truly good to see you again. Gordon followed up. Why? Why did you do something like that? Dias looked blank. Do what? Suddenly, Dirk shouted. That codex, how could you dare insult it in front of everyone? And this is Aran of all places. Now I'm going to die along with you. He replied calmly. Relax. You're about to pull all your hair out. Dirk snapped angrily. Hair is not the problem right now. Bas thought to himself. Gon wasn't like this before. Before time was reversed, he was confident and composed. In the past, he once said, fine. Even if it's difficult, with you and me, we can do it. Honestly, if it weren't Aran, I wouldn't even be interested. Bas thought it was understandable. After all, the situation was completely different now. But if he talked about reversing time, Dirk would think he'd gone mad. On Dirk's side, he was extremely irritated. 2 pieces of luggage beside him. He clenched his teeth. Please forgive what I said earlier. Since it's come to this, I'll complete the mission with you. Bas nodded. Alright. System notification. Demon King Codex. Rule 1. The Demon King must build a tower, but it must not be hidden or placed in an overly harsh environment. Only then can heroes find it. Dirk spoke up. This place is far too dangerous. It's surrounded by treacherous mountains. Humans would find it extremely difficult to search for or approach. Powerful monsters also roam everywhere. We can't build the tower here. We have to find another place. Suddenly, Bas crouched down. No, I'll build the tower right here. The tower seed, plant it into the ground and water it with the Demon King's blood, and the tower will grow. Dirk shouted. The Codex. You're openly defying the Codex. Dias replied indifferently. I never swore to follow it. Dirk said angrily. You're even throwing away the pride of a Demon King? His expression turned solemn. I understand now. I understand his disgust. As a demon, it's extremely difficult to reject a belief that's been etched into one's very bones, unless one dies or experiences something as terrifying as death itself. Otherwise, it's impossible to deny it. Because I was once like that too. Suddenly, Bia's palm clenched tightly, cut together as blood seeped out. He continued. Listen carefully, Gordon. The Demon King Codex is nothing but trash, especially here in Aran. At that moment, Dirk felt the surroundings begin to change. The mountain ranges ahead started to tremble violently. A powerful force radiated from the tower seed beneath the ground. It suddenly shot upward like a blazing red rocket. Before the two of them, a massive vortex formed. Dias laughed. That's because the heroes are swarming all over Aran, so many that it's terrifying. Those humans who had once betrayed him watched as Dias was brought down. The system appeared. Tower user identification in progress. Race, Black Flame Dragon Demon. Name, Dias. Identification complete. Tower summoning. The tower slowly rose from the ground. Bas continued. That's why Demon Kings keep dying here. After countless tower destructions, humanity realized that Demon King towers operate under fixed mechanisms, and they've always used the Demon King Codex codex against us. In this land, the Demon King Codex no longer has any effect. To be precise, it should be called the Hero Codex. Dirk was stunned. Hero Codex? What the hell are you talking about? An enormous tower now stood before them. Dirk stared up wide-eyed. In the end, he really had chosen to build the tower here. VAS quickly stepped inside. Let's go in. Before them lay a vast hall, the first floor of B's tower. Dirk thought to himself, a normal tower should have a complex structure or be filled with monsters, but there's nothing here at all. A tower without privileges, one befitting a demon king who possessed no special advantages. They proceeded up to the 5th floor, the Demon King's residence. Every floor was completely empty. The tower has already been built. It can't be destroyed anymore. But at the very least, I have to comply with Rule 2 of the Codex. System notification. Demon King Codex. Rule 2. The Demon King must kidnap a prince or princess, preferably the primary heir. This is crucial, as they possess greater magical power. Dirk spoke up. My Demon King, please allow this subordinate to offer some advice. VAS replied. Go on. Dirk continued. The kingdom nearest the rest range, especially Cohen. Please kidnap the princess with the highest succession rank and drain the rage and suffering of their kingdom to grow rapidly. His voice slowed. I know you'll refuse, but... VAS cut him off. Fine, I'll do it. Dirk froze. What? VAS continued. There is one princess I've already had my eye on. Dirk hurriedly added. I'll help you as well. Boss's voice turned cold. You are to guard the Demon King's tower. Do not leave it unattended. Dirk's eyes widened in relief. Thank goodness. He really is the top Demon King of the Academy. Maybe he's just tense from graduation pressure. There's still hope. This is only the beginning. As Ba prepared to leave, Dirk asked, then, who do you plan to kidnap? Boss's expression darkened. He spoke slowly. Someone from the country farthest from the tower, the southernmost kingdom of the continent. Hindaran Kingdom. Night had fallen. The sky outside the open window glittered with stars. Dias hovered in midair, looking inside. They stared in shock. Among them, the least noticed of all, the 13th princess. In a cold voice, he said, I've come to take you away, princess. Dirk was furious. That completely goes against the Codex. Anan and Dias locked eyes. Anan's eyes shimmered as she stared at him blankly and asked, who are you? Dias's expression was cold as he replied, I am the Demon King who has come to kidnap you. On Anan's side, she merely smiled gently and spoke, are you sure you can handle me? He widened his eyes, thinking it strange. Are you imagining you can joke around with a Demon King? Of course, he continued. I am the Demon King, after all. Anan quickly stretched out both hands. Then go ahead, kidnap me. VAS was slightly taken aback. Why are you so calm? What are you plotting? Anan replied. I've always thought this day would come. After all, I was born a princess. He added coldly, if you're trying to make me let my guard down, forget it. I'm already desperate enough. Don't even think about tricking me. She widened her eyes. What plot could I possibly have? How could I set a trap when I didn't even know a Demon King like you would come? VAS lowered his head in thought. That does make sense, but why do I still feel uneasy? Anan stood up to face him and held out her hand. Come on then, let's go. Back at the massive tower in the mountains, Dirk saw Dias carrying her in his arms and said, You've returned safely, my lord. Dias brushed his shoulder and placed her in a corner of the 4th floor. Dirk was startled. Not in the dungeon, my lord. Dias replied casually. She followed obediently, so I gave her a little preferential treatment. Dirk nodded in understanding. Suddenly, Dirk's expression turned serious. My Demon King, I have something to report. At this moment, Anan had already been brought to the 4th floor of B's tower. She sat down on the floor and thought to herself, the floor is cold and hard. So I really was kidnapped. There's nothing here at all, no pillows, no blankets, no maids, no beautiful gardens. Completely different from the royal palace. Suddenly, Anan's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled softly. But, it's not that bad. Dias asked coldly. An invitation from the Beast Tower? Dirk nodded. Yes, it's a welcome banquet for the Demon King. Dias sighed. A welcome banquet? Sounds more like bullying the newcomer to assert dominance. Demon Kings were inherently arrogant and never willing to cooperate, but Aran was an unpredictable factor that forced them to maintain a fragile peace. I've always looked down on them as weaklings, Bas thought. But this time, I'll try interacting with them lightly. On a clear morning at the Beast Tower, I am Dragsun, the Beast Demon King. I've ruled this place for 70 years, Dragsun declared. You're the new Demon King, huh? I heard you disrespected tradition, but you don't look like much. Bas replied coldly. I shouldn't have come. Are you trying to pick a fight? Get to the point. Dragsun laughed. You know nothing. Duke Aiken told me to keep an eye on you when you arrived. Bas replied indifferently. Oh, that talkative old vampire? I already threw him into Arryn. Wasn't that enough? Dragsun flew into a rage. How dare you insult the Duke? You really are reckless. The chunk of meat in his mouth finally fell to the ground. Dragsun charged forward angrily. Hey, lick it, brat. If you do, I'll forgive your rudeness. Bas remained calmly standing still. Beast Demon King, do you really not know why I came here? Dragsun answered. Of course I do, idiot, because you mocked the Demon King Codex. Vasa's face darkened. And according to the rules, Demon Kings were forbidden from killing one another. Just as that thought ended, Vas slammed his foot hard onto the slab of meat. The ground beneath suddenly began to tremble, shaking violently. Vasa's face darkened as he spoke coldly. Do you think I'll obey? Dragsun's pupils burned red. What is this pressure? Duke Aiken told me to check on you. Have you kidnapped a princess or not? If you don't report within 1 month, you'll lose your authority. Diaz turned around and left. So that's what this was about. I've already kidnapped a princess, he said casually, and she's a very good fit for Gutta. At that moment, they had already returned to Tower B. Dirk spoke up. You displayed the majesty of a demon king splendidly, my lord. Bas replied. It was nothing. He won't act for now, but we still need to stay alert. Gordon, check on the princess. I should learn how to make use of her. Dirk nodded. Yes, my demon king. Outside the window, snow continued to fall endlessly. Diaz's expression was gloomy. This is troublesome. If the other demon kings all have this attitude, things will get messy. The consequences of disregarding tradition are greater than I imagined. But even if I could go back, I'd still make the same choice. I'd rather risk death than bow my head to that trash. I won't repeat my mistake. This time, I'll rebuild everything from the ground up. Since I only kidnapped a low-ranking princess, I should only get a few hundred magic points at most, right? A number appeared on the system panel. 13,000 points. Diaz stared in shock. How is it this much? System notification. You have received a recorded video from the Beast Tower. Dragsun appeared on the screen. New Demon King, I'm sending this to congratulate you. Even though our first meeting wasn't very pleasant, as a senior, should at least give you a gift. Honestly, what you've accomplished in Arryn is no small feat. I'm truly impressed. Could it be that mocking tradition was just a facade? BIA's face suddenly darkened. Something's wrong. Dirk rushed over urgently. My Demon King, there's an emergency. On the 4th floor, butterflies fluttered freely amid a breathtaking scene. Lush clusters of flowers grew everywhere below. BIA stared wide-eyed at the sight before him. What the hell is this? System notification. Tower B, 4th floor. Status. Assimilating with nature. Anan smiled calmly and asked, Oh, you're here? Bas thought to himself, did she create an entire ecosystem inside a magical tower? This is a miracle only someone who has mastered the 4 great elements could achieve. I clearly went to kidnap the 13th princess's palace. And on the entire continent, there is only one elemental spirit mage capable of something like this. She's not the 13th princess. Anan smiled. As expected, you mistook me for Elena. Bossa's eyes widened in shock. Wait, don't tell me you're. She beamed brightly. Exactly. I am Anan Hinder, the crown princess of the Hindaran kingdom. At this moment, in the Hindaran kingdom, the crown princess has been kidnapped by a demon king. Who dares abduct my beloved princess? Anan, assemble the strongest heroes and the entire royal army. I will take the head of that foolish demon king and bring my princess back. Anan laughed softly. That's why I asked earlier, are you sure you can handle me? BIA was still stunned as he spoke. I've heard there's a genius elemental spirit mage overflowing with magical power. There's no way I wouldn't have noticed. How did you deceive? How did you manage that? Her palm glowed. I can conceal my magic with this ring. It's a treasured heirloom of my family. Does that answer your question? Do you want to send me back? Betas lowered his head, thinking, if I return the princess, I'll become a laughingstock for the world. No kingdom fears a coward. Collecting magical energy will also become much harder. His expression hardened. I must decisively keep her. The system notification appeared. Hostile intent detected targeting Demon King Berg Diaz. Magic points possessed, 19,521. BAS pondered. They've clearly targeted me. Even if you're not the 13th princess, nothing changes. You are still my hostage. Meanwhile, at the Hinduran Kingdom's castle, the monarch shouted angrily, "Kill that foolish demon king and bring my princess back." Lavi spoke up, "Your Majesty, we have not confirmed which demon king is behind this. I have dispatched patrols everywhere. Please be patient." The king growled, "Then find them quickly. The princess has been kidnapped, and you still stand idle?" Mong spoke up, "But something feels off," the monarch shouted. "What now?" He continued, "The demon king who previously kidnapped another kingdom's prince angered too many people and was killed by heroes. Even with that precedent, now another demon king dares to abduct my princess. Isn't that extremely strange?" Everyone marveled at Sim Mong's words. The monarch's hand tensed on the armrest. He ground his teeth in anger. This must be some new demon king. A kneeling soldier spoke loudly, "Your Majesty, we have detected traces of magical teleportation. It heads north, likely the mountains." The monarch's eyes glared fiercely. "Mount Augeast, amidst snow-covered peaks near Tower BG in the Est Mountains." Dirk spoke, "Demon King, the Hinduran army is on its way. Don't you think they'll be too much to resist?" Suddenly, Bas smiled wickedly and replied, "No problem. The Hinduran kingdom cannot reach here. Mount Arist lies at the far north of the continent, and Hindur is at the extreme south. There's no way the countries in between will easily allow their army to pass. They would have to hire the Hero Association." The monarch began to rise, realizing there was no other choice. "We must contact the Hero Association." At the massive tower of the Hero Association, everyone began discussing. "The Hinduran princess has been kidnapped. Which crazy demon king dares do this? The destination? I heard that place is full of terrifying monsters. I'm a hero, not a suicide volunteer. The Hinduran king is in trouble this time." Bas laughed confidently. "But the Hero Association won't move a finger. They only care about money. No one will go to such a dangerous place. That's why I chose this location as my base." Dirk thought in surprise. He even calculated that, even though he doesn't follow the rules much, he seems to know Arun inside out. Bds's confidence was immense, as if he had lived here before. The monarch fumed. He shouted angrily, "No hero has accepted the mission, and they still dare to call themselves heroes?" The king was completely helpless. That was right. Even though Arun had many heroes, they only cared about profit and were extremely selective. Forming a team would take time, and reaching this place would take even longer. Even so, this amount of magic power was still far from enough to deal with an entire team of heroes. "I know this feeling of anxiety all too well. God, contact Dragsun. I'm going to sell magic power," Bds said. Dirk bowed. "Yes." Suddenly, he froze in shock. "What? Magic power? That precious dream currency that allows us to break racial limits, unlock tower functions, and summon monsters? And you want to exchange it for human money?" Ds replied coldly, "Yes. I'm certain Dragsun will pay a very high price. I can't fight heroes with the little magic power I have now. But with human currency, right now, in Hunanu, the fortress city near Mount Augeast, I have a way." A pair of footsteps approached two soldiers guarding the road. "Who's there?" "Stop!" the soldiers shouted. A man in a black cloak answered calmly, "A mercenary." "What kind of insane mercenary dares to come to the mountains alone? You've got some nerve." The cloaked man suddenly stepped forward and handed them several gold coins. The soldiers' eyes lit up. "Let's split it." "Yeah, don't trust me," Bas said coldly. "Since I can't freely investigate this city myself, I'll need to find a guild instead. The main headquarters of the Scarlet H Mercenary Guild." "Hey, Captain, shouldn't we leave this place soon?" Hamster laughed. This place is great. The guards deal with the monsters, and we just split the spoils. Where else could be better than this?" Someone shouted down from the upper floor. "Haven't you heard the news? A new demon king has built a tower on the mountain." Hamster scoffed. "That's just a rumor. You clearly don't understand demon kings. They always build their towers where heroes can easily reach them." Jia Sun added, "I heard he even kidnapped the Hinduran princess." Hamster grew excited. "Have you ever seen a demon king go all the way to the edge of the continent just to kidnap a princess?" Laughing loudly, someone said, "Then what about this? I heard that after the Hero Association learned the destination, they refused the king's request." Hamster jumped onto the table excitedly. "It's just an act. What's a princess? The most valuable asset of the royal family. They're just putting on a show to squeeze out more money. You know how crazy they are about money, right?" The crowd erupted in agreement. "That's right, exactly." Suddenly, Bds silently appeared behind Hamster. "So that's how it is. Hamster fell to the floor in terror. You scared me. Who the hell are you? BDS smiled. You lot seem quite knowledgeable. One of you stay. The rest, get lost. They immediately grabbed their weapons and charged. That intruder won't leave here alive. But in the blink of an eye, they were struck one after another. BDS easily took down everyone who stood in his way. A huge man leaped down from above. His massive hammer slammed violently into the floor. Diaz's eyes glowed as he smiled eerily, bracing the blow with one hand. The giant's face slowly turned pale with fear. The remaining men on the upper floor all aimed their bows downward. Below, Ba moved instantly to counterattack. Vas struck directly, sending the giant flying far away. Hamster bent over, trembling in fear, staring wide-eyed at the monster before him. At that moment, Bas merely wore a confident, merciless smile. Inside the building in the center of town, only the sounds of violent blows echoed. The people outside could only stand and watch. They're fighting again. Don't they ever get tired? Inside, everything was a complete mess after the brawl. Vas spoke in a low voice. Don't be afraid. If you answer my question, I'll spare you. Hamster shook in fear. Please, spare me, sir. Vas asked coldly, where is the slave market? Outside the town stood a magnificent, grand castle. Two figures in black cloaks walked toward it together. Vas asked, are there only human slaves here? Hamster hesitated. You're not satisfied with that? Suddenly, BDS handed him a bag full of gold coins. Aren't there any rarer races? Hamster's eyes lit up. Of course there are. Please, this way. Bas thought to himself, how can he keep that expression after seeing his companions crushed to pieces? Humans crave money, demons crave magic power. At their core, they're no different. He slowly stepped down the stairs. Hamster respectfully extended his hand inward. This way, sir. Dirk had once said, Demon King, what you intend to do with human money? Bas cut him off. I'll buy slaves. I'll buy otherworldly races captured by humans. Preferably a well-known elf loyal by nature. I'll use them as a spy to sow chaos among the heroes. A loud voice echoed. Hero Hinlon Cin had arrived. I knew you'd accept this mission, the king said loudly. Hinlon Cin knelt solemnly. Of course. I shall rescue the princess and bring back the Demon King's head. His expression was full of confidence, acting in the name of justice. Bia thought silently, using an elf as a spy to disrupt the heroes will be very effective. That race is famous for being naive. An old man appeared and asked, what kind of slave do you wish to purchase? Bas replied, I'm here to buy this elf slave. He'll pay. Hamster, standing beside him, froze in shock. What? Suddenly, Diaz spoke sternly. Do you object? Hamster forced an awkward smile. Oh, of course not. I mean, I'm the one paying, right? BDS continued coldly. I need to confirm a few things. You two, go outside. The old man called from behind, but that elf might go berserk. Hamster frowned. It's fine. If anything happens, he'll compensate. Bas slowly approached the figure imprisoned inside a large cage. He spoke calmly. A noble elf, reduced to such a miserable slave. Granada's expression darkened. This energy, you're a demon, aren't you? What do demons want with elves like us? Bas said seriously, I'll give you a chance. A chance to take revenge on humans. Granada replied, an appealing offer, but I distrust demons even more than humans. Bas interrupted, I'm different. If you are loyal to me for exactly 50 years, I'll guarantee your safety and freedom. 50 years is nothing for an elf. It's far better than being humiliated by those fools. Granada's face darkened further. You're a demon. Your kind wants to destroy the world tree that we elves worship, and to destroy this entire world. How can I trust you? Besides, it's strange for a demon to seek out an elf at all. Like this. Vas thought to himself, he hit my weak point. Suddenly, he gave a sinister smile. Very well. Then I shall follow the great Demon King Codex. I will keep my promise and will not lay a hand on the world tree. He recalled hearing that the Demon King Codex was as important to demons as the world tree was to elves. In exchange, Bas continued, you must swear by the world tree to remain loyal to me for the next 50 years. Granda laughed and replied, you're a strange one. But if you're truly this serious, then I, Granda of the Wind Tribe, swear my allegiance upon meeting the Demon King who sent you here. La smiled confidently. I am the Demon King. Granda's eyes widened in shock. Don't joke around. How could a Demon King come here personally? The farther a Demon King goes from their tower, the weaker they become. Who would personally come to buy slaves? If you truly really are the Demon King, then I'll swear loyalty for 100 years. Before long, Granada was standing on the 5th floor of Tower B. Diaz smiled. 100-year contract, you said that yourself. Granada stared at him. You're really the Demon King? Stop fooling around. What kind of tower is this? It's completely empty. From the 1st to the 3rd floor, there's nothing. The 4th floor is full of plants. What kind of tower doesn't even have a single monster? At this rate, the heroes will tear you apart in less than a year. I can't serve a place like this. Suddenly, an overwhelming force began to spread. Did you forget? VAS said calmly. We've already formed a contract. Granada's face showed fear. The pressure of pure demonic power radiated outward. He really is a Demon King. The tower may be crude, but during all this time, not a single monster on the mountain has attacked us. They're all disaster-class monsters, yet none of them dared approach. It's not that they didn't dare attack the tower, it's that they didn't dare attack this Demon King. Yeah, that makes sense, Granada thought. A Demon King is still a Demon King. Maybe I really can take my revenge. I swear under the name of the Great World Tree, Granada declared, from this moment on, I will be loyal to you for the next 100 years. Since the Demon King personally came to recruit me, he must have an important role prepared for me. I will have my revenge through this cruel plan. Law smiled. Alright, first, prepare the meal. Granada below could only stare in shock at Boss's calm attitude as he began preparing food. I thought I'd be joining some extremely important plan. Nearby, Anan was working diligently. Oh, you're cooking. I'll help too. I'll make some vegetable bread. All of them sat together at the long dining table on the 5th floor of the tower. Granada spoke up. Demon King, that girl, she's from the Hindaran Kingdom, right? Diaz replied, yes, she's Anan Hindaran. Granada became agitated. Are you insane? You dared to kidnap the crown princess? And this tower has nothing at all. What are you going to use to fight the heroes when they come? Bas replied indifferently. That's why I bought you. Now sit down and eat. He added casually, your cooking is pretty good. Oh, Anan chimed in excitedly. I helped too, you know. Granada stared blankly. What in the world is going on? Later, on the lower level of Tower B, Granada asked, are you planning to make me fight the heroes here? Diaz replied, no. If the heroes manage to reach this place, Bas continued, then the game is already over. That would mean they've wiped out every monster on this mountain. Your role is to sow chaos in the human world on my behalf. Granada stared blankly. You mean, you want me to be a spy? Bas replied calmly, exactly. But first, I need to test your abilities. Attack me. Granada widened his eyes. How could I possibly defeat a Demon King inside his own tower? Bas continued, then let's do it this way. I'll use only one hand, and I won't use any demonic power. And if you win, I'll reduce the contract period by 50 years. Granada slowly took a stance. Oh, you'd better keep your word. I'll smash your head. No, I'll put everything I have into defeating you. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. Granada gritted his teeth and charged toward Bas. Bas remained standing calmly. Even after being a slave for so long, your movements are still precise. Bas commented. Did you absorb magic on the 4th floor, or enhance your body? That style suits an elf. Granada shouted. Ordinary elves could never be this strong. Blame yourself for choosing the wrong opponent and fighting in the wrong place. Bands of light suddenly wrapped around Bdas's foot. Granada swung his fist. You're wide open. I'll take back those 50 years from you. Bas lowered his head slightly and smiled. This is fine. But I hope you haven't forgotten who you're fighting. Don't worry, I won't use demonic power. I'll control my strength so I don't kill you. Suddenly, Granada's vision flashed white. Wait! An enormous shockwave spread, affecting the entire tower. At the headquarters of the Red HCK mercenary group in Horton City, Hamster wiped his brow, trembling with excitement. It's an honor to see you again, sir. Vas said, I want to hire you for 1 year. Hamster smiled. Of course. What's your budget? The people behind him began murmuring. Even if he has a lot of money, do we really have to flatter the man who beat us so badly? Should we change professions or something? A bag full of gold coins dropped onto the floor. This is the down payment. The others immediately became excited. Captain, we'll follow you for life. Only true loyalty makes real real mercenaries. Who cares if he defeated us? Hamster glanced back gratefully. Should I form a new squad? BAS continued, and add this person to your team. From now on, he'll be conveying my orders. Hamster smiled. Yes, my lord. Of course. The subordinates protested excitedly. Captain, wait. Letting a stranger into the team is a bit. Granada stepped forward, his body covered in wounds. Hello, I'm Granada. Everyone stared at him in shock. Suddenly, they all began to cry together, hugging one another for comfort. BAS thought to himself, they may look ordinary, but as mercenaries operating in Arist, you won't find any tougher group than them anywhere else. At this moment, the only hero willing to respond to the Hindran Kingdom's call was Hinlanen, the one who had defeated the Demon King of Lust. Red HCK, BAS said, this is your first mission. Investigate Hinlanen, the hero hired by Hindran. They all shouted in unison, yes, my lord. At that very moment, in Tower BG, the task involving the heroes had already been handed over to Granada. BAS raised his gaze and looked at the system panel. I just need to become stronger. Mana points can be used to upgrade the tower or to enhance one's own power. But for BRG, I've already spent all my points. The only way to grow stronger now is to use soul flowers. These are mana crystals that sprout after absorbing natural energy, and when used, they grant immense power. Here in the Augiest Mountains, with its harsh mana storms and monsters, nature has barely been touched by humans. That's why the soul flowers have absorbed natural mana over the years, making their energy exceptionally pure. Truly, these are treasures among soul flowers. For magic, they're not as efficient as mana points, but I will still seek them out. Dirk spoke up, Demon King, going without preparation is dangerous. It's like diving into the depths of a golden sea. The monsters are like wild beasts, they'll attack if they see an opportunity. I can handle the monsters easily, BAS said thoughtfully, but finding the soul flowers is the real problem. Dirk added, unless there's a high-quality mana wind device. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside. Anand slowly poked her head out. Are you busy? Both of them stared at her in surprise. BAS and Anand moved outside the tower. She smiled brightly. Oh, I'm so excited. Lately, things have been really boring. You'd better keep your promise about the water, and about letting me decorate the 4th floor however I like. BAS replied calmly, as long as you find the soul flowers. She had already decorated according to her preferences. I wonder how far she intends to go. But honestly, just letting her come up with the idea to decorate the Demon King's tower is already insane. Anand continued, I didn't expect I'd actually be able to leave the tower. Lucky me, I can come check a bit. Suddenly, a spirit appeared from inside her cloak, shaped like fire. Unexpectedly, BDS scooped her up. Hold on tight. She panicked. Wait, I'm not ready. Before she could finish, his wings shot up high into the sky. Anand squeezed her eyes shut in fear, then slowly opened them. Her eyes sparkled, catching the corner of the sky. It was dark, so she hadn't noticed before. The two of them floated above the sky, but the demon realm is incredibly vast. Previously, every day had been the same, practicing magic, learning to rule, training, studying, and repeating it all over again. I thought I'd have to live like this until I died. Demon King, do you know? I might be the only human to ever fly across this range, she whispered. BS, surprised, said nothing. Princess, what you need to do is, Anand suddenly interrupted. Call me Anand. We'll meet often, so it's better to call me this way, right? BAS thought to himself, perhaps I've been giving her too much freedom. She seems to forget her position. You want to be thrown into the dungeon, huh? Anand shivered. Sorry. BDS coldly used her spirit to locate the soul. Anand nodded. Yes. The clouds began to rush forward. Return safely, Ba said sternly. They probably won't find it quickly, but certainly faster than Gon or me. The clouds quickly returned. They had found it. The soul flower, made of ice, glowed before their eyes, while the surrounding monsters. It appeared. Seems like we already have a few visitors here before us. The monsters are descendants of demons who left the demon realm. If any of you still have even a trace of demon honor, obey your demon king. Do not touch the soul flowers and leave immediately. They began to get agitated. No way, demon. We won't obey. We hate you. You must die. BDS smirked and spoke loudly. Gordon is right. Hoping wild beasts will think rationally is utterly foolish. I will incinerate everything. They charged forward, intending to kill him, protect their spoils, and eat him. Long, BD's hand emitted a powerful purple electric surge. The force shot toward them frenziedly. The monsters began to be incinerated in the purple energy. Others rushed toward Anand. Deal with the weaker ones first, Ba said calmly, standing firm and summoning more power, creating multiple purple spirals everywhere. Anand's eyes widened. The pun ORCs, known for being able to take down Agris when working together, couldn't even reach them. BD's eyes burned with fury. So all this chaos was caused by the purple energy. Could this really be the Demon King's power? The snow-covered ground was littered with the corpses of the fallen. 2 soul flowers with ice water attributes lay there. Its mana was pure. Bas coldly interrupted. Don't be greedy. She sulked. Yes. He continued. If you find more, you can take one. Anand looked astonished. Really? I'll do my best. Bds thought. Humans only get excited when dangled a carrot. Huh? They couldn't find a second piece of the soul flower. Though Anand tried until exhaustion, they returned to Tower B at night. Bas thought. At first, I thought bringing the Hindran princess back was a mistake, but perhaps she's more useful than I imagined. Dirk spoke up. Demon King, we just received a message from Granada. Bas looked up. Really? That's quick. Dirk explained. Along with the hero Hin Lanin, 32 other heroes had departed from the Hindran capital. They wouldn't head straight here. They would follow the heroic code, forming a group and growing stronger by completing village missions. Along the journey, they would gain power. Bas had already prepared some plans for the hero's trip. Read them carefully. BD's fingers moved over the screen. Everything was rejected. This time, I won't destroy any monsters or create obstacles on the hero's journey. Dirk was astonished. Why? Bas continued, smiling. Half-hearted obstacles only make heroes stronger. Tell this to Granada. Join the hero's journey as mercenaries, assist them, and build their trust. Dirk sighed. You're not following the Demon King's code again, but with the current tower, I can't stop the heroes, right? Bas reassured. Don't worry, gone. I'll help fortify our tower. BD's face was full of confident determination. Dirk panicked. What? Now you want to add dwarves here with humans and elves? If anyone sees such a tiny race in our tower, we'll become a laughingstock. Bas didn't speak, just looked at him, power coiling in his palm. He smiled. I didn't say I'll stop the heroes with just a dwarf. More precisely, I need the dwarves' magical tools. Think carefully. When heroes are used to the Demon King's code, they'll open the first floor door expecting weak monsters. But what if dozens of cannons greet them instead? Dirk's eyes widened. Dozens of cannons on the first floor? The heroes would never anticipate that. Wait, still, isn't this too far from the code? But in the blink of an eye, BDS rose from his seat. Dirk, shocked and agitated, shouted, again with the kidnapping? At that moment, in Nur, the underground city of the dwarves, Lore was diligently working. He opened his glasses. Lur FRCK, the most skilled dwarf blacksmith. Now, a deceitful demon king had scheduled to kidnap him. Burge entered Wolfner, the city of dwarves, wearing a simple disguise that hid both his face and his presence. In his previous life, he had slaughtered countless dwarves on the battlefield, yet this was the first time he had ever stepped inside their capital. The city felt dense and heavy, carved deep into the earth, humming with metal and heat. He walked into a modest shop called the Midnight Inn and placed coins on the counter without hesitation. He said he had come to commission a weapon but did not know the proper path. Calmly, he asked for the finest blacksmith in the city. The man behind the counter laughed, clearly amused. A human who knew how to speak the language of money was rare here. Burge replied that he had heard dwarves loved gold as much as heroes loved glory. That earned him a smile. The man explained the city structure, speaking of a massive pit at the center, guarded by lifts and layered security meant to keep intruders out. He told Burge to descend to the lowest level, to the deepest room, where the city's greatest blacksmith worked, Lozier Friedrich. Following those instructions, Burge passed every checkpoint without resistance and reached the deepest forge. Heat rolled through the chamber like a living thing. The sound of hammer striking metal echoed with perfect rhythm, almost graceful. Watching Lozier work felt less like observing labor and more like witnessing a performance. The metal bent and flowed under his hands as if alive, as though the forge itself danced to his will. For a brief moment, Burge Burge wondered if this dwarf truly deserved his reputation. Then a colder thought surfaced: if he could simply take him now, quietly, everything would be easier. He reached out and placed a hand toward Lozer's shoulder. In an instant, the atmosphere exploded. Lozer sensed him. A hammer rose with terrifying speed, and an overwhelming aura crushed outward. Burge was thrown back by sheer force. His eyes narrowed. That faint trace of demonic energy had been enough to alert the dwarf. This was no ordinary craftsman. Lozer charged without hesitation, hammer swinging with lethal intent. Burge caught the strike bare-handed, the impact sending shockwaves through the forge. He declared calmly that Lozer was a hero. The dwarf roared in agreement, introducing himself as Lozer Friedrich, a blacksmith who carried the power of heroes. He condemned Burge for daring to enter Dwarven land as a demon. Burge only smirked. He said Lozer would not leave the city alive, mocking how weak he truly was beneath all that noise. Then he corrected him. He was not merely a demon. He was a demon king. His hand closed around Lozer's throat, lifting him with ease. The dwarf struggled, groaning as his strength failed him. Soldiers rushed toward the forge, alarmed by the noise, only to find Lozer gone. Panic spread instantly. Orders rang out to seal every exit and search the facility. But it was already too late. High above the city, Burge restrained Lozer in silence, warning him that a single sound would mean death. Lozer's thoughts spiraled in fear. A demon king in Wolfner could only mean one thing: the princess. He convinced himself that this was the reason. Burge denied it flatly, saying he had no interest in her. Lozer refused to believe that. When Burge mentioned the underground escape tunnels forged by dwarven hands, Lozer's resolve crumbled. Tears streamed down his face as despair took hold. He cursed his own weakness, his cowardice, his choice to live quietly instead of growing stronger. He realized then how fragile he truly was. Burge observed him coldly, noting that intimidation alone would not make him talk. So he offered another path. He said he would take the princess instead and let Lozer live, if Lozer guided him. The word struck deeper than any blade. Lozer's mind shattered under the weight of that choice. A hero selling out his princess would be branded a traitor forever. Even if he survived, he would be despised, tortured by whispers and suspicion. He cried out, cursing Burge as evil incarnate. Yet fear drowned out pride. Burge pressed him again, offering a choice: betray her, or walk willingly. Internally, Burge knew the answer already. He promised Lozer safety, swearing upon the Demon King's standards. Lozer understood what that meant. Those standards were sacred, absolute among Demon Kings. A vow made upon them could not be broken. That knowledge crushed his resistance. His expression twisted into a forced smile as he agreed to guide Burge through the hidden passage. Burge looked at him with disgust, remarking that the sight made him sick. Back in Lozer's workshop, Knight searched desperately, his status marked absent. Elsewhere, the dwarven princess, Louise Werft, stood waiting in a strange unfinished dress, confusion and fear written on her face. She asked where Lozer had gone, worried about her weapon. When a knight suggested he had been kidnapped, she snapped at him, refusing to believe that a hero could fall so easily. The knight explained the truth. Lozer was a hero, yes, but a blacksmith first, not a warrior. She ordered them to find the kidnapper immediately, her voice cold and threatening. If they failed, she promised punishment without mercy. The knights obeyed without question, fear driving them faster than loyalty. Deep underground, Lozer led Burge through a cramped tunnel carved for emergencies. The space was tight, forcing Burge to trail closely behind. His irritation grew as the passage dragged on, looking at Lozer's buttocks, his patience thinning. With every step, Lozer apologized repeatedly, explaining there was no other way. Finally, light broke through the darkness. They emerged before a distant castle. Lozer announced that his role was finished and tried to step away. Burge's expression darkened instantly. He dismissed Lozer's words as nonsense. Trembling, Lozer reminded him of the vow. Burge laughed it off, calling it meaningless. The dwarf broke down completely, realizing how foolish he had been. Desperate, he begged for his life, offering his skill instead. He claimed no one could rival his metallurgy, that he could craft any weapon imaginable. He even offered himself as a spy, abandoning all pride for survival. Burge studied him carefully. A hero willing to serve a demon king was rare, but not impossible. He offered mercy in exchange for loyalty. Lozer accepted instantly, praising the demon king aloud. Yet inside, his heart burned with hatred. He swore that once free, he would gather forces and hunt Burge down. Instead of releasing him, he took Lozer to Burge's tower. The dwarf froze upon arrival, stunned into silence. Burge's subordinate panicked at the sight of a hero dwarf standing before them. Helen attempted to report in but was cut off. The princess questioned Lozier, clearly doubting his intentions. Confusion flooded him as he demanded answers. Burge corrected him calmly. He had never promised freedom, only life. Burge explained that knocking him out and bringing him along had been the safest choice. The dwarf's laughter turned to tears of sorrow, shocking everyone present. Burge watched him closely, amused by how easily fear reshaped loyalty. He acknowledged Lozier's mindset and finally gave him his mission. Lozier straightened, ready to listen, unaware that his fate had already been sealed the moment he chose to survive. Burge grinned and ordered him to install a large number of cannons on the first floor, meant to crush the heroes when they arrived. The scene opened inside the hero preparation station, where cold light reflected off metal floors and floating panels. A holographic link shimmered into place. With calm discipline, he delivered his report. Rumors were spreading fast among the heroes. According to gathered intelligence, the newly appeared Demon King was said to wield black flames. Because of this, many heroes had begun equipping fire-resistant gear, convinced a direct clash was coming. Granada added another rumor, one that amused the heroes even more. They believed the Demon King had not released demonic beasts because he feared them. To them, his silence was not strategy, but weakness. Berga listened without reaction. His posture remained still, his face unreadable. When he finally spoke, his voice was flat and dismissive. The heroes, he said, clearly had not lost their desire to kill yet. Whether they sought glory or wealth made no difference. None of them would gain anything from this journey. In the end, they would lose everything. First their confidence, then their will to fight. Before ending the call, Burge issued his order. Granada was to continue monitoring the heroes and report any change immediately. Granada acknowledged and cut the transmission. Granada thought, by withholding demonic beasts, Berga was quietly crushing the heroes' morale while twisting their expectations. More unsettling was how deeply this Demon King understood human psychology. Burge wondered if such a Demon King had ever existed before. The thought chilled him, then brought relief. Burge was not his enemy. The scene shifted to Burge's tower, its halls cold and silent. There, Berga issued a direct order to Lager Friedrich. Fire cannons were to be installed on the first floor. However, there was one strict rule: mana stones were forbidden. Lager panicked. Immediately, he argued that without mana stones, constructing such weapons was nearly impossible and that even if completed, they would be ineffective against heroes. Burge cut him off sharply, his tone allowing no resistance. Finding a solution was Lager's responsibility. He explained calmly that heroes were favored by the dimension itself, granting them extremely sharp energy perception. Any trap using mana stones would be detected long before activation. That was why they could not be used. Lager tried to protest again. Burge's expression darkened. A sphere of black magic formed quietly in his hand. He reminded Lager that he had been brought here because he was the greatest blacksmith. If he failed, there were others who could replace him. Lager broke down in terror. Shaking, he claimed there was another method. Burge smiled thinly and told him he should have said so earlier. Lager explained that he had once invented a device capable of completely concealing mana traces. It had taken 3 years to develop, and the finished prototype remained in his workshop back in Wolfner. Burge's gaze hardened. He asked if this was another desperate lie. Crying, Lager swore it was true. After a pause, Burge chose to believe him, but not without insurance. He fastened a purple rune-etched collar around Lager's neck. When Lager asked what it was, Burge explained casually that it was a restraint that could sever his head instantly with a single gesture. The collar also distorted perception, preventing others from seeing Lager's face clearly. If Lager ever attempted to remove it, Burge would consider that an escape attempt. Death would follow. Fully understanding, Lager collapsed and swore never to remove it. After issuing his orders, Burge departed with Lager. Together, they traveled across multiple kingdoms, gathering rare supplies and mana-compatible materials. The journey lasted nearly a month. Throughout it, Burge stored everything inside his spatial pocket, preserving each resource carefully. When their task was complete, they returned to Wolfner, the Dwarven Kingdom. Chaos greeted them immediately. A massive boulder crashed down near a group of dwarves, scattering debris. At the center stood Princess Louise Werft, her fury unmistakable. She shouted that it had been a month and a half and Lager was still missing. She demanded to know how much longer she was expected to wait. An elderly dwarf stepped forward nervously, explaining that Lager had dug countless tunnels and that searching searching them all would take time. Louise snapped back, declaring that of course he would flee and stating with certainty that Logger had been kidnapped. In a sudden outburst, she grabbed the old dwarf by the face and lifted him off the ground. Coldly, she announced she would grant them 2 weeks. If the kidnapper was not found, they would all die. Terrified, the dwarf swore success. Louise released him and ordered every tunnel Logger had ever made to be collapsed. The soldiers rushed to obey. As silence returned, it became clear that Louise's physique was anything but ordinary. She wanted her weapon ready by leisure in time. At that moment, a hidden section of the wall shifted. One of Logger's secret tunnels opened behind her. She sensed it instantly and turned. Though she could not recognize the man's face due to interference, she recognized the tunnel. Coldly, she demanded whether the man before her was Logger. He froze, barely managing to address her properly. Louise cracked her knuckles, furious that he had dared return alive. Golden aura flared violently as she accused him of hiding to avoid forging her weapon. Logger cried and denied it desperately, but his words only fueled her rage. She reminded him that she was a princess and declared that from now on, he would be her slave, forging weapons for her forever. She drew back her fist, stating she would punish him first. Before the blow landed, a violent blast erupted between them. Louise was hurled backward but recovered instantly. Dust settled as Burge stepped forward calmly, ordering Logger to retrieve the equipment. Louise demanded to know who he was. He replied emotionlessly that he was the master of the blacksmith she had been extorting. Furious, she leapt at him, declaring Logger her slave. Their fists collided midair, shockwaves tearing through the chamber. The exchange became brutal and relentless. Burge spotted an opening and struck toward her neck, but Louise caught his leg with one hand. Her strength surprised him. She countered, sending him crashing into the ceiling. Turning back to Logger, she declared it was his turn. Burge reappeared instantly, slamming her into the ground. Their battle intensified, debris flying as golden and violet energy clashed. Burge recognized her then, the second daughter of Princess Werft. Though not officially a hero, her strength was exceptional. Even before his regression, she had been monstrously powerful. If allowed to grow, she would become a serious threat. Killing her now would be logical, but unleashing full demonic power would expose him. His identity could not be revealed. As their fists continued to collide, Logger dismantled a massive machine behind them. Burge demanded progress. Logger panicked, explaining it was a mana phantom machine designed to erase mana traces and far larger than expected. Burge snarled that he had 1 minute. Louisa's aura flared violently, 12 blazing streams erupting as she demanded answers. Burge warned Logger that he would abandon him if needed. Pale with fear, Logger promised he was nearly done. Burge clenched his jaw. Every second pushed him closer to exposure. Louise shouted that he would not leave alive and declared she would break Logger's legs. Burge laughed darkly, remarking she sounded more like a demon king. He told her he was taking both the blacksmith and the equipment. Logger shouted that it was complete. The moment the machine shut down, mana flow shifted violently. Louise declared she would stop holding back. Burge drove his foot into her chest, smashing her into the ground as an explosion tore through the chamber. Without hesitation, he opened his subspace pocket and ordered Logger to move. Louise rose, declaring such attacks meaningless, then realized they were gone. When her soldiers arrived, she mocked them and ordered pursuit, only to remember the tunnels had collapsed. Grinding her teeth, she finally accepted the truth. Logger would never return. A cold smile spread across her face as she vowed to hunt him down across the continent and make him regret everything. Inside the first floor of Breeze J Tower, protagonist, the Demon King, stood before a massive magical tool. His gaze was steady as he examined it. He stated firmly that the device was magic required to stop the hero and that he needed it no matter what. Behind him, Princess Hilderin, the first princess of Hilderin, widened her eyes in surprise and remarked that it was enormous. At the same time, Logger, his loyal servant, looked confused and asked what it was supposed to be, mentioning that he had been in the middle of cleaning when everything started. Logger then revealed the prepared structure beside the tool and reported that the installation of the Mana Phantom was complete. Protagonist acknowledged the report and ordered its immediate activation. Logger responded confidently. A moment later, Protagonist released his dark energy. A terrifying purple aura spread outward as he spoke in a cold tone, stating that after all the effort spent bringing it here, it had better be worth it. Logger trembled but answered that activation was already underway. Once the enchantment finished, the magical tool erupted with power. Mana surged through the surrounding area and blue lightning completely enveloped the tower. Princess Hilderin murmured that the light was overwhelming. A system notification appeared, stating that the tower had recognized the mana phantom and that synchronization required 10,000 points, asking for confirmation. Protagonist looked up at the translucent screen and chose to synchronize with the tower. He noted that the tower possessed such a function and decided to confirm it personally. The system displayed his available points, 11,182. After synchronization, 1,182 points were consumed. Another notification followed. The mana phantom had recognized Protagonist as its master. Processing was complete. The power source of the mana phantom had been fully converted from mana to demonic energy. Protagonist lifted his head and called out to Loger. Loger, visibly excited, immediately denied interfering. He admitted that he had never imagined merging the mana phantom with the tower was possible, let alone converting its power source. He declared it a discovery of the century, something even the original creator had never anticipated. At that moment, Princess Hilderin stepped forward, her eyes shining with excitement, and commented that it was incredible. Protagonist turned toward her and suggested that she try using a spell. Princess Hilderin eagerly agreed, clearly pleased at the chance to test a new toy. She announced that she would use any spell she liked and began chanting, forming a massive, colorful magical sphere. Loger's face went pale. He shouted that he had just finished cleaning the tower and begged her to stop, warning her not to treat the place like a playground. Protagonist, however, focused on the situation. He noted that a spell of that caliber should normally be detected even outside the tower. He moved toward the door and confirmed that he could neither see nor sense anything beyond it. He concluded that this was the effect of a tower synchronized with a mana phantom. Curious, Protagonist extended his demonic energy outward and attempted to manipulate the tower in its current state. His hand shimmered, and his expression shifted in shock as the tower completely vanished. Moments later, he spread his arm again, and the tower reappeared instantly. Realization struck him. He stated that he could hide the tower whenever he wished and summon it again at will. The thought itself was astonishing. A faint trace of demonic energy flickered through his eyes as he allowed a restrained smile to form. He calmly concluded that using this power freely was still difficult for now, but it would become invaluable moving forward. Meanwhile, outside the inner chamber, Loger could no longer contain himself. His voice rang out as he begged for permission, insisting that he only wanted a small chance to examine the device. His excitement escalated as he asked whether he could dismantle both the magical tool and the tower for research purposes, quickly correcting himself and calling it an examination instead. Loger declared that he had never encountered anything like this in all recorded history, past or present. He pleaded to be allowed to study what he called a historic discovery, his behavior bordering on frenzy. Protagonist watched him with a sharp gaze and remarked that Loger sounded like a demon itching for combat. Even so, he acknowledged how uncontrollable Loger had become. After a brief pause, Protagonist agreed. He stated that if Loger completely wiped out the heroes trapped on the first floor, he would be free to do as he pleased afterward. Loger's eyes gleamed as red energy surged around his body. He swore that he would crush those cunning heroes regardless and immediately began chanting, fully immersed in his examination. Leaving Loger behind, Protagonist turned his attention to Princess Hilderin. He calmly proposed that she confront the heroes who managed to reach the fourth floor. Princess Hilderin froze in surprise and questioned the idea, pointing out that she was a princess. Her tone carried a hint of protest, though it sounded more playful than offended. Protagonist replied that she was also a gifted spirit who had no intention of returning to the royal palace. Even as he spoke, he considered that assigning her such a role might be unreasonable. She was still an innocent princess, unfamiliar with the harsh workings of the world, and asking her to stand against her own kind carried weight. Princess Hilderin fell silent, wondering what she could even fight with. Thoughts of fire and water crossed her mind. Protagonist stopped her train of thought and told her it was unnecessary. He explained that she only needed to disrupt the heroes and openly reveal herself as an enemy. If the plan succeeded, he would grant her another wish. She looked at him seriously and agreed, but added a condition. She asked to be introduced as the Demon King's subordinate rather than as a princess. Protagonist was momentarily surprised, then accepted without hesitation. Princess Hilderin brightened immediately, her expression resembling a delighted kitten. She thanked him and promised to fulfill her role. Blinking playfully, she asked whether she was supposed to rely on her appearance to charm the heroes, confidently claiming they would fall for her. Protagonist cut her off and told her to do exactly as instructed. She nodded and agreed. Some time later, protagonist sat quietly checking the system screen before him. In his thoughts, he reviewed the preparations. The first floor would reduce the heroes' numbers using mass mana cannon fodder. On the fourth floor, Princess Hilderin would serve as bait to finish them off. Even so, he judged it insufficient. With more than 200 heroes advancing, this strategy alone would not eliminate even half of them. He considered the remaining option, strengthening himself further. His gaze fell upon a radiant treasure resting in his hand, shimmering as dense demonic energy wrapped around it. He identified it as an icy water elemental spirit blossom, a flawless creation in his eyes. He noted that spirit blossoms tainted by demonic energy were especially effective, even against demons, and resolved to gather more of them. Elsewhere, Princess Hilderin stood in a region filled with snow and biting cold. She scanned the surroundings and remarked that there was nothing there either, questioning what they should do next. Protagonist responded that this was already their third attempt and suggested that their previous success might have been mere luck. Princess Hilderin admitted that the situation felt strange. At that moment, a towering figure suddenly appeared before them. Protagonist immediately raised his arm, dark energy gathering as he spoke with clear irritation, asking whether the intruder had returned again and stating that he was already tired of such interruptions. The massive man rumbled loudly and introduced himself as Kyoto of the Blue Forest tribe, greeting the Demon King with respect. He bowed deeply and pleaded for acceptance, explaining that his tribe had come to seek protection. Protagonist stared at him coldly and asked whether he was requesting to be taken in as part of his kin. The gathered tribes knelt as one. Their leader spoke on behalf of all, stating that their ancestors had once been demons who betrayed the demon realm. Because they carried that original sin, they asked to be granted the honor of serving Protagonist, the Demon King. Protagonist looked down at them with a cold gaze and told them to stop the flattery. He stated plainly that they only wished to grow stronger by becoming kin of the Demon King. He added that they were better suited to demonic energy than relying on Spirit Blossom. An orc elder turned to his subordinates and admitted that their intentions had been seen through. There was no reason to hesitate any longer. He ordered them to bring it out. A box was opened, revealing a grim lotus encased in icy frost. Protagonist narrowed his eyes and recognized it immediately. He questioned why they had been unable to find it earlier, then remarked that the offering was clearly prepared in advance. He noted that they even understood how to negotiate and commented that the orcs were unusually clever for a tribe known for brute force. The orcs lowered their heads and declared their loyalty, explaining that survival in such a harsh land required wisdom above all else. Their tribe valued intelligence more than raw strength. Protagonist handed the box to Princess Hilderin and then addressed the orc tribe again. He stated that they had come to him because they lacked strength and sought power. The orc leader listened carefully to every word. Protagonist smiled faintly and repeated that wisdom mattered more than strength. He said that he liked that mindset. He raised his hand and began chanting. He announced that he would accept only Kyoto. In the next instant, a demonic sigil appeared and embedded itself into Kyoto's body. Dark power spread across the snowy field as Protagonist ordered him to roam the land and expand his tribe under his authority. Protagonist told Kyoto to await his orders and promised a reward greater than mere strength. He declared that Kyoto's tribe would gain permanence under his rule. Demonic energy enveloped Kyoto completely, and his body transformed as he became a true demon. Kyoto bowed deeply and thanked Protagonist, swearing absolute loyalty. The rest of the tribe followed, kneeling in unison before the Demon King. The scene shifted. At Algiest Mountain Tower, power surged throughout the structure. Outside the tower, an orc legion assembled. On the first floor, Logar stood ready alongside 60 mana cannon. Protagonist reviewed the layout in his mind. The orcs were positioned according to plan. The tower floors were secured, and Princess Hilderin was prepared on the fourth floor. Even so, tension lingered. He confirmed each stage once more and concluded that everything was in place. Raising his gaze, Protagonist let his dark eyes harden. He called out silently to the approaching enemies, stating that he would repay the humiliation of his previous life. Elsewhere, the hero looked up at the towering mountain and spoke to Granada, saying that they had finally arrived. The Algiest mountain lay before them. The heroes advanced, entering the battlefield with the intent to slay Protagonist, the Demon King. The hero's journey preparation base was abuzz with anticipation. A grand city served as the starting line for what promised to be a campaign destined to be etched into the annals of history. Stone streets gleamed under the flickering torchlight, and banners fluttered in the crisp morning air, marking the path that the heroes and their allies would soon take. Inside the enormous ceremonial hall at the heart of the city, a lavish banquet was underway, arranged to honor the heroes who would soon march toward the stronghold of the Demon King, Piers Das. Every corner of the hall glimmered with opulence. Music played from intricately carved instruments echoing against the towering stone pillars, and the light from numerous torches bathed the gathered assembly in a warm, golden glow. Near the center of this vast hall, Helen Cargill, the hero, stood clad in polished armor that reflected the flickering torchlight, giving him a near-mythical presence. He conversed quietly with the elderly Lord Castellan, a nobleman whose eyes carried the weight of many decades of service. The old lord praised Helen's achievements, remarking that such humility was rare, and perhaps ill-suited, for one bearing the hopes of an entire kingdom. Helen listened with polite attentiveness, responding with genuine gratitude. He expressed appreciation for the extravagant banquet, acknowledging the care and effort put forth in his honor. Lord Castellan inclined slightly, explaining with humility that merely supporting such a historic expedition was an honor beyond measure. Helen acknowledged the sentiment with a brief, measured thanks, careful to maintain his modest demeanor despite the grandeur surrounding him. The seasoned lord, sensing an opportunity to rally the hearts of the gathered assembly, suggested that Helen address the crowd. A few words, he said, would strengthen morale and remind everyone why they had gathered in this hall. Though hesitant, Helen understood that to decline would appear ungracious. Before he could respond, Lord Castellan's voice boomed across the hall, announcing that the hero would speak, drawing the attention of every individual present. A respectful hush fell over the assembly, all eyes fixed on him. Helen stepped forward with calm composure, his posture radiating quiet authority. His voice carried effortlessly, greeting the assembled comrades, heroes, nobles, knights, mages, mercenaries, and merchants alike. Every ear listened intently as he spoke, his tone firm yet inspiring. He declared that the long campaign for justice had reached its decisive stage. With unshakable confidence, he stated that their advance had already instilled fear into the heart of Piers Das, leaving the Demon King unwilling to send even a single monster to impede their progress. The hall erupted in laughter and cheers, the collective confidence swelling among the gathered ranks. Before exuberance could tip into carelessness, Helen reminded the assembly to remain vigilant. Every precaution had been taken, he emphasized, every measure considered. His voice sharpened as he declared that the following day would mark the moment they would strike decisively, ending the reign of the Demon King by taking his head. Raising his glass high, Helen's gaze swept across the hall as he spoke with righteous fervor, questioning who would dare to abduct the crown princess of Hilderin, Princess Erin, and daring to challenge the injustice that had tarnished the kingdom. His words resonated as a call to unity, urging everyone present to reaffirm their strength and purpose. Thunderous applause followed. The resolve of the heroes burned brighter than the torches above, their determination reflected in every cheer and raised glass. With one final, impassioned declaration, Helen proclaimed that they would show the world who truly ruled it. His words struck like a spark, igniting a deafening roar across the hall. Voices joined in a surge of celebration, calling for food, drink, and revelry as the atmosphere became a mixture of jubilation and anticipation. Amidst the clamor, Granada, the elf of the Maple tribe, observed silently. His gaze swept over the scene, noting with quiet acknowledgement that the expedition's size had neither grown nor diminished, just as Demon King Piers Das had predicted. The strength and charisma of Helen were undeniable. It was his leadership that had brought the expedition this far. Funding from the guilds had been secured, wavering mercenaries had been kept in line, and doubt had been quelled through sheer presence. Few could inspire such unwavering loyalty, yet unease stirred in Granada's mind. His thoughts drifted to the final tower he had previously scouted, which had been utterly empty. The memory planted a troubling question: would the final confrontation prove too easy? A dangerous and fleeting thought, betrayal, slipped into his mind. He stiffened instantly, berating himself for even considering it. Panic surged, but he forced the notion aside, reminding himself of the truth. If the Demon King's subjugation succeeded, the curse that bound him would finally be lifted. The outcome was more favorable than any selfish consideration could rival. Steadying his breath, Granada resolved to regain composure. He excused himself quietly, seeking fresh air on the balcony and preparing to send his report. Later that night, under a full moon, Granada stood alone on the balcony. The faint glow of his communication device reflected off the pale snow as he established contact. A calm, precise voice spoke across the device. At the moment, all have arrived at Horton Walk. We will begin the climb tomorrow after a brief rest. Granada's reply was acknowledged with brevity. I see. Then the tone shifted, firm and commanding. The Demon King Burge delivered a set of final warnings. Granada was instructed that once he departed Horton Walk, no further contact would be permitted. He was cautioned to remain vigilant of the snow during the ascent and to never lower his guard at night. The final instruction carried an eerie weight. When the tower door opened, the voice said, "Never stand near it." The connection ended abruptly. Granada stared at the device, utterly confused. He muttered under his breath, unable to make sense of the cryptic warning. A presence suddenly appeared behind him. "What are you doing out here alone?" Startled, Granada turned sharply to see Helen Cargill standing behind him. Caught off guard, he explained that he had stepped out for fresh air, asking with forced calm if anything was wrong. Helen's keen eyes noted the tension hidden in Granada's demeanor. Without pressing further, Helen produced a bottle of fruit wine well known to elves and offered it to Granada. The elf accepted gratefully, the gesture easing some of his anxiety. Helen leaned on the balcony railing casually, noting Granada's troubled expression. He asked whether the elf believed they could succeed in subjugating the Demon King. With a faint chuckle, Helen suggested that perhaps nervousness was natural in such times. Granada hesitated, replying, "Yes." Well, the hero glanced at his own reflection in the wine, the light-hearted facade fading. After a short silence, he admitted with uncharacteristic honesty, "To tell the truth, I don't know either." Granada was taken aback. Helen's gaze turned toward the distant mountains as he confessed that, despite the trust people placed in him, assaulting a Demon King's tower was always chaotic and unpredictable. No battle of this magnitude had ever gone smoothly. Granada, seeking to reassure, mentioned the Demon King of Lust, implying that Helen had already faced such a threat. Compared to that victory, a new Demon King should pose a lesser challenge. As he spoke, a realization struck him. The details of Helen's previous conquest were unknown. Curiosity stirred, and he asked Helen to recount the tale. Helen paused, his expression shifting into the confident composure expected of a hero. He deflected the question, claiming that his victory had been possible only because of the courageous companions who stood at the front lines, facing the monsters alongside him. He then turned his words to Granada. "Comrades like you, Lord Granada," he said, patting the elf firmly on the shoulder. He declared that he would lead the charge in the upcoming battle and requested that Granada guard his flank. His tone radiated certainty, promising victory if they fought together. Granada nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Helen placed an arm around Granada and suggested they return inside. Together, they walked back to the banquet hall, the hero guiding his elven comrade through the torchlit corridors. Helen's face betrayed nothing, concealing his true thoughts. Alone later, a faint cynical smirk passed over his expression. His fingers brushed a red-gemmed ring, the heroic mask slipping to reveal a colder, calculating side. "I'm counting on you this time as well, Elf Granada," he thought. Morning arrived swiftly. The preparation base was alive with activity, armor clinking, banners raised, and wagons rolled into position. The expedition was finally ready to march. Citizens lined the streets, cheering and calling blessings to the departing heroes, praising both Helen Cargill and Granada. At the head of the procession, Granada maintained a composed, unreadable expression. Beside him, Helen accepted the crowd's adoration with a confident smirk. Cheers surged to a peak, voices chanting his name and praising him as their champion. And banter followed, though a burly warrior boasted of the absence of disaster-class monsters. His companion quipped that the monsters were surely afraid of Helen's presence. That confidence shattered instantly. A tap on the smug warrior's shoulder revealed his hand coated in thick, purple slime. He turned, terror flooding his face. Towering over them was a grotesque ghoul, its massive frame looming silently. Screams erupted. Panic rippled through the ranks. "There's a ghoul!" a warrior shouted. Another pointed, disbelief etched across his face. Confidence evaporated in an instant. Helen's voice cut through the chaos, commanding focus. "So they've finally appeared. Weapons ready. All units, prepare for combat." The heroes responded immediately. The canyon filled with movement as the undead horde descended. Spells ignited the air while steel clashed with rotting flesh. Then a scream, "Hill, Nim, there's something else." A colossal frost giant emerged from the canyon walls, skeletal and massive, its crimson eyes glowing with threat. Helen ordered an immediate retreat while assessing the terrain. The canyon left little room for maneuver. Turning to Lord Wharton, he spoke with absolute certainty. "I'll deal with it. Get everyone out." Wharton questioned whether Helen truly intended to face the creature alone. Helen replied calmly, "No problem," and surged forward. Blue energy exploded from his blade as he engaged the frost giant. It barely staggered. Helen closed the distance, striking in a fluid, decisive motion. Ice and bone shattered under his relentless assault. The frost giant's attacks nullified. Finally, Helen's slashes overwhelmed it entirely. He roared, signaling the expedition to escape. Warriors surged past, Wharton urging them onward. Behind them, the frost giant's final roar culminated in a massive self-detonation, shaking the canyon violently. Survivors collapsed in a nearby forest, shaken and breathless. One warrior marveled at the sheer scale of the foes, declaring the mountain unfit for humans. Another noted grimly that even the Demon King's tower had never seemed so oppressive. One exhausted soldier noted the low casualties, crediting Helen's unmatched strength. Whispers of his power, rumored to come from absorbing the Demon King of Lust's essence, spread. Confidence surged. As long as Helen led, no fear remained. Granada allowed a faint smile, acknowledging Helen's potential to overcome even the Demon King. Suddenly, new threats appeared. Towering fall orcs, blue-skinned and led by a horned chieftain, blocked the path. Lord Wharton assessed grimly, no time to rest. Demonic energy confirmed the orcs were minions of the Demon King. Crow, the chieftain, sneered, promising none would reach the tower. Wharton prepared to charge, but Granada's senses detected a growing rumble. He warned Helen, recalling Berge's warning, "Beware the snow." Granada realized the full meaning. Terror spread across his face. "Don't tell me, this is what he meant." The mountainside cracked, snow and ice shifting violently. The avalanche thundered down. Granada screamed in frustration. "How the hell are we supposed to be aware of this?" Snow engulfed the expedition, burying the heroes. Desperate cries were swallowed as the avalanche crashed, leaving only silence. Far away, Demon King Berge watched calmly from his throne. Holographic screens flickered with the images of the fallen heroes. One by one, their last moments vanished beneath the snow. A smirk spread across his face as he spoke with mockery. "Heroes, welcome once again." His plan had succeeded flawlessly, and with chilling confidence, he vowed to let the world remember the price of defiance. Meanwhile, the Demon King sat calmly on his throne, his gaze fixed on the screen before him. His voice remained steady as he spoke to coldly, outlining the grand design he had prepared. First came the snow. The vast snowy battlefield had already begun to shift. The activation of Tapped was underway, targeting the designated zone. Amid the white expanse, chaos spread rapidly. Visibility dropped, the cold grew suffocating, and damage reports became impossible to calculate. Within that frozen field, Helen Cargill raised her voice, issuing orders to stabilize the situation. The heroes were instructed to camp and search for those who had been scattered by the earlier impact. Watching this unfold, the Demon King continued. The second command was clear: never allow their guard to drop during the night. The enemy they were facing was no ordinary existence. As night descended, disorder deepened. From the shadows of the forest, ghoul-type monsters emerged, accompanied by massive forest beasts. One of the knights stiffened, recognition flashing across his face as he spoke in shock. Orc-class monsters had appeared once again. Weapons were drawn. The heroes braced themselves for battle. From a distant vantage point, Granada ground his teeth, irritation evident as he cursed the recklessness of the Demon King. The situation was spiraling faster than expected. In response, the Demon King moved. A grim smile crossed his face as he advanced without hesitation. An avalanche during the day, monsters by night, this cycle would repeat relentlessly. Exhaustion would take root long before the heroes realized it. Their collapse was inevitable. 3 days passed in what felt like a living nightmare, a constant struggle between survival and death. By the time the heroes reached the highest summit of the Argus Mountain, their strength was visibly worn down. One knight spoke in a low voice, confusion clear in his tone. The Demon King's tower was nowhere to be seen. The discovery sent shockwaves through the group. Helen Cargill raised her voice, disbelief sharp in her words. A tower was supposed to stand where heroes were meant to confront the final enemy. Its absence made no sense. Orders were given for the group to split up and search the area. Before the formation could break, a commander stepped forward and stopped him. His voice was subdued, yet firm. He declared that the operation was a failure. Continuing meant pointless loss of life, and survival now took priority. Helen Cargill froze. He turned back slowly, staring at the commander, unable to hide his shock. The response he received was resolute and apologetic. Clenching his teeth, Helen Cargill said nothing. 6 days passed since their entry into the Argus Mountains. At last, the Demon King's tower was discovered. Anger erupted among the heroes. One knight shouted in rage, condemning the destruction of Mintanya and questioning the madness behind such actions. As the gates of the tower were forced open, confidence returned. One knight laughed dismissively, claiming the first floor was filled with nothing but weak opponents and ordering everyone to advance. That was the moment the Demon King spoke. His voice echoed coldly through the tower. A chilling smile spread across his face, his presence turning oppressive. His eyes burned crimson as his true demonic form manifested. This was the third command. The instant the tower doors opened, those who entered would face hell itself. Magical cannon constructs materialized across the battlefield surrounding the heroes. Lightning erupted, tearing through the air with violent force. Helen Cargill stared ahead in disbelief, his voice tense as he demanded to know what they were facing. Confidence shattered as the scale of destruction became clear. A surge of blue energy flooded the battlefield. Mana cannons activated. The Demon King stood unmoved as beams of condensed power tore through the ranks, cutting down knights in an instant. The assault was precise, merciless, and overwhelming, the true beginning of despair. The magical cannon constructs surged forward, flooding the front line. Blue beams descended in an instant, erasing everything in their path. Knights vanished before they could even react. Helen Cargill froze, shock tightening his chest as the annihilation unfolded before his eyes. From the control chamber, the Demon King spoke in a measured tone. This was only the opening strike, an actual one-shot deployment meant to test endurance, nothing more. When the aftermath settled, the Demon King studied the screen and allowed a faint smile to form. Even after that, Helen Cargill was still standing. On the battlefield, Helen Cargill struggled to steady himself. He tightened his grip on his sword and straightened his posture, his breath uneven. Confusion and fury collided within him as he questioned the nature of what he was facing. None of it aligned with logic or experience. A voice called out to him. Granada emerged from the smoke, shaken but intact. He confirmed that he had barely avoided the cannon strike. Relief crossed Helen Cargill's face. Without hesitation, he proposed advancing to the next floor. Granada hesitated, eyeing him carefully. With only the two of them remaining, the situation was dangerous. Helen Cargill responded firmly. He reminded Granada that he had once defeated the Demon King of Lust and absorbed that power. Compared to that, this opponent was not beyond reach. With Granada beside him, their chances remained. After a brief pause, Granada agreed. They advanced. The second floor of the tower stood empty. So did the third. Anger crept into Helen Cargill's expression. The absence of enemies felt unnatural. A tower like this should have been overflowing with monsters, yet there was nothing, no movement, no presence. While Helen Cargill voiced his frustration, Granada remained silent. Deep down, he sensed something else at work. If the second and third floors were completely vacant, then someone powerful was rearranging the battlefield. His thoughts turned to Princess Erin. Still, Helen Cargill remained cautious. He warned that anything could emerge without warning and pressed forward, prepared for traps. When they reached the fourth floor, both stopped in disbelief. Before them spread a lush forest, filled with greenery and arranged like a tranquil garden. Helen Cargill stared ahead, stunned. A forest inside the tower made no sense. Granada exhaled slowly and confirmed it. This was a curse, a spatial distortion crafted through advanced magic. Doubt crept into Helen Cargill's voice as he questioned whether they were truly inside the Demon King's tower. Before Granada could respond, Helen Cargill noticed a figure standing ahead. His breath caught. A young woman stood there, dressed in a demonic-style outfit that radiated dark mana. Her appearance was both delicate and unsettling. She spoke calmly, introducing herself as one of the 4 heavenly kings who guarded the Demon King, the Dark Spirit Master. Her tone was light, almost childish. She looked directly at Helen Cargill and smiled. He had come to save a princess, yet she stood before him as his opponent. Silence fell. Realization struck Helen Cargill like a blade. His eyes widened as he spoke her name. Princess Erin. Despair flickered across Granada's face. The young woman laughed softly and denied the title. She declared herself the Dark Spirit Master and summoned a manifestation of dark spirit magic. Helen Cargill's shock deepened. That spell belonged to the highest tier of spirit arts, magic only Princess Erin could wield with perfect control. Everything connected at once. The ambushes at night. The concealed tower hidden within the basin. The mana cannons on the first floor. The empty second and third floors. This was not chaos. It was strategy. And Princess Erin stood at its center. Disbelief twisted into bitterness. Helen Cargill laughed hollowly, unable to process the betrayal. The princess he had come to rescue had been protecting the Demon King all along. His grip loosened. Rage surged. If the world itself had turned against him, then he would tear it down. Before he could move, the space trembled. Dark purple energy erupted across the garden, crushing the ground beneath its pressure. The Demon King appeared. His presence alone distorted the air. Cold eyes fixed onto Helen Cargill as demonic power surged outward. His voice carried no emotion. At last the Demon King said, "I can see your face, Helen Cargill." Helen Cargill tightened his grip on the sword and pointed it forward. His eyes locked onto the figure before him as he spoke with restrained fury. The Demon King had finally shown himself. Being ambushed so thoroughly ignited a deep resentment within him. Power alone was not enough, he needed more. He turned sharply and called out to Granada, demanding his strength. The ground trembled. The Demon King's gaze shifted behind Granada at the same moment Helen Cargill stepped closer, insisting they combine their power. Granada hesitated, confusion crossing his face as he asked how such a fusion was even possible. Before an answer came, his body stiffened. Granada felt his vitality draining away, seeping out from deep within his blood. Panic surged through him as the sensation worsened. Helen Cargill's expression twisted into something cold. He spoke calmly, almost reassuringly, telling Granada that as long as he remained by his side, everything would be fine. Granada collapsed. His body struck the ground heavily, strength completely gone. The Demon King's eyes narrowed. He recognized it at once, the artifact. Helen Cargill laughed darkly and revealed the truth. It was a forbidden relic known as the Elf Eater, an object that converted an elf's boundless vitality directly into mana. Once activated, the elf would not survive for long. Without hesitation, Helen Cargill pressed his foot against Granada's face and spoke as if justifying a necessity. This sacrifice, he claimed, was for the greater good. The Demon King watched silently, then smiled. The sight amused him. Such conduct was low and contemptible, yet perfectly human. He spoke calmly. If the ring were removed, all that borrowed strength would vanish. That was the foundation of Helen Cargill's confidence. Helen Cargill burst into manic laughter and challenged him outright. Even the Demon King of Lust had failed to take that ring away. The Demon King answered with a single name. Gordon Derrick. In the next instant, Helen Cargill's expression twisted in shock. Pain tore through him as blood splattered across the air. He had not sensed anything, not a presence, not a fluctuation. His hand fell. Standing behind him was Gordon Derrick, a loyal servant of the Demon King. His blade was already lowered as he spoke coldly, criticizing the noise and rudeness of humans. Before Helen Cargill could recover, Gordon struck again, sending him crashing across the ground. Staring up in disbelief, Helen Cargill recognized the threat immediately. A high-ranking demon. Even with the artifact, he had been overwhelmed. A chill ran through him. Then, pressure descended. The Demon King was suddenly behind him, one hand gripping his shoulder with effortless strength. Crimson light burned in his eyes as a faint laugh escaped him. There would be no escape. Helen Cargill tried to move, instinct screaming for him to dodge, but his body refused to respond. He realized too late that the space itself had become a cage. Before him stood a massive wolf-shaped presence, an ancient ruler that dominated the continent itself. Understanding settled in his eyes. There was nowhere to flee. Dark energy gathered around the Demon King, swirling violently as the ground cracked beneath its weight. His voice carried a chilling calm as he declared that it was time to reveal what a Demon King truly was. The rumbling intensified. Helen Cargill's eyes widened in pure shock as the oppressive energy spread across the entire area, whispering destruction into every corner of the battlefield. Even after the battle ended, Dez could not ignore the strength Helen had displayed. Surviving an attack of that magnitude was no small feat, and he acknowledged the human's resilience silently. Without a trace of hesitation, Dez ordered Remek to bind Helen's hands and lock him away in prison. He also commanded that the other humans who had collapsed outside be secured as well. Remek immediately obeyed, moving to carry out the orders. Granada, however, was in terrible shape. His body was almost skeletal, his groans filled with pain as he muttered that he could see the afterlife. Diaz, with a mixture of praise and mockery, commended Granada's effort before casting Spirit Blossom on him. In an instant, the dwarf's injuries vanished completely, leaving him stunned. Next, the princess received the same treatment. Watching the scene unfold, Granada couldn't help but wonder if Diaz had healed him in the same manner. Moments later, a dwarf shouted in excitement and Diaz acknowledged his hard work with a nod, granting him permission to dismantle the tower. The dwarf erupted in joy, his shouts of gratitude echoing through the halls. With matters settled, Diaz instructed everyone to return to their duties, ensuring each floor was restored and maintained. Once his commands were complete, he departed. As calm returned, Granada reflected on what he had witnessed. Even after a grueling confrontation, the Demon King appeared utterly unscathed, exactly as one would expect of a being of such renown. The princess, however, seemed distant, lost in thought. When Granada asked if something troubled her, she dismissed it lightly. Still, quietly, she sensed the Demon King's exhaustion. Elsewhere, away from prying eyes, Des lay alone on the floor, body aching, teeth gritted. The fight had been closer than anyone could have imagined. He reminded himself that a Demon King could never show weakness. Thoughts of Hillen and Cargill ran through his mind, laced with grudging respect. Those humans were far more dangerous than anticipated. Facing one of the 10 stars, the continent's strongest heroes, was never trivial. While Hillen Cargill was considered among the weaker of the 10, he was formidable nonetheless. Des admitted to himself that he had used almost none of his demonic energy points to enhance his power in this battle, partly due to limited resources. Had Hillen been at full strength, victory would have been impossible. Instead, Des's strategy had worn the hero down, provoked him, and driven him into a state of panic. The pressure had narrowed Hillen's perception, opening a critical gap. One decisive strike later, and Des had seized victory. Though it fell short of the perfection demanded of a Demon King, the triumph was satisfying. Even more astounding, Des realized something unprecedented had occurred. He had altered fate itself. That insight filled him with resolve. He could change the future, and one day, he would exact revenge on the heroes who had once destroyed him. As the battlefield's tension gradually dissolved, the scene shifted to the Holton Walk press conference hall. The room was in chaos, voices clashing, arguments erupting from every corner. The repercussions of the fight were already beginning to ripple outward. Reporters shouted accusations, ridiculing the officials for spreading baseless claims that the heroes had given up simply because the tower could not be found. Investors, furious at the apparent failure, demanded accountability, pressing relentlessly to know who was responsible. Amid the chaos, a lone man spoke up, insisting the mission was far from over. He argued that Sir Hillen Cargill and the great heroes had not abandoned their quest. They were still searching for the Demon King's tower, and all that was needed was a little more time. The king's temper ignited instantly. He cursed Hillen Cargill for his arrogance and failure, berating him for all the boasts that had yielded nothing. With his fury unleashed, the king declared that if Hillen failed to rescue the princess, he would face execution without mercy. The princess, her frustration burning, tried to speak on the hero's journey, but the king dismissed her completely, showing no interest in explanations and immediately ordering that lower be located. Around the royal hall, murmurs spread among the crowd. Some whispered that Sir Hillen Cargill had never returned. Others claimed he was already dead. As these rumors fanned out, word of the new Demon King spread across the continent. With each retelling, the story became more distorted, twisted, and exaggerated. Sorrow gripped the world, and in response, Bird's demonic energy points surged at an alarming rate. The scene then shifted to the Hero Guild headquarters, where tension thickened the air. Heroes demanded answers from Hero Wharton, pressing him on the accuracy of his report. Wharton swore by his name that every word had been the truth. An elder hero responded coldly, stressing the gravity of the situation. Since the identity of the new Demon King remained unknown, caution was paramount. He reminded everyone that Hillen Cargill was one of the 10 stars, not a foe to be defeated easily. A decision was reached: wait 10 more days for any news of Hillen. If none arrived, all 4,728 heroes across the continent would mobilize for a full-scale assault to eliminate the Demon King. Meanwhile, underground in Burge Tower Prison, Hillen remained captive. Des arrived, observing the hero closely, noting his astonishingly fast recovery. Hylan's eyes met Dez's, immediately sensing the underlying purpose. If I am still alive, you must want something, Hylan demanded. Get to the point. Dez's smirk widened, pleased by the hero's straightforwardness. He stated his proposal clearly. Hylan was to become his vassal. The hero froze, stunned, struggling to process what he had just heard. Dez then placed a heavy bag of gold coins before him, explaining the immense costs of a hero's journey: food for hundreds, lodging, security, membership fees, armor, weapons, even top-tier consumables. Normally, these expenses were covered through investments from merchants and nobles. Dez continued, his voice even but cutting. When a demon king fell, a hero's life could be transformed. When they failed, they were buried under crushing debt. Every investment had been concentrated on a single individual, Hylan Cargill, the captain of the hero party. Hylan absorbed the truth in silence. Even if he escaped, he would be branded a failed hero, forced into hiding for life, perpetually hunted by debts. How Dez had uncovered all of this gnawed at him. At that moment, Granada stepped forward. It was I who told him, he revealed. Hylan's reaction was immediate and explosive, shouting Granada's name in outrage, accusing him of betrayal. Granada met the fury head-on, his voice cold and sharp. He called Hylan a fraud and reminded him of the wrongs he had suffered, declaring that he had been loyal to Dez from the very beginning. Dez then explained the true cause of Hylan's failure. It was not carelessness, nor incompetence. It was simply that the world had never faced a demon king like him before. Hylan's thoughts churned with bitter clarity. He knew all too well that just as he had once shattered the old demon king standards, Dias would soon adapt, learning to conquer the towers with equal ease. Yet, despite this understanding, there was something unnerving about Dias' unshakable confidence that sent a chill down Hylan's spine. A sharp, echoing laugh cut through the tense air. Dias raised his hand, revealing Armani's orb. If one of the strongest heroes secretly interferes with humanity's plans, he said casually, the real question is, can humanity ever hope to succeed? His voice was calm, almost teasing. He explained the orb's true purpose, a magical instrument capable of monitoring his subordinates. Once inserted, it would immediately attach itself to the brain. With that connection, Dias would instantly detect any hostility, and with a mere gesture, destroy Hylan's mind. This is a critical test, Dias continued. If the orb fails to synchronize with your body, it is considered rejection. In that case, he let the threat hang in the air. You will die. No hesitation. Plenty of other heroes remain who can serve. Hylan's gaze swept across the room, taking in the scattered remains of his companions. They lay half dead, groaning in agony, struggling to move. Panic and desperation surged through him. I am a hero, he shouted. No mind control can affect me. This is not my fault. Granada's lips curved into a wry grin. Even the strongest hero can have his mental defenses pierced, if his own mind wills it. Dias' smirk deepened, a shadow of cruel amusement in his eyes. It seems your words have sealed your fate, Hylan. Rage flared in Hylan's chest. He spat out insults, calling Dias a deranged elf and demanding to know if the Demon King felt any shame. He accused Dias of squandering a precious magical tool and swore he would never bow to a Demon King. Dias remained unmoved. Cold and deliberate, he silenced Hylan and forced the orb into his mouth. Instant agony ripped through Hylan's body as the magic began to assert control. Granada watched closely, his curiosity piqued. I wonder, he murmured, what will happen if he chooses death instead? Dias remained unperturbed. Calmly, he reasoned that a greedy human, one who treated allies as disposable assets for the sake of wealth, would never truly sacrifice himself. A status window materialized before Hylan's eyes. His identity blinked onto the screen, Hylan Cargill. His equipment listed, Armani's orb, and his status had changed irrevocably, now marked as a vassal of the Demon King. Hylan cursed, fury and despair lacing every syllable as the transformation cemented itself. The scene shifted back to the castle. Rimek approached Dias with a report. Although Hylan Cargill has become a vassal, he said, voice steady, the 100,000 gold debt he carries will severely limit his freedom and actions. Rimek carefully laid out the reality before them. The gold previously converted into demonic energy points totaled less than 2,000 coins, an amount that could rival the annual finances of a minor nation. He questioned how such resources could possibly be replenished moving forward. Dias responded with an assured curve of his lips. The timing is perfect, he said, his tone confident. A message should arrive soon. Remek blinked in confusion, prompting Dias to clarify. He was referring to the Unison of Towers, the yearly convocation where demon kings gathered without exception. As the words left his mouth, Dias' thoughts drifted back to his former life. He had always despised those meetings. The idea of demon kings cooperating had disgusted him, and he had deliberately avoided every invitation. Yet now, his perspective had changed. Those same demon kings had endured within Eren for countless years. It was impossible that they had done so without amassing immense wealth and hidden reserves of treasure. Remek stiffened in shock. "You intend to trade demonic energy points for gold again?" he asked, clearly startled. In the past, Remek would have voiced fierce opposition. Such actions went against everything the old demon king's doctrine stood for. But after witnessing the heroes firsthand and realizing how close destruction had come, he finally understood. If they had clung to tradition, they would have been annihilated without ever touching the heroes. There was no room left for hesitation. With a steady breath, Remek accepted the reality before him and chose to place his faith in his demon king. At that very moment, urgent news arrived. An official invitation to the Unison of Towers had been delivered. Remek immediately relayed the message. Dia's smile widened, sharp and calculating. "We'll attend," he declared. "And this time, my senior demon kings will be the ones footing the bill." Remek bowed without delay. "Your will shall be carried out," he said firmly, pledging his loyalty without reservation. The scene shifted to the Tower of Lies, specifically the Demon King's chamber on the 13th floor. Dias stepped inside, a faint grin tugging at his lips. He remarked silently to himself, hoping he hadn't arrived late for whatever meeting had been arranged. Observing the room, he noted that everyone seemed to have gathered early. Had there really been that much to discuss without him? He wondered. Draxendolf, the Wolf Beastman's Beast King, moved forward to greet him. Rian Sorden, the Frost Demon Lord of the Cold Race, commented that Dias was the subject of all the chatter. Yugur Belbeck, the Demon King of the Titan race from the Diamond River, added that the fool who had insulted Jangak had already been taken care of. Even Jason Corkmundo, the so-called Devil of Lies from an unknown tribe, welcomed Dias warmly. Dias smiled politely but internally dismissed them as laughable, thinking them all pathetic. He remarked on Harmony, questioning whether a demon king should even feel shame. In his mind, he acknowledged that this path was the correct one for Eren, but a niggling doubt still lingered. Suddenly, Belbeck's temper flared. He erupted in anger, cursing Dias and questioning what some newcomer could possibly know about Eren. Dias, unfazed, calmly considered the situation. Just scratching the surface reveals everything, he thought. He sensed the raw murderous intent Belbeck radiated and couldn't help smirking. Mockingly, he called him an idiot, suggesting Belbeck acted as if he were the only one in charge. Belbeck's fury only intensified. He threatened to kill Dias on the spot if that was his desire. Dias replied nonchalantly, challenging him to try. The two demon kings locked eyes, tension thick in the air, until Jason intervened, reminding Belbeck that this chamber existed for Harmony and urging him not to ruin it. In that moment, Dias noticed something unusual. The killing intent of both demon kings evaporated instantly. It wasn't magic he could sense, leaving him to wonder whether it was Jason's influence or the inherent power of the tower itself. Des nodded, signaling his willingness to proceed. Jason acknowledged him with a quiet nod of thanks. For a moment, Des considered whether the sudden disappearance of hostility mirrored the strange effect he had sensed with Mana's ghost, but he quickly dismissed the notion as mere speculation. Better to stay cautious, he reminded himself, keeping his guard up. Jason then declared the start of the council's harmony, stating that all present were free to speak openly. Des's expression remained neutral, thinking the display far from impressive. That calm was shattered when Draxen, clearly seething, demanded an answer from Belbeck. He wanted to know, in no uncertain terms, the whereabouts of Hillen Cargill. Des fell silent for a moment, collecting his words, and finally replied, revealing only that Hillen Cargill's location was, before he could finish the sentence. The focus shifted seamlessly to the adjutant's reception room deeper within the Tower of Lies. Here, the aides of the Beast Demon King and the Devil of Lies fixed cold stares on Reem. One of them pressed him. Had Hillen Cargill perished? Reem, visibly uneasy, admitted ignorance. He explained that he had never even reached the upper floors, speculating that Hillen Cargill might be wandering somewhere near Mount Iced, and begged them not to press him further. A beast aide scoffed at his reply, insisting it made no sense. If Cargill were there, the tower itself should be visible. Reem countered, insisting it was not their tower. Another aide muttered that perhaps the rumors were true, invoking the name of their demon king. Reem's thoughts drifted back to Dez's earlier instructions. If questioned about Hill and Cargill, he was to feign ignorance, acting as a covert observer. Strict confidentiality had been stressed above all else. Yet, despite his compliance, something felt off. The Demon King had been right. He realized that now, more than ever. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Reem finally erupted. Though he knew the truth clearly, the flood of pent-up frustration spilled out. He shouted that the devil he served was a rebel and a fool, one who never heeded advice. He railed that if left unchecked for even a single moment, this devil would begin acting erratically. With a mix of anger and exasperation, he declared that if matters were to continue this way, then everything should proceed without him. Once his outburst subsided, a strange sense of relief washed over Reem, leaving him puzzled at how refreshing it felt. Around him, the remaining beast men exchanged knowing looks. They murmured in agreement, expressing that they already understood this reality fully. Complaints about the unpredictability of demon lords poured forth, echoing sentiments about their own rulers over and over, each repeating the frustrations they had long harbored. As Rome listened, tears streamed down his face. Deep inside, he realized how desperately he had craved even this small measure of comfort. The moment passed, and the scene shifted seamlessly back to the Tower of Lies. Belbeck's eyes narrowed in disbelief as he turned to Dias, incredulous. "Do you seriously expect me to accept this situation as it stands?" he demanded. Dias remained unshaken, calmly affirming that this was precisely what he intended. Belbeck's anger flared. He lashed out, noting that Hill and Cargill hadn't even arrived, and criticized Dias for not even constructing the tower atop the mountain. His voice rose to a shout as he slammed his fist, pointing out the 82% completion and demanding to know who Dias thought he was fooling. Dias responded nonchalantly, stating that the tower's location was entirely his own choice. Jason, observing, commented on the precarious situation, noting that warriors still targeted the tower, and questioned why Dias had abandoned it to appear here. His tone dripped with mockery as he called Dias a demon king who had lost his tower, and sarcastically praised the lessons learned at the Demon King's Academy, dubbing him the best leader ever. Unfazed, Dias dismissed the concern entirely. Nothing to worry about, he thought. He had no doubt he could protect his own tower if needed. Yet, a lingering unease remained in his mind, especially regarding the Devil of Lies. When Jason attempted to continue speaking, Dias raised a hand, cutting him off. No more words were necessary. Draxon, clearly agitated, asked sharply if Dias truly believed Grand Duke Alan would ignore the unfolding events. Dias replied matter-of-factly that it did not matter what the old woman thought. Draxon fell silent, conceding that Dias was indeed stubborn to a fault. Dias then turned his attention back to Draxon, asking if something troubled him. Draxon offered a brief response, suggesting they move forward. Internally, Dias reflected that even if he caught them in the act, there was no way to confirm anything for certain. For the moment, his doubts were settled enough. Avoiding unnecessary conflict seemed wiser than being ensnared. He reminded himself of the true purpose of their mission here, anchoring his focus firmly on the task at hand. The top priority remained clear: collect 100,000 gold. Beyond that, the discussion among the demon lords continued, with Burger Dias participating more actively than anyone had anticipated. Observing carefully, Dias noted the unmistakable hierarchy even among demon kings. At the very top stood the Demon King of Lies, commanding respect and authority over the others. As he watched, Dias gathered subtle insights. He paid attention to which demon king appeared desperate for magic points and who remained composed. His focus was sharp, analyzing the intentions and strategies of each participant. In the middle of this, Renee suddenly cast a cold, penetrating gaze in his direction, leaving him briefly unsettled. The scene shifted to the 13th floor balcony of the Tower of Lies, where Renee now stood alone. Dias approached cautiously, curiosity written on his face. "What's going on?" he asked. Renee's tone was calm. "It's nothing secretive," she said. "I just wanted to speak with you privately after hearing the rumors." Dias blinked in surprise. Her choosing him specifically had caught him off guard. Renee turned fully to him. "I agree with some of your opinions," she stated plainly. Dias was taken aback, recalling that in his previous life, she had rarely expressed anything of the sort. "Don't misunderstand," she added quickly. "I do not hate orthodoxy as you do. I value classical principles. But I also believe flexibility is sometimes necessary, especially within Aaron. That's why I sought you out. Compared to the others, at least you are someone I can communicate with. Diaz considered her words and responded thoughtfully. Renee nodded, a hint of approval in her expression. Not bad, she said. You're better than I expected. She then handed him a small device. This is a personal communication port, she explained. If you ever need advice, you can contact me anytime. Just don't insult Jangik in front of his wife. I'll tolerate a lot, but not that. I hope someone like you, who can truly communicate, doesn't vanish anytime soon. Diaz asked, curious, why not just talk to the devil of lies? Renee shook her head. His mind is unreadable. He's better than the others, yes, but even he has limits. With that, she left the balcony, leaving Diaz alone with his thoughts. He admitted to himself that he could not fully trust her yet, but Rian's willingness to communicate remained an unexpected and valuable gain. At the same time, elsewhere in the Tower of Burger, the first floor was alive with a lighter scene. The princess had arrived, carrying a batch of freshly baked cookies for Logger. She presented them with a bright smile, urging him to try. Logger looked surprised to see snacks in the Demon King's tower, but the princess laughed softly. The Demon King himself provided the ingredients, she explained. With a little help from the spirits, I baked them myself. Logger examined the cookies and smiled, impressed. A genius spiritist, he said, his tone warm. The princess encouraged him once more. Go ahead, try them. Logger chuckled and, with genuine gratitude, took a bite, enjoying the simple, peaceful moment amid the chaos of the towers. Inside his mind, Loa reflected on the princess's upbringing. She had never needed to lift a finger, not even to touch a drop of water herself. He suspected that a cookie made by someone like her might taste bland or overly delicate. Yet, he convinced himself to call it good, prepared for mild disappointment. The moment he took a bite, all expectation shattered. The flavor was beyond anything he had ever experienced. His senses reeled as his mana fluctuated wildly, drawn into the simple taste. He realized immediately this was not just a cookie, it was divine. The princess watched him intently, curious for his reaction. Lower could not look away, mesmerized by the creation before him. I added just a touch of sesame oil, she admitted shyly, her cheeks slightly pink, waiting for him to respond. Relief washed over her as he savored it, though he struggled to comprehend why something so ordinary could feel so rare and precious. He felt his mana ebb and surge in waves as he continued tasting it. This is a gift meant to build a friendship for the future, she explained gently. After seeing your reaction, I knew you'd appreciate it. Lower agreed silently, still caught in awe, but hesitated just slightly before accepting the sentiment fully. The princess, giggling softly, then offered him some granada. This one might surprise you even more, she said playfully. Lower grinned, predicting an even stronger reaction than before. She became animated, wondering aloud whether the Demon King himself would enjoy it. Lower nodded, letting the moment settle in, a rare sense of calm washing over him. The scene shifted smoothly back to Dez, who had just concluded his private conversation with Rian. He returned to the meeting room only to find it empty. Everyone had already departed. They're all gone, Diaz noted, surveying the room. Jason confirmed, the harmony meeting of the tower has concluded. Diaz commented, mildly amused, that was short. Jason, noticing the faint trace of discontent in his tone, offered him a cup of tea. If you're feeling regret, this might help. Diaz waved it off, dismissing any sadness. Jason persisted calmly, what you truly need as a human is money. Diaz froze, struck by the statement. In his mind, he questioned Jason's words, wondering where such precise knowledge had come from and what exactly he meant. Jason made it clear from the outset that deception was meaningless. There was no point pretending anymore. Draxon had already told him everything. For a brief moment, the tension in the room sharpened, but Jason waved it aside with indifference. Psychological games were a waste of time. He went straight to business. Jason laid out his proposal plainly, demonic energy points in exchange for human currency. Diaz reacted instantly, his guard rising. He demanded to know what Jason was really after. In response, Jason laughed softly, an almost casual sound, before revealing his intent. He had no plans to oppose them. Instead, he intended to stand on Diaz's side. By aligning himself with Burge, Jason expressed hope that they could work together smoothly in the future. His tone carried a deliberate friendliness, reinforcing his willingness to cooperate. The scene shifted seamlessly to the first floor of Burge Tower. Massive sacks of gold were stacked neatly across the hall. The payment Jason had promised. The sight alone was enough to silence the room. Diaz gave immediate instructions, ordering that gold worth 100,000 be separated and transported at once. Helen stood frozen, disbelief etched across his face. Jason had actually delivered. Even so, Diaz did not relax. Accepting the gold did not mean trusting its source. He warned everyone present to remain vigilant and ensure that the money could never be traced back. The transaction had succeeded, but the danger surrounding it had not disappeared. As Diaz examined the situation, suspicion lingered in his mind. If Jason possessed the ability to trace the flow of gold, then the worst-case scenario was clear, becoming nothing more than a puppet dancing on another man's strings. Until Jason's true intentions were fully revealed, caution was the only option. Turning to the group, Diaz spoke coldly. Everyone who had stayed behind had already been transformed, either into dark knights or dark magicians. He pointed toward the man standing at the center. Ammon, he said, identifying him as a member of the Golden Moon Mercantile Group. Diaz made it clear that he had known this fact even when the contract was first signed. Helen listened without speaking as Diaz continued. The Dark Knights and Dark Magicians of Burge Tower would be put in charge of managing the funds. Diaz emphasized that these individuals, bound by contract, would obey every command without hesitation. Meanwhile, those same Dark Knights and Magicians burned with resentment. Forced into submission, stripped of dignity, they seethed inwardly at the humiliation of serving a demon king. In their hearts, they silently begged Helen to save them. Diaz spoke again, his tone measured. This situation, he said, was not a complete loss. Everyone was still alive, and the outstanding debt could be settled. There was even a possibility, however faint, that they could return to heroic activities someday. Helen responded with a crooked smile. From his perspective, things did not seem quite so hopeless. He suggested that they simply make it work together, as partners. The word sent a shock through the Dark Knights and Magicians of Burge Tower. Diaz's expression darkened instantly. Without warning, he pressed the orb in his hand. In the same moment, the link device embedded within Helen's brain activated. A wave of unbearable agony surged through him. Helen collapsed to the ground, screaming as pain overwhelmed his senses. Diaz corrected him coldly. "There is no partnership here," he said flatly. "Only master and slave." Watching from the side, the Dark Knights and Magicians felt a grim satisfaction. In their eyes, Helen had earned this outcome. Still racked with pain, Helen struggled to process the words. Through clenched teeth, he let out a weak, bitter joke, remarking that he hadn't realized Diaz was the type to enjoy such arrangements. Diaz answered without a trace of feeling. He stated plainly that he never expected genuine loyalty from anyone and ordered the group to disperse. Helen remained collapsed on the floor, his body still trembling as the aftereffects of pain lingered. As the tension settled, a young princess stepped forward. She placed a sealed letter into Helen's hands and calmly asked him to deliver it to her sister. Helen immediately understood who she meant, Alina, the 13th princess of Hilderin. He assessed the request and concluded that it was within his ability. Yet bitterness rose in his chest. He could not help but wonder why she had chosen to align herself with the Demon King. That single decision, he realized, was the reason he now lay broken and enslaved. The princess apologized quietly, explaining that she had no intention of returning to the kingdom just yet. She expressed her belief that a hero like Helen would understand not only her choice, but also the secrets hidden within the royal family. Helen fell silent, his thoughts drifting to the whispered rumors surrounding Hilderin's bloodline. If even half of them were true, then her actions were not entirely unreasonable. In the end, he agreed. He promised to deliver the letter to Alina. Later, Pixel voiced his unease to Diaz. It was not distrust toward the Demon King, he clarified, but uncertainty about whether the hero would truly obey. Diaz replied calmly. Helen Cargill, he explained, was not driven purely by wealth. While it might not be obvious, he lacked the crude greed common among humans obsessed with gold. At the same time, Diaz admitted that Helen was no saint either. Honor was not his pursuit. What Helen truly craved was attention. He was aggressive because he wanted recognition, to stand above others. Diaz concluded that as long as the Armani orb kept him in check, Helen would be the perfect tool. No spy could outperform a hero desperate to shine. Pixel absorbed this silently, struck by how deeply Diaz understood human behavior. He realized that standing idle was no longer an option. Diaz allowed himself a thin smile. The thought of a hero, one enslaved to a demon king, slowly corroding human society from within was deeply satisfying. Pixel immediately voiced his agreement and reaffirmed his loyalty. At that moment, a knock echoed through the chamber. Both paused. The door opened, revealing the princess once more. She entered casually, holding a plate of freshly baked cookies. With an easy smile, she offered them as if this were an ordinary visit. Diaz accepted the plate, remarking that she had been wandering the halls freely as of late. He warned her that if she irritated him, he would not hesitate to confine her to the underground prison for a month. She merely told him to taste one first. Diaz examined the cookies dismissively, commenting that they were nothing more than a basic human treat. The moment he bit into one, however, his expression shifted. Surprise flickered across his face at the unfamiliar sensation. The princess watched intently, wondering if he would react the same way others had. A faint sheen of sweat appeared on Diaz's brow as he smirked. He admitted that, for human confectionery, it was acceptable. Internally, the princess was stunned. He had endured it. Diaz then pointed out that medicinal herbs had been mixed into the dough. The flavor, he noted, was dangerous. She admitted it openly, stating that she knew he would notice immediately. Connecting the dots, Diaz realized she was leveraging the reward he had previously granted her. She wanted something specific in return. The princess laughed, confirming his suspicion. Time passed. After arriving at Molten Walk, they departed immediately through the teleportation circle toward Hilderin. Order was soon restored under Granada's command. The scene shifted to the Scarlet Hawk mercenary headquarters. Granada's subordinate stumbled back inside, bruised and bloodied. Rage burned in Granada's eyes as he demanded to know why they had fled during the first avalanche, abandoning their captain without even trying to face the danger. One mercenary, face swollen and eyes wet, begged him to listen. He insisted it was not cowardice. Era Ergist, he said, was a place where even heroes perished. How could mid-rank mercenaries survive there? They had run because they wanted to live. Granada responded with violence. He struck the man while shouting that survival did not excuse betrayal. Before he could continue, a voice called out to him. He turned to see a blonde female knight. She introduced herself as Ku and declared that she was a hero. Due to unavoidable circumstances, she explained, she had missed the expedition's beginning, but she had come now, hoping to join. Granada stared at her in disbelief. Some of his men, already drinking, laughed casually. They reminded him that she had paid for their alcohol while he was gone and suggested another round. Granada silenced them immediately with a blow and ordered them to shut up. He thanked Ku for the drinks, then told her bluntly that the expedition was already over. Helen Cargill and the others had left Molten Walk. Ku was stunned. She bowed deeply, apologized for her intrusion, and begged Granada to tell her what had happened. Internally, Granada decided to share only what the Demon King had allowed. Later, the two sat in a small restaurant as Granada recounted the events. After listening, Ku placed several gold coins on the table, shaken by the revelation that the Demon King's tower had not been the final destination. She thanked Granada for his time, called the coins a gift, and left. After she was gone, Granada's men scoffed, calling her an inexperienced hero who knew nothing of the world. They joked that she would be lucky not to be betrayed someday. Granada snapped, threatening to tear off their hands if they continued. He then watched quietly as events unfolded beyond his reach. In a deserted alley of Molten Walk, Ku was approached. A knight informed her it was time to return. The princess's fiancé was waiting. The response was firm. She refused to return, declaring her intention to live as a hero. From the shadows, Granada observed silently. Curiosity kept him still as masked figures moved soundlessly through the alley. Their faces were unreadable. That hero was a princess. And matters of the kingdom should have remained within the kingdom. Suddenly, cold steel pressed against Granada's throat. He froze. A knight demanded his identity, accusing him of spying and pointing out the suspicious magic surrounding him. Panic surged as Granada realized the artifact he carried, given by the Demon King, had betrayed him. If captured, his allegiance would be exposed. The knight's expression darkened as he concluded that Granada was a spy from another world. Such a person could not be allowed to live. Fear consumed Granada. His thoughts raced, regret flooding in. He realized, too late, that he had chosen the wrong place to linger. And now, he had only moments to decide what to do next. Granada is spotted in an instant. The moment a knight's gaze locks onto him, instinct takes over. Granada turns and bolts toward the palace gates as shouts erupt behind him. Voices collide in panic, warnings echo through the courtyard as the word assassin spreads like wildfire. Shock ripples through the guards, but training takes hold just as quickly. Knights rush to form a protective wall around the princess, shouting for her to retreat. One female knight freezes, stunned by how suddenly the order of the scene collapses into chaos. Granada knows immediately, this has gone terribly wrong. He grits his teeth. At this moment, he is the only elf in Horton Walk. If he reveals his racial power, he will stand out like a flare in the dark. There will be no escape afterward. Yet avoiding his strength doesn't guarantee survival either. Doubt presses into his chest. Can I even get out of this alive? The knights tighten their formation, urging the princess to move back and leave everything to them. She refuses without hesitation. Standing tall, she declares that she is not merely royalty, she is a warrior. Granada's heart sinks. There is no longer any path left. Even if his identity is exposed here, he has no choice but to fight. Before he can act, arrows scream through the air, launched in unison toward him. The situation explodes beyond control. And then abruptly halts. A familiar voice cuts through the chaos. Diaz appears, commenting idly that he had been wondering why things were taking so long. The arrows never reach their target. They shatter midair, crushed by invisible force. Granada stares, frozen in disbelief. Wings unfurl behind Diaz as he rises effortlessly, a flame of condensed mana burning calmly in his palm. He remarks with mild amusement that Granada must have been causing trouble in a place like this. Anger flares in Granada's eyes as recognition hits. The Demon King. Even faced with such an overwhelming presence, part of him refuses to accept it. Diaz dismisses the situation casually, saying there is no need to make a fuss over injuries that would heal with a bit of saliva anyway. Granada snaps back sharply, making it clear he isn't joking. Panic erupts among the knights. Shouts ring out as they assume the demon has come for the princess, here to abduct her, demand sacrifices, or worse. They steel themselves, fully prepared to die if it means protecting her. At the same time, the princess steps forward. She declares she does not value her own safety over their duty. This is their chance, she insists. Capture the Demon King. Attack without concern for her life. Diaz finally looks at her properly, and pauses. There is faint surprise in his eyes, as though he has noticed something for the first time. The knights roar in protest, dismissing everything as deception. Confusion spreads. Why would the Demon King appear here at all? Granada, irritated and on edge, bluntly demands the same answer. Diaz responds with infuriating calm, saying he was merely passing through on an errand. The knights explode in anger, rejecting the explanation outright. An errand? A coincidence? Impossible. The scene shifts backward in time. Inside a tower, Diaz listens quietly as the princess makes her request. She asks for seneal powder. Diaz immediately understands. It is a supplement used in spirit contracts. She confirms this with a small smile. Then she begins recounting an old story, one from centuries ago. An elf named Senol returned to the human kingdom under royal command. The king wanted humans to form spirit contracts more smoothly. Senol was ordered to develop a solution. That research eventually became seneal powder. Diaz brings the focus back to the princess. He tells her plainly that, in terms of talent, she does not actually need it. She pretends to look disappointed, accusing him of overestimating her. She explains that the tower lacks sufficient mana density. Without the powder, her spirits struggle to function properly. Diaz tells her she hasn't gone far enough. He reveals that he has been considering forming a contract with a higher-level spirit. The princess freezes. She turns away, flustered, cheeks puffed slightly. Her fire and water spirits mimic her expression perfectly. After a moment, she admits that this may be true. Diaz confirms it calmly. Her thoughts drift to a previous life, Ernan. At 27, he formed a high-level spirit contract, throwing the entire continent into upheaval. Only a handful of humans had ever accomplished such a feat. Now, that same milestone is being reached 7 years earlier. She had wanted this to be a surprise. But Diaz already knew. She recalls leaving the palace to live in the tower for months, wondering what consequences that choice had caused. Eventually, she decides it doesn't matter, even if the tower grows stronger. Diaz eats a cookie, remarks that he has eaten well, and says his farewell. The present returns. Diaz gathers violent mana into his palm, explaining that he has his own circumstances and intends to end this quickly. The princess is stunned by the power forming before her eyes. The flame is released. A massive explosion tears through the area. As destruction spreads, Diaz suddenly reacts with surprise. He mutters something about whether a warrior is truly a warrior. Everything around them is obliterated. Everything, except the princess. She remains standing. A fierce, emerald aura surges from her body. Diaz's eyes widen. The knights shout desperately for her not to move, sensing the danger, but her anger only intensifies. Her aura swells further. She charges. Raising her sword, she declares that a warrior's aura exists to destroy the demon race. That this is why warriors are the demon king's natural enemy. She rejects the palace, the suffocating walls, and claims the battlefield as her true home. Her blade swings. Jesspine's highest sword art, crescent slash. The force alone detonates the air. She clenches her teeth, pouring everything into crescent moon slash, the most difficult technique of all. An instant release of aura meant to sever the enemy in a single strike. A legacy passed only to the imperial family's finest prosecutors. As she attacks, memories flood her mind. She is a low-ranking princess. Disposable. Someone meant to be married off to a foreign ruler. But no matter what, she refuses to believe he is the kind of monster they describe. She remembers questioning everything, seeking out the imperial sword instructor, enduring merciless training day and night, fighting to be acknowledged not as royalty, but as a warrior. If she can capture the demon king here, she will be recognized. With that recognition, even under another ruler's command, she could claim freedom. She will save her husband. Her resolve hardens. And shatters. Diaz gathers power and, in a single instant, destroys her sword. He smirks at her rage-filled face and remarks mockingly that it was a useful weapon. She stares in horror as fragments scatter across the ground. Diaz adds calmly that his ultimate skill has been activated, and that a warrior wouldn't die so easily from this alone. A dark crimson aura pours from his body as he rises into the air, dominating the space. Below him, the warrior princess trembles. Sweat runs down her face as terror grips her. She admits in a shaking voice that this opponent is beyond belief. Diaz grins cruelly, saying that being both princess and warrior makes her valuable in many ways. Fear deepens. She freezes, dread swallowing her thoughts. Panic blooms as a horrifying idea crosses her mind, that the demon king might take her with him. The knights surge forward, placing themselves between her and Diaz without hesitation. Diaz releases another explosion. The battlefield is erased. Minutes later, the fog clears. Bodies lie scattered. Knights are motionless across the ruined ground. Two healers arrive and freeze in horror. They panic, unable to comprehend the scale of devastation. Lingering demonic magic fills the air. A demon, here? They rush to the fallen, calling out desperately. One knight, barely alive, manages to speak. Broken words escape his lips. The princess, the demon king. The two healers stiffened the moment the word devil left the knight's lips. Panic flashed across their faces as they rushed closer, gripping his shoulders and calling out urgently. They begged him to stay conscious, to keep his eyes open, pleading for him not to die before explaining what had happened. The knight let out a strained groan. Each breath came painfully slow, his chest rising with effort. Through clenched teeth, he forced the words out. During the assault, the enemy had wielded black flames. The healers froze. Their expressions drained of color as the implication struck them at once. Black flames were unmistakable. There was only one being known to command such power. This was the work of the demon king of Urgest. The scene shifted deep underground, to the dungeon beneath the Tower of Burgi. Diaz stood calmly as he brought the unconscious warrior princess inside. She lay sprawled across the stone floor, her body marked with bruises and deep wounds left by the battle. Another princess observed her closely, her gaze sharp with suspicion. "Is she Sun?" the princess asked. Diaz shook his head, correcting her without hesitation. The woman before them was Jesspine, a princess by birth. He announced that she would be staying on the 4th floor of the tower from now on. Her injuries, he added, required proper care. If she survives and is raised properly, Diaz continued casually, she'll be useful later. The princess accepted this without argument, but curiosity crept into her voice. Why bring in another princess so suddenly? Diaz answered plainly. He had come across her by chance and decided to take her. Kidnapping royalty, he explained, was necessary to earn magi points. Princes and princesses, whether high-ranking or obscure, were valid targets. That explanation only raised more questions. Magi points, the princess asked. What exactly are those? The moment the words left her mouth, Diaz stiffened. His eyes widened slightly as realization struck him. He had spoken too much, far too much, to a captive. Irritation flickered through his thoughts. Had she asked intentionally, or was it coincidence? Without hesitation, he dismissed the question, claiming she must have misunderstood. Changing the subject, he said he would bring her some senior powder for recovery. She nodded, letting the matter drop. As Diaz turned to leave, frustration churned within him. Seeing her so often had dulled his caution. He scolded himself silently, reminding himself of who he was. He was the Demon King. And she was nothing more than a prisoner. Not long after, news spread like wildfire across the continent. The 9th princess of the Jespine Empire had been abducted at Horton Walk. The information reached every nation, every faction, and soon arrived at the headquarters of the Hero Guild. Cargill stood at the center of the chamber, surrounded by heroes whose gazes pressed down on him like weight. Question after question followed, each more precise than the last. When he finished answering, one hero finally spoke. There isn't a single falsehood in your testimony, he said. Swear to it. Cargill lowered his head, shame evident in his posture. He admitted that despite everything, he had failed to locate the Demon King's tower. He accepted full responsibility for the consequences of that failure. Another hero immediately cut in, dismissing the notion. If warriors were condemned for the failure of a journey, he argued, then no one would ever dare to lead again. He repeated the sentiment firmly, emphasizing that such expectations were unreasonable. Cargill thanked him quietly. At that moment, new intelligence was brought forward. While the warriors had withdrawn, the Demon King of Urgest had abducted the 9th princess of Jespine. The Empire had formally requested the raising of a warrior's banner. The hero delivering the report noted that Urgest was familiar territory for him, perhaps the fastest route to a resolution. He asked for the council's opinions. Cargill spoke again, his voice heavy with regret. Even he had failed to locate the tower's summit. Launching a full war without knowing its location, he argued, would be reckless. A reconnaissance team should be dispatched first. Once the tower was found, subjugation would be easy. A truly powerful Demon King, he reasoned, would never hide. Only one lacking confidence would conceal his domain. Murmurs of agreement spread through the chamber. Several heroes echoed the logic, adding that such behavior was uncharacteristic of Demon Kings. If this one truly hid in fear, then he was likely weak and therefore not a serious threat. Finally, a hero who had remained silent spoke, his expression grim. Until the tower's location was confirmed, they would follow Cargill's proposal. The full-scale warrior campaign would be suspended. Cargill bowed in acknowledgement. As the meeting ended, his thoughts turned inward. Had this outcome been part of the Demon King's plan? By using his influence to block the Yangsa Act, he had bought time that now belonged to the enemy. Elsewhere, within the tower, a surface shimmered open before Diaz. Remegal delivered his report. Diaz listened calmly and instructed him to continue monitoring events. Yet beneath his composed exterior, unease stirred. He had not anticipated the warrior guild preparing for an all-out assault so soon. A quiet breath escaped him. Without Cargill and Hillen, things would have become dangerous. Taking them in as family had been the right decision. Outside the tower, Hillen, Cargill, and Granada moved carefully, using their combined influence to delay the warriors' advance. Inside, Diaz pressed forward with his plans. Another princess would be taken. Magi points accumulated steadily, feeding his growing reserves. He considered drawing power from the rare Armani beads. At the same time, dwarves reinforced the tower, fortifying the first floor into an unbreakable stronghold. Kruda's influence continued to spread. With contracts secured from high-level spirits, and Princess Ernan included, even elite warrior groups would stand no chance against him. When the tower was finally complete, Diaz lifted his gaze beyond its walls. His true objective awaited. Revenge, against the warriors who had once killed him. He envisioned a land overflowing with powerful mages and fighters, a city of magical engineering known as Amore. And this time, he intended to claim it quietly, without ever being discovered. The scene shifts to the kingdom of Akan, to a city famed across the continent as the center of magical engineering, Amore. On the outer edge of the world's largest magic marketplace stands an unremarkable, slightly shabby shop. Its wooden sign reads Jetson's Paradise. Inside, the shopkeeper lounges behind the counter, idly turning the pages of a newspaper. Each rustle of paper is slower than the last. Boredom creeps across his face, and eventually, he exhales a long, weary sigh. His eyes linger on the headlines as troubling rumors spill across the page. The ninth princess of Jespine, kidnapped immediately after the hero expedition concluded. Public outrage growing louder by the day. The Hero Guild criticized for doing nothing. Another article mentions a hero named Roger, now declared a wanted man. The shopkeeper shakes his head faintly. To him, it all feels like proof that the world is sliding toward ruin. Just then, a bell chimes as the shop door opens. A man named DA steps inside. The seller instantly straightens, tossing the newspaper aside and plastering a bright, eager smile onto his face. He greets DEA enthusiastically, welcoming him and politely asking what he might be searching for. DEA barely acknowledges the greeting. His gaze sweeps across the cramped, dusty interior with clear disinterest before he states his request flatly, sun powder. He asks if the shop carries it. At the same time, his thoughts drift elsewhere. The powder is for the princess. She specifically ordered him to retrieve it. The seller's eyes light up. With sudden excitement, he declares that of course they have it. His voice rises, his enthusiasm spilling over as though DEA were the first customer he had seen in weeks, or perhaps months. Watching this display, DEA grows increasingly irritated. Internally, he comments on how rundown the shop looks, questioning why anyone would operate a business in such a state. The narration widens briefly to explain why this location matters. Akan is revered as the sacred land of magical engineering. Heroes, elite mages and skilled alchemists gather here from every corner of the continent. Prestigious stores are constantly crowded with powerful figures. In such places, even carefully concealed demonic energy risks exposure. That is precisely why Burrs chose this shop. A forgotten place. Quiet. Empty. Back at the counter, the seller proudly lifts 2 glass vials filled with sun powder. Laughing cheerfully, he launches into a pitch overflowing with excitement. He claims DEA is incredibly fortunate, insisting that fate itself guided him here. He praises the shop, the timing, and the deal, declaring there is no reason to visit anywhere else. He announces the price proudly, 1 gold coin per vial. Cheap, he claims. An unbelievable bargain. The seller behaves as though it is a grand celebration, handing out discounts like it is a festival night. DEA's patience snaps. He tells the seller to stop shouting and bluntly states that the price is still outrageous. Picking up 1 vial, he examines it carefully. The sun powder he recognizes should be green. This one is purple. He voices his suspicion. The seller laughs and lowers his voice conspiratorially. He explains that this is an improved version. Newly developed and created in total secrecy within the Mage Tower. It has not yet been released to the public. A rare treasure. No, super rare. He stresses that opportunities like this come once in a lifetime. If DEA does not buy it now, he never will. According to him, countless people are searching for this exact powder. Behind his smile, the seller smirks inwardly. DEA looks like a noble. And anyone who travels this far for such an item must be desperate. The seller decides to squeeze him dry. DEA understands immediately. Anger burns in his eyes as he realizes the man knows he has no better options and is deliberately exploiting him. For a fleeting moment, the idea of killing the seller flashes through his mind. Then the bell rings again. The seller instantly turns away, greeting the newcomers with the same exaggerated cheer. One of the arriving customers mutters quietly, expressing disbelief at having to start their search in such a miserable shop. DEA looks toward the entrance. And freezes. Standing there are Princess Louise and her knights. One of the knights speaks, remarking that if Roger had any sense at all, he would avoid places that attract attention. Louise snaps back irritably, venting her frustration. She complains openly about being forced to come to such a dump because of him. DEA's unease spikes. His heart tightens. After all, he is the one who kidnapped Roger. One of the knights approaches the counter and explains they are searching for someone, directing her question at the seller. DEA watches nervously, studying the knight's appearance, her sharp temper, rough voice, and most of all, her distinctive twin tails. There is no doubt. She is Louise Ver. DEA steadies himself. During their last encounter, he had used a magic item. There is a chance she will not recognize him. The seller laughs casually and replies that he understands their situation. He then claims, without shame, that he suffers from a peculiar condition. If he does not sell anything, his memory simply stops working. The knight stares at him in disbelief. Louise explodes. She hurls insults without restraint, her fury boiling over. In the next instant, she steps forward and presses her sword dangerously close to the seller's neck. Her voice shakes with rage as she accuses him of trying to extort her, of pretending not to understand the gravity of the situation. The seller's face drains of color. He screams in terror, trembling as he reminds them that murder is forbidden within the royal capital. He insists they cannot do this. Stuttering desperately, he adds that if they are going to threaten him, they should at least buy something first. In blind panic, he hurriedly suggests an item. Louise snaps again, calling him insane. Despite his fear, the seller forces a strained smile and makes a reckless declaration. If they buy something, he says, he will accept whatever punishment comes afterward. The words leave DA stunned. Louise is also taken aback. Then, unexpectedly, she bursts into laughter. She remarks that the seller is surprisingly interesting and agrees to see what he has to offer. Sensing the perfect opportunity, the shopkeeper swiftly changes tactics. With a bold grin, he casually renames the sun powder, presenting it as a completely different item, Archie powder. Without a hint of hesitation, he claims it is highly valued by master dwarven craftsmen and announces the price as 3 gold coins. Diaz feels his temper spike instantly. His jaw tightens as he curses the man inwardly. First, the seller had tried to swindle him. Now, he was blatantly attempting to deceive them as well. The audacity alone makes Diaz want to explode. Louise, however, appears thoroughly satisfied. She accepts the so-called Archie powder with a bright expression, thanks the seller warmly, and even offers him blessings. Watching this, Diaz can only stare in disbelief. Louise then asks calmly whether a dwarf named Roger had passed through the shop recently. The seller shakes his head and claims he has never heard the name before. He then helpfully adds that when blacksmiths come to the kingdom of Akan, they usually gather at a specific well-known location. If Roger were around, someone there would surely know. The villainous princess. The mad dog, Louise Vert. Panic consumes him. He stammers, demanding to know what Diaz wants. Diaz calmly tosses a single gold coin onto the counter. He reminds the seller that he already gave his answer. 1 gold per month. Join the Golden Moon Guild. If the offer is refused, Diaz will simply bring Louise back. The seller completely unravels. He clasps his hands together and begs desperately, pleading for anything but that. Then, suddenly, his expression twists. A sharp grin spreads across his face as he snaps back into arrogance. He laughs harshly and mocks Diaz, claiming he would never truly beg. Raising his hand, he shouts angrily, demanding to know who Diaz thinks he is trying to scam. He orders him to get out and dares him to bring her back, scoffing at the idea that even the mad dog would return to a filthy shop like this. Without another word, Diaz turns and leaves. Quietly, he says that it will be exactly as the seller wishes. Moments later, Diaz finds Louise and tells her everything. Her fury ignites instantly. Burning with rage, Louise storms back toward the shop, her anger rekindled the moment she recalls how she was deceived. Watching from a distance, Diaz allows himself a small, satisfied smirk. Inside the shop, the seller screams in absolute terror. In the end, completely broken, he surrenders genuine sun powder in exchange for a single gold coin. Outside, Diaz inspects the vial. He thinks dryly that even slum shops sell proper sun powder. Once again, he curses the seller internally, reminded of just how shameless the man truly is. At that moment, Louise notices Diaz still nearby. She approaches him and thanks him sincerely, admitting that she only managed to get her money back because of his help. Diaz responds politely, then asks what she did to the shopkeeper. Louise clenches her teeth in frustration. Since this is a foreign country, she explains, she could only teach him a minor lesson. She vents further, muttering that she should have torn his heart out. One of the knights hurriedly tries to calm her, remarking that no one would have expected the little princess to grow this furious. Diaz grows uneasy. She really is just as eccentric as ever. His attention catches on her words, heart. He pauses briefly, then deliberately shifts the topic. Turning to Louise, Diaz asks about the person she has been searching for. He confirms quietly whether the man named Roger is a blacksmith. Louise's expression lights up instantly. Her earlier fury vanishes, replaced by sharp excitement. She eagerly confirms that Roger is indeed a blacksmith and presses Diaz at once, asking whether he knows the man and where he might be now. In response, Diaz reaches into his belongings and produces a necklace. Holding it up calmly, he asks whether the item has any connection to Roger. The reaction is immediate. One of the knights stiffens the moment his eyes land on it. Shock flashes across his face as recognition sets in. He states without hesitation that the necklace is one of Roger's early creations. Diaz then offers his explanation, his voice steady as he delivers a carefully crafted lie. He claims that 2 months ago, he encountered Roger deep within a tropical forest in Ormus. At the time, the dwarf had been starving. Diaz shared his provisions, and in gratitude, Roger gave him the necklace. He adds that the craftsmanship stood out as something exceptional, which is why he kept it. Louise takes the necklace into her own hands. Her fingers curl tightly around it, her body trembling as anger surges through her once more. She admits that she now owes Diaz again. With a sharp laugh, she says she would have gladly dragged him to the palace and drowned him in drinks for 5 straight days, if only circumstances allowed it. Hearing that, Diaz feels a flicker of unease and silently hopes she restrains herself. Louise then produces an emblem and hands it to him. She explains that they must capture Roger before he disappears again, and until then, Diaz should keep it. The emblem, she says, can be exchanged for the finest equipment in the Dwarven Kingdom. Diaz accepts it without hesitation. He thanks her and comments that it certainly seems useful. Soon after, Louise and her knights begin to depart. Diaz watches them leave in silence. As they walk away, one knight asks what her next move will be. Louise answers coldly that she will contact Her Majesty and request reinforcements. A dangerous smirk forms on her lips. This time, she declares she will not let him escape. Her fury locks firmly onto Roger as she vows that he should prepare himself. Left alone, Diaz's thoughts turn inward. One word echoes in his mind, heart. Fragments of memory surface alongside it. Numbers. Sensations. Power. After his regression, something finally clicks. He realizes that he had been so focused on avoiding the path of a conventional demon, so obsessed with restraint and control, that he completely overlooked a crucial event. Before the regression, around this exact period, Drain discovered the heart of a certain mystic beast. After absorbing it, Drain gained monstrous power that dramatically shifted the balance of strength across the board. Diaz feels the weight of the realization settle in. That power was the one thing he truly wanted. Now reborn as a new demon king, Diaz understands his current limits better than anyone. Dimensional interference still suppresses him, heavily restricting his true strength. If he were to face Laos directly under these conditions, especially with Laos fully equipped with high-grade gear, the outcome would be uncertain. At best, Diaz might scrape out a narrow victory. That would never be enough. Not for revenge. Not for survival. His conclusion forms with chilling clarity. He must grow stronger. With his next steps falling neatly into place, Diaz finalizes his plan. He will send Louise to Ormus, to the land where the Tower of Beasts stands. There, 2 monsters are destined to collide. The Mad Dog, Louise Ver, and the Demon King of Beasts, Drax and Doldorf. While those two tear into each other in a brutal clash, Diaz will remain hidden, watching from the shadows. Waiting. And when the battle finally ends, he will step forward and claim the prize for himself. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the tower, where a ghostly mana-infused tool floated near the terminal, Kenosher. The tower now featured 2 new functions: remote activation of the top feature and the item transfer function. Suddenly, a box enveloped in purple energy appeared. A narration echoed, "Send item." This is a function. On the high heel of the house, Demon King Piers Doss looked down at the ground and murmured, "Grow Dawn, something has happened. I'll leave the tower to you for now." He then checked the status window and commanded his subordinate, "Give this sense power to Princess Hilderin." The item was a powder-type potion infused with high-level spirit energy, a material essential for a high-level contract. Piers Das added, "This will be truly beneficial for the princess." Princess Hilderin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she examined the potion. She smiled and said, "Wow, this is top-notch. Did you obtain it from the Kingdom of Afghan?" Gordon Derrick nodded in agreement. This item was obtained by the Demon King himself. "Use it carefully," he advised. At the same time, inside the prison on the 4th floor, a blonde-haired girl sat quietly on the floor, her presence almost serene. Elsewhere, she faced Garen in a training match. Garen glared intensely as the girl struck at him with her sword, their energies clashing violently. He blocked her attack and said, "Win at least once, then tell me." Meanwhile, on the 1st floor, where the new item had appeared, the dwarves were ecstatic. One of them rushed around the blast furnace, eyes gleaming with excitement. "Oh my god! What is all this? I've never seen a furnace like this. How does it even work?" he shouted repeatedly, inspecting every detail. Behind him, Gordon remained firmly in his position. The dwarf continued, awestruck. "That color, it's like a living thing. This is thanks to the Demon King's grace." His eyes widened, mouth open in disbelief. "This is incredible. I'll make new equipment strong enough for the Demon King himself." Elsewhere, Demon King Piers Das observed the orc tribe and frowned. "What is wrong with the orcs?" he asked. He looked up at an orc man and continued, "Any monster in the area. I must grow enough to hunt." Suddenly, a screen appeared as Garen delivered a message. The Demon King nodded. "Good. Take care of the tower until I return." Garen responded solemnly, "Yes, my lord. I will not disappoint you." In a sudden motion, the Demon King landed smoothly atop a high building. "Manage the tower directly. No need to go to the kingdom," he instructed. A nearby new rabbit replied, "This is a convenient feature." At that moment another call came through, Helen Cargill. Piers Das's eyes widened. Helen asked, "Can I contact you now?" He glared, composed yet wary. "Okay. What's going on? And what is that, Meanwhile, the conquest of the top of the Golden Moon was complete. The moon, a mancast tree, was managed by the Black Knight and the Black Magician. The Demon King listened carefully. "That is significant," he remarked. On the other side, a man spoke urgently. "I am a 10-star warrior supporting you. Even if you fail once, your 10-star reputation will remain intact. We confirm it will not disappear easily." The Demon King commanded, "Tell everything to Granada. We will fund you from the top of the Golden Moon." Then, quietly, he added, "Gather all elf slaves on the continent." Helen's eyes widened in shock. "Elf slaves," she whispered, disbelief written across her face. At the same time, Demon King Piers Das stood nearby, his face darkening and twisting with malice. A low laugh escaped him. "He's a scammer named Jason. This will be useful, just go and use it well," he said. Helen Cargill's eyes widened in surprise. "Yes, it's completely fraud," she muttered. The Demon King grinned, recalling the man in his mind. "A big punk who schemed against me, a pathetic fool." His excitement grew as he thought, "I've already uncovered all his personal information." The scene shifted. Piers Das looked down at Jason with a threatening glare. "I know everything about you, you piece of trash," he said. "You think I am nobody. I am the great Lord Demon King. If you do not come to me within a month, I will send an association to deal with you." Jason, the shop owner, trembled and cried out in fear. Moments later, his shop was completely destroyed. Elsewhere, at the public training ground, a crowd of pupils murmured as the noise of clashing swords filled the air. A new man, seemingly part of an association, appeared. Granada, observing the screen, instructed, "Follow the Lord's order." "I understand. I will gather the members as quickly as possible," he added, thinking to himself, "It's good that we can save the pirates, but dragging them into the Demon King's affairs will not be easy." His teeth clenched sharply with anger. "Demon King, did you assign me this mission solely for your own purpose?" Nearby, a man swung his sword while his eldest companion asked, "Captain, why are you learning 11 swordsmanship?" The captain replied bitterly, "I don't know either. That old bastard told me to do it. He survived 100 years longer than me." A young subordinate stared, shocked. "The captain seems out of his mind. How about a catchy name for yourself, Vice Captain? Because if the vice captain goes, we'll follow. At that moment, a rogue brat tried to run, hiding from Granada like a filthy dog. Granada's teeth clenched. Even so, this is troublesome. He sensed the man's fear. As a human slave all my life, it's better to endure the Demon King's treatment, Granada thought. The rogue froze, eyes widening in shock, as roots infused with mana began to trap him. The wise captain shouted sharply, "Stop! You're embarrassing yourself in front of your subordinates." Pain and anger rang in his voice. Other men shouted in frustration, but Granada ignored them completely, focused on the screen. Helen looked up, concerned. "What's going on?" Granada replied calmly, "It's nothing." Helen pressed, "Then, what does he do now?" Granada asked back, "What did he say to you? Are you looking for treasure?" The scene shifted again, deep into the rainforest kingdom. The dwarf princess struggled through the dense forest, her dwarf members following closely. A dwarf behind her spoke urgently. "Airborne officers." An ultimatum came from an anonymous source, demanding that we leave immediately. She continued forward without hesitation. "I still haven't found him," she said, determination burning in her eyes. "You must check every area permitted by the anonymous order," another dwarf warned. But the princess clenched her teeth, rage filling her. "No, there are still places I haven't searched." Suddenly, she glimpsed the Beast Mountain and froze in surprise. "No way, even the Beast King's domain is too dangerous." "Princess," a dwarf beside her shouted. Ignoring him, the princess pressed forward. "It's fine. They can't touch me anyway," she declared. Sweat covered her body, but excitement shone in her eyes. She laughed, voice fierce. "Dare to challenge me? We are the royal family, and the entire nation wields our dwarven weapons. We are going to war." Since then, the dwarf princess muttered under her breath, "I've missed the fallen princesses from 200 years ago as well." Her eyes hardened. The Demon King, defeated in a single subjugation, continues. "I cannot rush in blindly." Beside her, a doll whispered nervously, "But they might not even have been loggers here in the first place. We could have been fooled by that guy." The princess's gaze sharpened. "It could have happened. But stay quiet, or I'll put your head out first," she snapped. Without waiting for a reply, she marched forward. Glancing up at the tower, she added, "Demon King, this is serious." Inside the tower, the wolf Demon King lifted his head. A demon girl appeared before him and bowed. "The dropped princess is approaching Beast Mountain," she reported. The wolf demon's eyes widened in shock. "What? Why has the crazy princess suddenly appeared there?" He clenched his teeth in fury. "Has she come to interrupt the heart of reincarnation? Security should be tight here." Even the pure mana energy locked in the magma of the well-guarded chamber was difficult to alter, and even 10,000 spirits could not shift it. "If I can absorb that power, I will gain the strongest weapon," he thought. "The aggravation work is at its final stage," he muttered. "Why now, of all times?" Realization struck him, and he shouted in anger, "Stop her. Do not let that princess get near." He turned to his servant demon and commanded, "But you must never kill the princess, and do not seriously injure anyone there." The demon sighed. "That seems difficult, my lord." "What do you mean?" the wolf demon king demanded sharply. Back in the forest, the dwarf princess froze, cold sweat running down her face. Before her stood a massive, muscular figure, towering and imposing. His voice was calm but lethal. "Are you crazy? Do you want to die here? Why have you come?" The princess narrowed her eyes. "The best of the dwarves, the pride of the dwarf kingdom, will not be intimidated." "This is Demon King territory," the man said, gripping the sword in his hand. "Entry is prohibited. Shouldn't someone have informed you already?" He sneered, a dark chuckle escaping his lips. "There's a risk of being killed by demons." The giant's name was Max, Prince of Ormus. The dwarf princess shot back sharply, her voice echoing with defiance, "They won't touch me. Move aside, and don't turn back until you find the logo." Max's expression twisted with rage. "No, dwarves really have low intelligence." He recalled the all-out war a year ago, the kingdom of Jasperin bordering the Demon King's castle. "I made a huge profit supplying war resources," he explained, his tone bitter. "As a result, Jasperin has grown stronger by taking advantage of the profit. If you die today at the hands of the Demon King's subordinates, it won't be like before." Dark red energy erupted behind the princess, swirling violently. A voice seemed to echo from it, "If you die today, with the Demon King's head." The dwarf princess ignored the calls of her subordinate dwarf, focusing entirely on Max. "In our country," Max started, but she sneered and interrupted, "This bastard." With that, the tension exploded into action. The princess and Max prepared to clash, their battle about to engulf the forest in chaos. At that moment, more men appeared, shouting, "Now it's our turn to reap the benefits." Max tightened his grip on his weapon. "Kill them all," he commanded, his voice cold and merciless. His subordinates moved instantly, surrounding the dwarf princess with soldiers and dogs. The men pressed forward, trying to cover every angle, while Max sneered, "For the prosperity of the kingdom of Ormus, you all will die here." The princess, her body radiating rage, raised her axe-like weapon. "Come on! You dare touch me here? You bastards!" she shouted. A demonic gallop sounded nearby as she prayed for the lives of those in danger. Inside the tower, the wolf demon king bellowed, "What? We have to stop this." His eyes widened in disbelief. This is ridiculous. He realized the Ormus forces had planned to kill Lewis and frame him. A full-scale offensive like 200 years ago has begun. Outside, demonic creatures resembling actual monsters were dispatched immediately to stop them. The dwarf princess must be saved, the wolf demon thought, as the scenario became drenched in blood and strange, violent power. Max's comrades advanced, mercilessly cutting down dwarf soldiers. Their cruelty was unmatched, their movements precise and terrifying. At that moment, a golden-like shield enveloped the princess. She shouted, "Release them all." One of her dwarf soldiers warned, "Princess, the advantage is too great for them. We can't win head-on. Run, we'll clear the way." The princess clenched her teeth, fury blazing in her eyes. "So frustrating. I'll just smash it away myself," she snapped. Her doll pleaded, "Please calm down, princess." She ignored the warning and looked up just as Max raised his weapon, his mana flaring wildly. "It's funny how you defend yourself like a turtle, and with this pathetic shield," he sneered. Suddenly, purple energy erupted before him. Max staggered, shocked. "Magic! Has the Beast King's subordinate arrived already?" A dark purple aura intensified above them, and a cold, steady voice echoed to Max. "The Ormus attack was never part of my plan. Humans are unpredictable and complex." Max froze, eyes wide. You are not a beast demon." At the same moment, both the princess and Max trembled under the presence of the Demon King. Piers Doss appeared, a mocking smile curling on his lips. His voice cut cold through the battlefield. "Die here, Princess of Ormus." He activated his equipment magic tool, a mask for facial recognition, his expression unyielding. The Demon King was fully determined, this princess would be annihilated. The Demon King's resolve was absolute. A voice suddenly broke through the chaos. "High-level demons." At the center of it all stood Max, facing the Demon King with a frigid expression. Without hesitation, he gave the order to his men. "Kill the princess. I'll handle her." But the confidence he projected did not reach his guards. The oppressive energy thickening the air crushed their composure. Terror spread across their faces, and within seconds, they scattered in panic, fleeing in every direction. Then Max heard it. Footsteps. Fast. Relentless. Closing in. Someone was charging straight toward him, shouting his name. It was Princess Louise Vert. Her voice rang with fury. "How dare you speak of that in front of me? Close your eyes." As she roared, an overwhelming force burst from her body. The air trembled beneath the weight of her aura. Max tried to steady himself. Why bring up dwarves now? He thought irritably. First, deal with this mad princess. But despite his attempt at composure, a flicker of unease crept into his chest. Not far away, the Demon King released an even darker presence. His aura thickened, monstrous and suffocating, pressing against everything like a tangible wall of shadow. In an instant, that dark energy coiled around Max. It bound him completely. His limbs froze under the crushing pressure. He struggled, shocked. Did he just restrain me with magic? What is this? He could not move. And in that single, helpless moment, Princess Louise vanished. She reappeared before him in a flash of speed, her blade sweeping once in a clean, merciless arc. Max's body split in two. Without slowing, without even looking back, she continued forward. The fury burning within her had not diminished, it had intensified. The remaining soldiers saw her approach. Their courage shattered instantly. Panic consumed them as they fled, unable to withstand the oppressive power radiating from her. Her presence alone made resistance impossible. Yet as she advanced, Louise's thoughts sharpened. The demonic energy, it had vanished. Where did it go? Where is he? Her eyes scanned the battlefield, searching for the dark aura that had filled the forest moments earlier. Some of Max's surviving men forced themselves to stand their ground. Rage mixed with fear as they shouted at her. How dare a dwarf strike the prince? You are his enemy. Their voices echoed hollowly against the overwhelming force surrounding her. Louise's expression hardened. Her aura surged again. You came here to kill me, she shouted back. And then what? I'll send you to your prince as well. Her voice rose with raw fury, and the earth beneath her feet trembled from the pressure of her unleashed power. At that critical moment, dwarf soldiers arrived. Shield formation, they shouted immediately. Protect the princess. Don't let anyone near her. Moving with disciplined precision, they formed a defensive barrier around Louise. From within that formation, several warriors broke forward in coordinated strikes, launching counterattacks against the advancing enemies. The forest descended into chaos. Explosions thundered between the trees. Shockwaves ripped through the ground. Smoke and debris filled the air as attacks collided violently. From a distance, untouched by the destruction, the Demon King watched. His eyes were calm, measuring. You won't fall here, Louise, he murmured quietly. Then, as if acknowledging something unseen, he added under his breath, very well. Take the bait. Demon King of Beasts. Somewhere beyond the smoke and ruin, the true plan was beginning to move. His gaze lifted slowly toward the massive structure in the distance, the Tower of the Beast. The moment the view shifted there, an immense wave of energy pulsed from the tower, so dense it made the surrounding air quiver. Inside, the Beast King stood in open fury. His voice thundered through the chamber as he berated a subordinate. Before the trembling soldier could properly report, she stammered, Demon King, this magic. He cut her off sharply. Yes, it isn't from my bloodline, he said coldly. Another demon lord has sent forces into my territory. His expression darkened. If they're operating at this level, are they elite demons? Or something higher? His thoughts moved quickly. While the dwarf princess and Prince Ormus clashed, other demon tribes were infiltrating his lands. The timing was far too precise to be coincidence. He would see it himself. The scene shifted to the forest battlefield. The Beast King arrived like a storm-given form, his presence alone pressing down on the soldiers nearby. What happened to the dwarf princess? He demanded. And the invading demon? One of his men began, Demon King, that is. Another interrupted nervously. We arrived late. The princess was already surrounded by Ormus soldiers. The Beast King's aura flared violently. A grim possibility formed in his mind. If something like the Great Offensive from 2 centuries ago were happening again, he still lacked the strength to fully stop it. A soldier swallowed hard. She was encircled. I tried to intervene, but... The scene cut away. Princess Louise Vert stood amidst devastation. Steel flashed. One soldier after another fell beneath her relentless assault. None could withstand her. Her own troops shouted desperately, Princess, stop. Any further and it becomes slaughter. But her fury did not wane. Back before the Beast King, the reporting soldier lowered his head. She resolved it herself. We were unable to assist. Forgive us. The Beast King snapped. Don't confuse me, fool. He struck the soldier aside. The man bowed repeatedly, trembling. More troops arrived, accompanied by powerful beasts. One hesitated before speaking. Prince Ormus too, was killed by the dwarf princess. Another added quickly, what are your orders regarding the remaining Ormus warriors? They awaited judgment. The Beast King fell silent, calculating. If he executed them, the blame for the prince's death would fall upon him. It would earn him swift advantage in magic point, but the consequences of murder differed from those of capture. Ormus might be small, but a grieving king could cause endless complications. Send them alive, he ordered at last. They will testify properly. I will not be falsely accused. His tone was controlled, but tension lingered beneath it. Then he turned sharply. Have you located the invading demon? The soldiers hesitated. We're still searching. He pressed a hand to his forehead in frustration. Useless. Your heads and even your noses serve no purpose. But his anger soon cooled into focus. If the infiltrator was a high-level demon specialized in concealment, it was no surprise these men failed to detect it. He narrowed his eyes. It had been a long time since he faced such a situation. He activated a technique, sensory super maximization. Magic concentrated into his sense organs, amplifying them to extraordinary levels. By mastering it, even faint traces of stealth magic could be uncovered. He extended his perception outward like an invisible net across the forest. There. A residue of unfamiliar demonic energy. His expression hardened. If that creature had pursued the dwarf princess, which way did she run? He demanded. A soldier pointed. That direction. The beast king vanished before the sentence finished. His voice roared through the trees. You damned demon king. In a single, chilling realization, everything aligned in his mind. The clash with the dwarf princess. Prince Ormus. The exposed magic. It had all been bait. They had lured him away from the volcano. Rage ignited within him. His aura exploded outward as he sprinted toward the mountain. The ground fractured under his strides. Wind screamed in his wake. Deep within his territory, near the volcano's base, a vast hidden cavern lay concealed. Beast warriors guarded it heavily. Within, bear demons moved materials in disciplined coordination. The entire site resembled a covert operation underway. Further inside, the Demon King stood before an enormous pool of molten lava. The lava glowed strangely, infused with an unnatural energy. So this is the heart of Janu, he murmured. The molten surface pulsed with a power unlike ordinary magma. The energy of return is being transmitted here. No matter how durable Draxon was, he could not have leapt into this. So, they're secretly constructing something to drain it? Dark energy coiled around him as he activated hidden abilities. Flames swirled over his body without causing harm. The scales of the black flame dragon allow movement even within lava, he stated calmly. At that moment, his presence was detected. A tiger demon, sharp and vigilant, locked onto him instantly. Without hesitation, the warrior launched a full-powered strike, weapon infused with every ounce of strength. The blow descended with lethal intent. The Demon King raised one hand. The weapon halted. It could not advance a single inch. At this range, the Demon King said evenly, it was inevitable a high-level demon would notice me. The tiger demon bared his fangs. Stop right there. You're coming with me, the Demon King replied coldly. Before the tiger demon could react, he was seized. The Demon King dragged him forward, and leapt straight into the vast pool of lava. As they plunged into the churning sea of magma, the tiger demon's agonized cries tore through the cavern. Within moments, the inferno consumed him entirely, leaving not even ash behind. The Demon King, however, remained untouched. The obsidian dragon scales encasing his body deflected the molten heat as though it were a passing breeze. Lava streamed across his armor-like hide without harming him in the slightest. He descended steadily, unhurried, as if the blazing abyss were nothing more than a staircase leading downward. His thoughts were calm. In his previous life, after taking in the heart of the beast, his regenerative powers had reached astonishing heights. He had often questioned just how far that stolen vitality could carry him. A faint curve touched his lips at the memory. Far below, something stirred within the molten depths. A phoenix. Even submerged in fire, its presence was unmistakable, majestic and overwhelming. The Demon King recalled the records from his days as a cadet. Across countless dimensions, the phoenix's existence had been verified. Some manifested as divine entities, others as sovereign destroyers ruling over singular realms. Their forms varied, their might differed, but one truth remained constant. Any demon lord who fully assimilated a phoenix carved their name into the annals of the demon world. His gaze sharpened. Draxon. A quiet acknowledgement echoed in his mind. In another life, Draxon had been the one to claim the phoenix. That was the strength he had always envied. Now, standing in this life, in this moment, he intended to surpass it. He extended his hand. A surge of blinding radiance erupted from his palm, piercing through the magma. The cavern blazed with light so intense it spilled outward, illuminating the sky and even the distant mountain ridges. Far away, the Beast King saw the sudden flare. Shock twisted instantly into fury. Who discovered my phoenix? He growled, suspicion flashing through his thoughts. Burger Diaz? No, that man never moved without profit guaranteed. Others? None of the station demons possessed the capability. Security had been flawless. There should have been no breach. He accelerated, crossing the distance in a heartbeat and arriving at the cavern's entrance. Guards attempted to speak, but he brushed past them and strode inside, ordering all to remain outside. His mind worked rapidly. Uger lacked the wit for such a scheme. Rena of the Snow Demon tribe could not endure a fire aspect being like the phoenix. That left only one possibility. He spun toward his soldiers. What happened? One trembled as he answered. The tiger had leapt into the lava. That's absurd, the Beast King snapped. The soldier swallowed. The tiger had declared his intent to seize it. A warning shout echoed from deep within the cavern. The radiance was intensifying, flooding outward in unstoppable waves. Beyond the cave, several figures stood witness to the phenomenon. Princess Louise Vert, Merchant Granada Hill and Cargill, and Princess Elena alongside their troops all stared toward the blazing mountain, stunned by the spectacle. Inside, the Beast King's rage ignited fully. Power burst from him in violent waves as he clenched his fists. I will kill you, he vowed. And in the heart of the molten abyss, the phoenix revealed itself. Deep within a dense and ancient forest, a strange noise briefly echoed through the towering trees before fading into silence. A man lay motionless on the ground. It was Burj Das. For a long while he remained unconscious, his body unmoving among the fallen leaves. Eventually, his eyelids twitched and slowly opened. Confusion filled his gaze as he stared upward, trying to understand where he was. As his awareness returned, he noticed several animals nearby. Wolves, small forest creatures, and birds had gathered at a cautious distance, quietly watching him. None of them attacked. They simply observed him curiously. Ignoring them, Burge slowly sat up, struggling to piece together his memories. Then it came back to him. The phoenix. He had intended to place the creature's corpse into his personal subspace and transport it back to the tower. That had been the plan from the start. But before he could carry it out, something unexpected had occurred. The phoenix's mana had suddenly surged. Instead of dispersing into the air, the immense energy had poured directly into his body. Immediately afterward, the volcano erupted violently. The explosion had blasted him far away from the mountain. Annoyed by the situation, Burge stood and walked through the forest until he reached a small stream. Kneeling beside the water, he looked down to check his condition. The reflection staring back at him made him freeze. The face in the water was not the one he expected. His appearance had changed completely. While Burge struggled to understand what had happened to him, events were unfolding far away in the hidden kingdom of Ormus. Inside the royal palace, Princess Louise was delivering a report to Prince Jetson. She explained how the warriors of Ormus had bravely intervened in battle and saved them from a subordinate of the Beast Demon King. Her words carried respect for the soldiers who had risked their lives. However, the prince showed no pride. Instead, sorrow and anger filled his expression. One of the warriors who had fallen in that battle had been his own son. The loss struck him deeply. Overcome with grief and fury, Prince Jetson immediately gave a command to the Heroes Guild. He ordered them to prepare a massive expedition with a single objective: to defeat the Beast Demon King. Back in the forest, Burge was still considering his situation when a glowing holographic screen suddenly appeared before him. A communication had arrived. The image of Hillen Cargill appeared on the screen, ready to report. The moment Hillen saw him, his expression changed in shock. Burge's appearance was clearly different from before. But Burge showed no concern. "It's me," he said calmly, confirming his identity before telling Hillen to continue. Hillen quickly began explaining the latest developments. A large hero expedition was already being organized. Nearly 500 people would participate, including around 200 heroes. Their target was the Tower of Beasts. The expedition would be led by the powerful 10-star battle mage Rose Elchin, with Baal Disroad acting as the vice commander. Hillen also mentioned something interesting. Not everyone supported the idea of killing the Beast Demon King. Some groups secretly preferred that the Demon King remain alive because the tower served as a valuable source of rare materials and magical resources. After hearing the report, Burge made a decision. He ordered Hillen to join the expedition. And when the opportunity appeared, Hillen was to personally kill the Beast Demon King. Doing so would greatly increase his reputation among humans. Soon after their conversation ended, another message arrived. This time it came from Gordon. He reported that the Beast Demon King Draxon had summoned several Demon Kings to gather at the Tower of Beasts. Inside the tower, Draxon had already called two powerful figures: Uger Belva, the Demon King of Indestructibility, and Reyna Soldian, the Demon King of Winter. They were waiting for the remaining guests to arrive. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Burge immediately transformed into his demon form and flew toward his tower. But as he traveled through the sky, a sudden heat erupted from his heart. The phoenix's mana still remained inside him. The energy flared violently, transforming his wings into blazing phoenix wings. His speed increased uncontrollably as he shot across the sky like a burning comet. He slammed into the protective barrier surrounding his tower before finally managing to land inside. After regaining his composure, he confirmed that he had arrived safely while Gordon prepared a portal leading to the Tower of Beasts. At the same time, in Ormus, heroes from many regions were gathering for the upcoming expedition. Among them stood the famous battle mage Rose Elchin, whose reputation attracted the admiration of many. Yet Rose paid little attention to the crowd around her. When Hillen approached and greeted her, she responded with confident mockery. She boldly declared that she would personally defeat the Beast Demon King. Hillen smiled politely at her claim. But inside his mind, he had only one thought. In the end, the Beast Demon King's head would belong to him. Meanwhile, Gordon, Diaz, and Jason traveled through the portal and arrived at the highest level of the Tower of Beasts. Draxen was already waiting for them. He acknowledged their arrival calmly, noting that Jason Kochand and Burge Diaz had arrived on time. He then told them that the explanation would continue inside. As they entered the chamber, Diaz quietly reminded himself that arriving late would not have been wise. Once everyone gathered, Uger spoke first, asking Draxen what matter was urgent enough to call such an emergency meeting. Jason simply smiled and mentioned that he had already heard about the hero forces gathering in Ormus. He wondered if this meeting had something to do with that situation. Draxen's expression hardened slightly. It seemed Jason already knew part of the story. So Draxen decided to speak openly. He revealed that one of the demon kings had secretly sent an acetate demon into his territory. That intruder had stolen the corpse of the phoenix that Draxen had been preparing to absorb. Even worse, the same culprit had caused the death of the second prince of Ormus, which had triggered the current hero expedition. The other demon kings silently considered his words. Some wondered whether Draxen had secretly been hiding a phoenix all along. Others thought that stealing such a powerful spirit beast was reckless. But provoking the kingdom of Ormus into launching a massive expedition clearly suggested a deliberate attempt to destroy Draxen. Draxen continued speaking, suggesting that the same mysterious enemy might also be responsible for the death of the dwarf princess. If that were true, the true objective might be to provoke a massive war across the entire continent. Looking around the chamber, he declared that someone present might be trying to eliminate him. But if that was their plan, he warned that he would not fall alone. Furious, he swore that he would uncover the traitor responsible. To do that, he announced that he would purchase the black box key. The black box inside the tower was a device that recorded the movements and actions of the demon kings. It had originally been created to analyze past operations and help plan future invasions more effectively. However, many demon kings who followed strict demonic traditions believed such tools were unnecessary. Using the device required an enormous amount of demon energy points, and because the device disappeared if the tower collapsed, most demon kings had stopped paying attention to it entirely. But Draxen intended to use it. When Diaz heard this, a troubling thought crossed his mind. The black box was something he had never considered before. If Draxen opened the black box within his tower, there would be no escape from the truth. Draxen continued explaining the matter with a stern expression. Activating the black box inside a tower was not something he could do alone. The device required the approval of the demon king who controlled the tower where it was installed. Without that authorization, the system would remain sealed. He then looked around the chamber at the other rulers. Draxen asked every demon king present to grant him permission to open the black box within his domain. His reasoning was simple. If the one responsible for the recent chaos was hiding among them, that person would likely refuse to approve the request. The room fell silent for a moment. Diaz listened carefully, feeling an uneasy weight settling in his mind. The situation had suddenly become more dangerous than he had expected. If the recordings inside the black box were revealed, the truth might surface. But the tension in the room did not last long. One by one, the demon kings gave their approval. Even the demon queen granted her authorization without hesitation. None of them showed any desire to oppose the request. Draxen nodded with visible satisfaction as the final approval was given. Since everyone had granted permission, the process could proceed whenever he chose to activate the device. He announced that once the results were obtained, he would inform them of the outcome. For now, there was nothing more to discuss. With that declaration, the meeting came to an end. Shortly afterward, more details about the black box key became known. The item was a rare consumable tool that could only be used once. Its price was staggering, 9,999,999 demon power points. Only a ruler with vast reserves of demonic energy could even consider purchasing it. Because of that enormous cost, most demon kings avoided using it entirely. Draxon himself had no intention of buying the key immediately. With the hero expedition already preparing to attack his tower, investing such an overwhelming amount of power into a single item would be reckless. If he weakened himself before facing the heroes, the consequences could be disastrous. However, he had already decided what he would do afterward. If the hero expedition failed and the situation returned to normal, he would immediately acquire the black box key. Once he obtained it, he planned to open the black boxes belonging to Diaz and Jason. Only then would the identity of the traitor become clear. Meanwhile, after leaving the meeting, Diaz and Gordon returned to their own tower. The moment they arrived, Diaz began carefully thinking through the situation. The possibility of the black box being activated lingered in his thoughts like a looming threat. There was only one solution. Before that moment arrived, Draxon had to be eliminated. With that decision in mind, Diaz decided to inspect the tower first before making his next move. Gordon informed him that most of the preparations inside the tower had already been completed. Hearing that, Diaz suggested that they begin their inspection from the lowest level. Together they moved toward the first floor of Burge Tower. The sight that greeted them there was impossible to ignore. A gigantic magical weapon dominated the entire floor. The structure resembled a massive cannon, towering over everything around it like a siege machine built for destruction. Standing proudly on top of the enormous device was Lower. The moment he saw Diaz arrive, his excitement exploded. He began enthusiastically explaining his latest creation. This, he announced proudly, is the weapon forged in the Hell Forge, Hell's Catapult Mark I. His voice was filled with admiration for his own work. He praised the weapon's design, calling it both magnificent and elegant. According to him, it was the greatest masterpiece he had ever created. The Hell Forge had allowed him to construct something truly extraordinary. The cannon could unleash attacks infused with 3 or more magical attributes at the same time. Such a feature alone made it incredibly powerful. But that was only the beginning. Lower had also designed a mobile carriage system beneath the cannon, allowing the weapon to move across terrain instead of remaining fixed in one place. The ammunition consisted of compressed mana projectiles. By altering their composition, each shot could carry different elemental attributes. Even more impressively, the weapon could absorb mana directly from the surrounding atmosphere whenever its internal reserves began to run low. Lower continued describing its functions with endless enthusiasm. The cannon included systems for local defense, concentrated bombardment, multi-target attacks, trajectory prediction, rapid-fire bursts, and even a form of ballistic intelligence. In his own words, it was a revolutionary weapon meant to decide the outcome of future battles. After listening to the lengthy explanation, Diaz slowly turned toward Gordon. In a quiet voice, he admitted that he had only told Lower to build whatever he wanted. Then he asked a simple question. "Is that man still sane?" Gordon considered the question briefly before answering. Lower might have already lost his mind. But the weapon itself appeared perfectly functional. If Diaz remained worried about it, Gordon suggested one possible solution. They could simply take the Hell Forge away from Lower. Diaz shook his head. "No," he replied. He had no intention of interfering. Instead, he wanted to see just how far Lower's imagination could go. As the two of them walked away, Lower continued shouting excitedly behind them. He thanked the Demon King repeatedly and promised that the next weapon he created would be even bigger and stronger. Leaving the noisy inventor behind, Diaz and Gordon proceeded to the second floor. There they found Keed practicing her swordsmanship. The moment she noticed Diaz entering the room, she launched an attack without hesitation. Her blade moved quickly. Diaz raised his weapon and blocked the strike effortlessly. "Nothing has changed," he remarked calmly. Keed narrowed her eyes with determination. "The real battle begins now," she replied. Immediately she activated the Jespin combat technique and unleashed a modified form known as Waxing Moon, breaking the waning moon. The strike carried far greater power than her first attack. Yet Diaz stopped it just as easily. A faint smirk appeared on his face. "You've improved a little," he admitted. "But you still have a long way to go." Keed stared at him in disbelief. She could not understand how her refined technique had been neutralized so easily. Before she could react again, Diaz launched a swift counterattack. The strike nearly knocked her unconscious. Afterward, Diaz turned toward Gordon with curiosity. "Why is Princess Keed on the second floor?" Gordon explained that Princess Ern was currently preparing a summoning ritual on the 4th floor. To avoid interference, he had temporarily moved Keed to another level. Hearing this explanation, Diaz showed a hint of surprise. At that moment, the ritual on the 4th floor was already underway. Inside a glowing magic circle, Ern focused her energy while activating the spirit dust provided by Senol. Drawing upon her power, she began reciting the summoning incantation. She called upon the Great Spirit of Water, the guardian bound by blood and soul, invoking the name of Ernan Hilderin as she sought to form a spiritual contract. Moments later, the ritual succeeded. A powerful water spirit manifested before her and connected with her mana. But as the bond formed, a sudden surge of energy overwhelmed her. Ern lost her balance and began to fall forward. At that exact moment, Diaz appeared beside her and caught her before she hit the ground. Holding her steady, he smiled slightly. "It seems I arrived just in time," he said, praising her successful ritual. Ern laughed shyly and shook her head. She explained that the ritual had succeeded largely thanks to the spirit dust provided earlier. Then something unexpected happened. In a quiet voice, Ern suddenly said that she loved the Demon King. Diaz froze in surprise. Almost immediately, Ern panicked. She insisted that she had not meant to say those words. Even though the voice had come from her mouth, she claimed she had no control over it. After a moment, the truth became clear. Those words had not been spoken by Ern herself. They had come from the water spirit. Diaz sighed slightly and remarked that she seemed to have summoned a very troublesome spirit. The spirit burst into laughter. Soon afterward, it revealed its identity. The spirit introduced itself as Naranal, a high-ranking water spirit. Her personality quickly became obvious. She loved reading romance novels, especially stories about forbidden love. With cheerful excitement, Naranal declared that she truly adored the Demon King. She even pointed out that he had clearly noticed Ern's feelings already, and then began asking when the two of them planned to officially become boyfriend and girlfriend. Hearing such ridiculous claims, Ern became extremely flustered. Blushing furiously, she demanded to know what kind of nonsense the spirit was talking about. Ernan's composure shattered almost instantly. Her face turned crimson, warmth spreading across her cheeks as she struggled to respond. Words tangled in her throat, and her nervous stammering only made the situation more embarrassing. Panic flickered in her eyes while she tried to grasp what Naruniel truly meant. Naruniel, on the other hand, seemed thoroughly entertained. With a playful smile, she continued teasing Ernan, urging her to admit the rumors circulating throughout the spirit realm. According to those whispers, the supposedly innocent demon princess had already entered a romantic relationship. To Naruniel, the situation was far too amusing to ignore. She leaned into the topic with obvious delight, asking when the alleged relationship had begun. Her curiosity didn't stop there. She even wondered whether the two were still together or if everything had already ended. Each question deepened Ernan's embarrassment. Her face grew hotter, and she desperately tried to escape the conversation. In flustered tones, she asked Naruniel to return to her own domain, hoping to end the teasing. But Naruniel showed no sign of leaving. She casually mentioned that it had been quite some time since she had last been summoned, implying she wasn't in any rush to depart. Before the exchange could continue, Diaz stepped forward and interrupted. His expression was calm but serious as he addressed the high-ranking spirit directly. He asked Naruniel what impression he gave off in her eyes. Naruniel studied him carefully. A slow smile appeared as she answered. To her, he looked like a refined and striking demon king, someone perfectly suited to stand beside the princess. Diaz did not appear fully satisfied. With steady composure, he repeated his question. Then, without warning, he activated his magic. His appearance shifted. His hair transformed into a vivid red shade, and the energy surrounding him altered dramatically. The change wasn't just visual, his entire presence evolved. Once the transformation was complete, he asked again how he appeared now. Ernan and Naruniel were both stunned. The sudden shift had been so intense that neither of them had anticipated it. Naruniel tried to analyze the new sensation. Moments earlier, she had perceived his power as a dense cluster of magical energy. But now, it felt entirely different. What she sensed resembled pure mana, clean, refined, and unlike the aura of a demon king. Instead, it carried the essence of a spirit. At the same time, a blazing aura radiated from Diaz. Flames of energy surrounded him as he calmly explained the purpose behind the transformation. Even a superior spirit like Naruniel had been misled by his disguise. If she could be deceived so easily, then the other demon lords and warriors would likely never detect the difference. A confident smile formed on his face. He reasoned that the demon king of beasts could probably handle matters independently. Ernan remained confused, trying to piece together everything she had just witnessed. The discussion had shifted so rapidly that she struggled to follow the implications. When she heard the mention of one demon king eliminating another, the idea unsettled her even more. Soon after, the scene changed. Diaz moved swiftly through the sky, traveling at tremendous speed with clear determination. While he flew, a system notification appeared before him. It showed that Gordon was attempting to contact him. Once the connection established, Gordon's face appeared. His expression was filled with stress and urgency. He looked completely overwhelmed, grabbing his hair in frustration as he shouted uncontrollably. Diaz remained calm and asked what had happened. Gordon immediately responded that the Demon King was involved. The news surprised Diaz, though he quickly composed himself. Gordon continued, expressing disbelief at the situation. He couldn't understand why a Demon King would attempt to eliminate another. Diaz answered without hesitation. He reminded Gordon that his intention had already been stated clearly. He planned to remove Draxon. That response only heightened Gordon's panic. He protested loudly, explaining that such actions violated the established rules among Demon Kings. If the others discovered this breach, the consequences could spiral out of control. Diaz tightened his jaw slightly as he considered the urgency of the matter. He explained that the situation required immediate resolution. If Draxon managed to open the black box first, the outcome would turn against him. In that case, Diaz himself would suffer the consequences. Gordon, still distressed, acknowledged that he understood the reasoning. However, understanding did not make the plan any less dangerous. He emphasized the risks involved. The Demon King had not yet obtained Aaron's dimensional energy, and Diaz still lacked the ability to fully control that power. Dimensional energy was a fundamental force existing between realms, and without mastering it, the margin for error remained extremely small. Every realm naturally resisted intruders from another world. When a being crossed into a foreign dimension, that world reacted defensively. It pushed back with immense force, using dimensional energy as a barrier. The pressure alone was enough to suppress the invader's abilities. Because of this rule, demons who entered the Devil Dome suffered drastic weakening. Their strength was heavily restrained. A demon who ranked at the terrifying level of 666 in their own realm would be reduced to something close to level 1 upon arrival. In comparison to their original power, they became almost insignificant. In this diminished state, the invading forces had to confront warriors chosen by the dimension itself. These defenders acted as guardians of balance and stability. To counter this natural suppression, the demon race created a specialized system for invasion. That system was known as the Demon King's Tower, also called the Devil's Tower. The tower functioned as a conduit. It linked the demon world, the Demon King, and the flow of magical energy. By investing accumulated magic points into the structure, the Demon King could draw stronger power directly from their home realm. As the tower expanded, the connection strengthened, gradually restoring their original ability. In essence, the tower's growth reflected the ruler's power. However, there was a restriction. The farther the Demon King traveled from the tower, the weaker the magical connection became. With distance, the energy supply thinned, and their strength declined accordingly. Gordon reminded Diaz of another important fact. The Beast King's tower had 13 levels. In contrast, their own tower had only reached the 5th floor. With reluctance, Gordon admitted something uncomfortable. Even if Diaz truly held the title of Demon King, victory inside the Beast King's territory could not be guaranteed. Diaz acknowledged this calmly. Although he had absorbed the Phoenix Heart, he had not fully integrated its power. Because the energy was not yet completely stabilized within him, he could not dominate the other demon lords in his current condition. But that limitation applied only if he fought alone. A confident expression slowly formed on his face. The moment Gordon saw that look, he understood immediately. Panic returned to him. He tried to object before anything irreversible happened. Yet Diaz had already decided. Once again, he altered his appearance through magic. His body shifted, reshaping into an entirely different persona. With a playful smile, he introduced himself under a new identity. From that moment on, he would go by the name Pale. In this guise, he declared that he would personally join the upcoming Brave expedition. Gordon froze in disbelief. The scene transitioned. In the distant region of Ormus, intense combat raged across the land. The Knights of Helen were engaged in a fierce confrontation with invading demons. Though the knights managed to eliminate several enemies, they were not unscathed. Many bore injuries. The battlefield was chaotic, filled with exhaustion and destruction. Both sides had sustained losses. Helen surveyed the situation with concern. The enemy had pursued them to this location. Yet now, the remaining demons appeared noticeably weakened. Recognizing the shift in momentum, Helen issued swift commands. He ordered his troops to withdraw in an organized manner, ensuring mutual protection during retreat. At the same time, he observed that the demons were also pulling back. Seizing the opportunity, he instructed his soldiers to prioritize aiding the wounded. The focus of the battlefield shifted from combat to emergency support. Helen moved quickly between fallen comrades, kneeling beside injured knights to assess their conditions. He provided healing potions, urging them to drink and regain strength. One soldier groaned in pain, struggling even to sit upright. Amid this aftermath, Dias arrived, now appearing as pale. His presence was composed and unfamiliar, his demeanor calm yet commanding. After observing the wounded and the disorder around him, he asked Helen how the situation had escalated to this point. Helen instinctively began to address him formally, but Dias interrupted gently, instructing him to use the name Pale instead. Helen nodded and complied. He then began explaining the events. Once the expedition force had gathered, they initiated their assault on the Beast King's tower as planned. Their strategy relied on exploiting the Beast King's vulnerability, specifically targeting the tails. By concentrating their attacks on that weakness, they succeeded in inflicting meaningful damage during the confrontation. However, the battle had not unfolded as smoothly as expected. The memory of the encounter resurfaced. Draxon had unleashed overwhelming force, turning the battlefield into turmoil. Helen had retreated under pressure, urgently calling for Roselle to execute their plan. But when he looked back, his expression shifted to horror. Roselle had collapsed. She lay severely wounded, blood visible across her face as she struggled to remain conscious. Helen was shaken. Then he noticed something far worse. Draxon stood directly behind Roselle. Realizing the immediate danger, Helen reacted without hesitation, rushing forward to protect her. He supported Roselle firmly, helping her back onto her feet. Keeping one arm around her for stability, he turned and fled the battlefield, shielding her from any further attack as they withdrew from the Beast King. The recollection dissolved. Back in the present, Helen completed his account. His tone carried both frustration and regret as he described how the mission had ended. Because Roselle had sustained serious injuries, continuing the assault was impossible. Retreat had been the only option. The brave expedition had ultimately failed. Dias remained quiet after hearing everything. A subtle smile briefly touched his lips as he processed the details. Then, suddenly, his expression stiffened. Something clicked in his mind. The pieces aligned with unsettling clarity. In short, everything had fallen apart. Helen continued, explaining that despite their withdrawal, they had successfully dealt a heavy blow to the Beast King. Still, many knights were severely wounded and required urgent treatment. Their forces were exhausted. On top of that, they had eliminated a significant number of demons during the clash. As Dias listened, calculations formed rapidly in his thoughts. Roselle observed him closely. The more she looked, the more curious she became. She asked who he truly was, and why he was assisting them. There was also something else she couldn't ignore, a faint warmth radiating from him. The energy felt unusually pure, unlike anything she had sensed before. Before responding fully, Dias glanced at the injured knights scattered across the field. Their bodies had healed, but their spirits remained broken. Simply fixing physical wounds would not be enough. Without restored morale, they would not fight effectively. And he needed them. To defeat Draxon, unity and resolve were essential. After a brief pause, he decided it was time to reveal part of his strength. A small fiery presence hidden within him stirred. He instructed everyone to follow him quietly. Then he began rising into the air. The knights stared in shock. Roselle immediately recognized the energy forming around him. A golden, flame-like aura expanded outward. Behind him, a massive silhouette resembling a phoenix unfolded its blazing wings, dominating the sky with radiant power. The atmosphere transformed completely. Dias spoke clearly. He revealed that he was the wielder of the phoenix. His name was Pale, and his objective was simple, to defeat the Beast King. Roselle's eyes widened. The phoenix was a legendary existence. The overwhelming surge of energy she had sensed earlier now made sense. That immense presence had likely been his. Judging purely by mana output, his strength was comparable to that of elite 10-star warriors. She felt a surge of hope. If she fought alongside him, victory against the Beast King might truly be achievable. The display quickly revitalized the battlefield. Knights who had been emotionally drained began regaining confidence. One by one, they straightened their posture and rose to their feet. Helen felt his determination returning as well. Though Diaz was operating under a new identity, his leadership and strategy naturally guided the group forward. None of them realized that the mysterious warrior known as Pale was, in truth, the very demon king himself, Diaz.
Draxen stood before his subordinates, his expression serious as he revealed his next move. His plan was to reclaim the tower, but things had not gone as expected. He had spent far more demonic energy than he originally intended, leaving him with only enough resources to obtain a single black box key. The second one would have to wait. Without hesitation, he tightened his grip on the dark key and turned his focus to the black box in front of him. Calling out as if addressing an unseen presence, he began the process of opening it, this one belonging to a demon king who had already given permission. The moment the box reacted, a heavy and ominous aura spread through the surroundings. The air itself seemed to thicken as something unknown awakened within. Draxen demanded answers, determined to uncover whatever secrets were hidden inside. But as the process continued, something felt wrong. His expression shifted. It wasn't the black box being controlled. It was him. A wave of confusion hit him as he tried to reject the realization, but the truth became impossible to ignore. The black box could not be manipulated at all. Instead, it was influencing him from the start. The system's indication, 96% truth, only reinforced the conclusion. That single detail made everything clear. The reason behind past events, the choices that had been made, all of it suddenly made sense. Draxen's thoughts turned urgent. This was information that the other demon kings needed to know immediately. Before he could act, a servant rushed in, clearly shaken. Draxen demanded an explanation. The answer froze him in place. The heroes had launched an invasion. And this time, it wasn't ordinary. Leading the charge was a newly risen 10-star hero, Ralph Schmitz. The scene shifted back 1 hour earlier. In Ormus, the battlefield was already alive with tension. Soldiers gathered once more, preparing for another assault. Their confidence had returned, rising sharply as they reminded each other of the power backing them, the legendary Phoenix. With renewed determination, they dismissed their fear of the demon king known as the King of Beasts. To them, victory now felt within reach. Weapons were raised, voices roared. They charged forward, believing the demon king's treasure would soon be theirs. Watching from a distance, Dias noticed the change in their morale. Their spirit had recovered, but he remained uncertain whether they could truly harness the Phoenix's power effectively in combat. A short time later, he spoke with Hillen and Roselle. Dias admitted that relying on 10-star heroes alone would not be enough. If possible, they needed stronger reinforcements. Roselle simply smiled, as if she had been expecting this. Luck, it seemed, was already on their side. A powerful ally had just arrived. As the figure approached, Dias immediately recognized him. Ralph Schmitz, a 10-star hero. Known as the strongest among shield masters, he had taken the role of vanguard for this mission of revenge. His presence alone shifted the atmosphere. Back in the present, within Draxen's territory, Ralph moved through the battlefield like an unstoppable force. Wolves rushed toward him in numbers, but none could break through. Each attack was effortlessly blocked by his shield. That shield wasn't ordinary, it radiated overwhelming spiritual energy. With every impact it absorbed, it released a terrifying force in return. Even its roar carried pressure, shaking the wolves' resolve and throwing them into chaos. One by one, they fell. From afar, Dias watched closely. He knew exactly who Ralph was. The second strongest tank among the 10-star heroes. And far more dangerous than he appeared. His shield, it could reflect any force directed at it. Dias understood this better than anyone. After all, in his previous life, Ralph had been one of the heroes who defeated him, and mocked him afterward. Someone who had once defeated him in his previous life. A quiet rage burned within Dias, urging him to act, to tear Ralph down where he stood. But he suppressed it. Now wasn't the time. Draxen came first. Roselle stepped beside him, her frustration clear. She admitted that if she had delayed just a little longer, their combined strength might have secured victory without any losses. Meanwhile, their forces continued advancing through the tower, clearing floor after floor with growing confidence. Voices echoed as soldiers declared progress, pushing forward with renewed determination. But Daius remained cautious. He warned Roselle not to underestimate a Demon King. No matter how desperate the situation, a Demon King always held a final trump card, something revealed only at the brink of death. A hidden move capable of turning everything upside down. As he thought deeper, another possibility crossed his mind. If Draxen had already reclaimed the tower and spent most of his demonic energy, then this battle might reveal something extraordinary. For the first time, Daius might witness Draxen's true power. At last, they reached the top, the 13th floor. Silence greeted them. Inside the throne room, Draxen sat alone. His presence filled the space, his glowing red eyes fixed on the intruders as if he had been waiting all along. Ralph and his knights stepped in cautiously, immediately sensing something was off. No demons, not a single one. Confusion spread among them. This was supposed to be the strongest floor, yet only the Demon King remained. Then, without warning, Draxen raised his hand. A dense sphere of demonic energy formed instantly, crackling with terrifying power. He looked down at them with pure disdain, calling them nothing more than insects daring to challenge him again. He wasn't surprised they had returned. In fact, he had been preparing for this very moment. Roselle's eyes widened as she felt the overwhelming pressure. Now she understood. All the missing demons, their power had been gathered here, into one place, into him. Draxen opened his mouth, and a devastating beam of dark energy erupted forward, flooding the room with destruction. It was a single, decisive strike meant to end everything. From the side, Daius analyzed the situation calmly. Something about this wasn't normal. By all logic, the strongest forces should have been stationed at the top floor to defend it. But Draxen had done the opposite. He had sacrificed everything, for one overwhelming attack. Draxen had done something no one expected. Instead of defending each floor as usual, he had exploited a hidden loophole, absorbing the power of an entire floor into his own body. The result was terrifying. His blood-red eyes burned brighter than ever as he glared down at the intruders, his voice filled with killing intent. He declared that none of them would leave alive, that their climb would end here, erased without a trace. The sheer pressure of his presence stunned everyone. Helen, Roselle, and even Daius were visibly shaken by the overwhelming aura. Only Ralph stood firm, his expression unchanged, as if he had already prepared himself for this moment. Daius sensed it instantly. Something was about to happen. In the next second, Draxen roared. A violent eruption of dark red energy burst from his body, shaking the entire chamber. The ground trembled as the air itself seemed to distort under the pressure. Two knights rushed forward, trying to strike before he could stabilize his power. But from behind, another knight shouted desperately, warning them to stop. It was far too dangerous to approach now. They didn't listen. Believing this was their only chance, they pushed forward. That decision cost them. The moment they got close, Draxen's energy exploded outward. A massive shockwave tore through the room, sending everyone flying. Even Ralph was forced back, his footing shaken for the first time. Silence followed for a brief moment. Then realization set in. Helen stared in disbelief, understanding that Draxen's power had risen to an entirely different level. Roselle felt the same dread. Every attack they had relied on meant nothing now. This was the true strength of the Beast Demon King. Draxen stood at the center of it all, surrounded by a dense, suffocating crimson aura. Just looking at him made the knights tremble. Some couldn't even breathe properly under the pressure. At that critical moment, Daius moved. He activated a high-tier defensive spell. A radiant light burst from his back as two magnificent wings of flame unfolded, brilliant, divine, and unmistakable. The aura of the phoenix spread across the battlefield, instantly pushing back the oppressive darkness. Relief washed over the others. They recognized it immediately. A legendary ability. A trump card. Gratitude filled their eyes as they looked toward Daius, silently acknowledging that he had just saved them. But Daius didn't react. His focus remained entirely on Draxen. Without hesitation, he raised a barrier, enclosing the others within a protective field. His voice turned firm as he ordered them to stay inside. From this point on, stepping out would only make them liabilities. No one argued. They understood. As the barrier stabilized, Daius stepped forward. Helen, Roselle, and Ralph followed beside him, forming a small but powerful front. Together, they advanced toward the Demon King. Draxen observed them calmly. Out of everyone present, only 4 still had the strength to stand against him. His gaze shifted slowly, stopping on one figure. The red-haired man. There was something about him, something irritating. Draxen narrowed his eyes, sensing a presence he couldn't quite place. Yet, he failed to recognize who stood before him. Daius caught that reaction. A faint smirk appeared on his face. That ignorance, was his advantage. And now, as both sides faced each other in silence, the battle was about to reach its true climax. The clash reached its peak when Draxen finally recognized Daius. The moment their eyes met, his fury erupted. His roar shook the entire battlefield as he raged about the stolen phoenix, furious that Daius had dared to step into his domain again. The air trembled under his anger, but Daius didn't even flinch. Instead, he raised his hand calmly. A domain spread outward in an instant. With it, all sound vanished. Draxen's roar was cut off completely, as if it had never existed. A faint smile appeared on Daius's face as he declared control over every sound within the space. It was absolute silence, one that obeyed only him. Roselle immediately grasped the brilliance behind it. Without the Demon King's roar, one of his strongest advantages disappeared. At the same time, their own spell chance became impossible to detect. The battlefield had shifted in their favor without Draxen even realizing it. Taking advantage of that moment, Daius acted. Chains of light surged forward, Sage's chains, aiming to bind Draxen in place. But the response came just as quickly. With overwhelming force, Draxen shattered them. Even without sound, the sheer pressure of his power spoke for itself. His movements carried rage, his intent clear. This was no battle in his eyes. It was a hunt. Even so, Daius remained composed. He looked at Draxen and mocked him casually, as if the Demon King's fury meant nothing more than meaningless noise. The silence remained fixed on Draxen alone. Roselle snapped out of her thoughts and called for focus. At her command, Pale moved first. A direct strike landed. The impact triggered a massive explosion, shaking the ground beneath them. From that moment, the battlefield descended into chaos. Attacks collided, magic clashed, and movement became almost impossible to follow. Daius, in particular, moved at a terrifying speed. Roselle tried to keep track of him, but failed. Even her eyes couldn't follow his movements anymore. Hillen dismissed her concern. It didn't matter where Daius was, as long as they followed the plan. Meanwhile, Draxen continued to react with fury, mocking them even as they pressed forward. To him, their actions were madness, foolish attempts to challenge something far beyond their understanding. Yet, he didn't hold back. They had chosen to face him, and he would crush them for it. Suddenly, Daius changed direction. His movement was sharp, deliberate, like he was setting something up. Draxen reacted instantly, lunging forward with deadly precision. His claws came down with crushing force, certain that he had finally cornered him. But Daius slipped past it effortlessly. Then, he stopped. In his hand appeared a strange object. Ahriman's orb. A smirk returned to his face. Draxen scoffed at the sight, dismissing it as useless. No artifact like that could affect him directly. But Daius calmly corrected him. It wasn't meant for him. It was meant to reveal a master's position, to a vassal. Draxen's expression hardened slightly, but he quickly brushed it off. There were no vassals here. No one who could respond. That's when it happened. The signal. In the very next instant, Hillen appeared. He moved like lightning, entering the battlefield without hesitation. Activating the orb, he struck Draxen with full force. The pressure hit him immediately. It felt as if his skull would split open from the strain. But he endured it, forcing his body forward. Draxen's rage spiked. He realized it instantly. Daius had turned the hero into a vassal. Daius only smiled in response, as if it were nothing more than a clever trick. To him, it was simply a method, one that worked, as long as the user survived. His gaze remained steady, analyzing everything in front of him. Every movement, every reaction, everything was going according to plan. Hillen roared as he unleashed his full strength, his weapon cutting through the air with overwhelming force. The strike landed with explosive power, sending shockwaves across the battlefield and cracking the ground beneath them. Debris scattered in every direction. And yet, Draxen stood firm, unshaken. Even after taking the hit, he looked down at them with pure disdain, as if their strongest efforts were nothing more than a joke. Hillen's strike landed with full force, but Draxen barely moved. The impact that should have crushed an ordinary opponent felt almost meaningless against his body. His overwhelming durability turned the powerful blow into little more than a nuisance. Then, another attack followed. Flames exploded against him without warning, striking at the perfect moment. This time, Draxen was forced to react. The sudden burst of fire pushed him back slightly, the first clear sign that he had been affected. It wasn't luck. It was planned. Moments earlier, Daius had already set everything in motion. He had told Roselle clearly, once Hillen created even the smallest opening, she had to act immediately. No hesitation, no holding back. He reminded her of the pain she carried, the eyes she had lost, the anger she had buried. He told her to turn all of it into power. Roselle had said nothing at the time, but her clenched fist revealed everything. Back in the present, she unleashed it. Mana surged violently around her, distorting the air itself. The pressure built rapidly, growing so intense that even her allies could feel the heat from a distance. She aimed straight at Draxen, then released everything. A massive beam of fire tore across the battlefield, her ultimate spell, Satellite Cannon. The ground beneath her cracked as the energy surged forward, carrying overwhelming force. When it hit, everything vanished into flames. The explosion swallowed the area completely, roaring with destructive power. Firestorm and shockwave spread outward, shaking the sky and tearing through the land itself. For a brief moment, everything went still. No sound, no movement, only silence. Slowly, the smoke began to fade. All eyes fixed on the center of the destruction. Dias, Hillen, Ralph, and Roselle stood tense, waiting, hoping. But Draxen stepped out, unharmed. Not a single injury marked his body. His laughter broke the silence, dark and furious. He mocked them openly, questioning how they could believe such an attack would be enough to kill him. His voice carried madness and rage. Dias simply watched. There was no panic in his eyes, only calm understanding. An opponent who could withstand that level of power was never going to fall so easily. He had expected this. Draxen's fury reached its peak. His body trembled as his mana spiraled out of control. Then, with a deafening roar, a violent crimson aura burst from him, spreading like a storm across the battlefield. The pressure alone was overwhelming. The ground cracked beneath it. The air felt heavy, suffocating. Even the four heroes were pushed back, struggling to hold their ground against the sheer force of his presence. Then Draxen spoke. His voice carried absolute authority. He declared his name, Draxen Doldov, the Demon King of Beasts, the right hand of archaic Alkean, the one destined to conquer this world. And he made one thing clear. None of them would leave alive. Without warning, he charged. His movements had changed, faster, wilder, driven by pure rage. He no longer held back, no longer calculated. He had become a force of destruction. But Dias moved just as smoothly. He stepped aside at the exact moment, avoiding the attack as if he had already seen it coming. A faint smile appeared on his face. The difference was clear. The calm, calculated Demon King from before was gone. In his place stood something far more dangerous. A beast consumed by anger. A mad dog. And as Draxen roared, swearing to erase him completely, Dias simply watched, as if everything was still under his control. Draxen's rage reached its limit. His voice broke as he roared, revealing that he still hadn't unleashed the true power of the Phoenix. Dark energy gathered in his hand, swirling faster and faster until it compressed into a blazing core. The heat alone warped the space around it, making the air tremble. Hatred filled his eyes. That power, the one Dias had taken from him, he was determined to reclaim it. But before he could release it, Dias moved. A sharp burst of mana struck Draxen directly, cutting off the buildup. The attack was perfectly timed. The energy in Draxen's hand destabilized, and the backlash sent pain surging through his body. He screamed. Even so, he refused to fall. Through gritted teeth, he declared that he wouldn't die so easily. Roselle saw it. The opening. Her eyes focused instantly on his tails, the weakness Dias had mentioned before. Without wasting time, she adjusted her approach. Instead of overwhelming force, she chose precision. Mana gathered quietly at her fingertips. Then, she released it. A clean strike cut through the air and sliced off one of Draxen's tails. A sharp scream echoed as his body reacted violently. The glowing restraints wrapped tightly around Draxen's body, locking him in place before he could respond. The chains pulsed with power, suppressing his movements and blocking his ability to gather mana. Draxen realized the danger immediately. If he stayed like this, it was over. He struggled, his aura flaring wildly as he tried to break free, but the chains held firm. That was the moment. Ralph stepped forward. A calm blue light spread from his body, flowing outward like a gentle wave. The energy reached his allies first, restoring their strength and stabilizing their condition. Then he turned that same power inward, reinforcing himself. His stance shifted, ready to strike. There was no hesitation left. Draxen continued to curse Daius, his voice filled with fury even as defeat closed in around him. But it didn't matter anymore. Everything had aligned. He was restrained, weakened, unable to defend himself. And in that single moment, the final blow came. A clean strike. Draxen's head fell. Silence returned to the battlefield. This time, it stayed. The overwhelming aura vanished. The trembling ground settled. Even the air felt lighter, as if the weight pressing down on everything had finally disappeared. The fight was over. Daius stood before the fallen demon king, his expression calm, a faint smile still on his face. He looked down for a moment, as if confirming the end with his own eyes. Hillen moved in one clean motion, his blade flashing as it cut through Draxen's neck. The demon king's head was sent flying before crashing heavily into the ground, sinking into the dirt. His body followed a moment later, collapsing lifelessly. For a brief second, everything went quiet. Then the silence shattered. Cheers erupted across the battlefield. The surviving fighters raised their voices in relief, celebrating the end of the nightmare. Cries of victory echoed everywhere as they declared that the demon king had finally fallen. Hillen Cargill defeated him. Lord Hillen. His name spread like wildfire. Standing at the center, Hillen lifted his sword high, accepting the praise with a confident smile. But inside, his thoughts were far from calm. The admiration only fueled his desire for more. He wanted the cheers to grow louder, to last longer, to never stop. In his mind, he already saw himself standing above every other hero, unmatched and absolute. But that moment didn't last. The ground suddenly shook. Cracks spread rapidly beneath their feet as the tower began to collapse. The celebration turned into chaos in an instant. The tower is falling. Move. Grab what you can. Help the 10-star heroes first. Panic took over as everyone rushed to escape. Orders were shouted from every direction as people scrambled to collect treasures and flee before it was too late. Amid the confusion, Daius stood still for a moment, his eyes resting on Draxen's fallen body. A quiet thought passed through his mind. So this is how it ends. He wondered briefly if someone like Draxen could have ever changed if given another chance. But the answer came just as quickly. No. Even at the end, the Demon King had clung to his identity without hesitation. Turning away, Daius finally moved. Not long after, everyone managed to escape the collapsing structure. Behind them, the beast tower crumbled completely, reduced to nothing but ruins. Outside, the tension hadn't fully faded. Roselle approached Hillen, her gaze sharp as she studied him. "It looks like you planned that from the start," she said calmly. "You wanted the final blow." Hillen shrugged it off with ease. "You're overthinking it. It just happened that way." Roselle didn't argue further, but her expression made it clear she wasn't convinced. In her mind, the timing of his arrival and actions still felt too convenient. Still, she couldn't deny one thing. They had survived. And part of that was because of him. Letting it go for now, she brought up something else. "I've taken the Demon King's body," she said. "Any objections?" Hillen shook his head without hesitation. "None." Before the conversation could continue, urgent voices called out to her from a distance. "Lady Roselle, over here. There's something you need to see." She immediately rushed toward the source. Amid the scattered remains of the tower, a shocking discovery awaited them. The missing prince, and the princesses had been found. Roselle's eyes widened as she stepped closer. Lying there was none other than the third princess of the Akan kingdom, Lavinia Akan. At first, she was unconscious. But slowly, her eyes began to open. "Why are you here?" Roselle asked, clearly alarmed. Lavinia responded in her usual broken manner, muttering a few unclear words. "Materials." Roselle froze for a second before understanding hit her. "You came here for materials?" Lavinia gave a small nod. "Chimera, monsters." Roselle's expression turned into disbelief. "You entered this place alone, just to collect monster parts." It sounded insane. Around them, others looked confused, unable to follow Lavinia's strange way of speaking. But Roselle understood just enough to piece things together. She leaned closer, her voice serious. "Did the Demon King harm you?" Lavinia shook her head slightly, muttering again. "Money, monsters." Roselle narrowed her eyes. "You traded with him, didn't you?" Another small nod. That was enough. Nearby, Daius silently connected the dots. So that's how it was. The wealth Draxen had gathered. It hadn't all come from conquest. Part of it came from deals with the princess herself. The link between money and monsters finally became clear. Roselle didn't dwell on it any longer. She decided it wasn't worth digging deeper right now. Instead, she moved closer to Lavinia and helped her stand. Supporting the weakened princess, she began guiding her away. "You're seriously reckless," Roselle muttered, though her actions showed clear concern. As they walked off, Daius watched silently. Lavinia's actions replayed in his mind, entering a demon king's tower alone, making deals for the sake of chimera research. It wasn't just risky, it was completely irrational. But then again, he had seen this before. Even in his previous life, she had been the same. Unpredictable, dangerous in her own way, a princess who could never be judged by normal standards. The scene shifted to the Hero Guild. A gathering of elder heroes was underway, their expressions grim as they discussed the aftermath of the battle. The fall of the Beast Tower had not come without consequences. That place was a valuable hunting ground, one of them said with clear frustration. Another added, we spent so much effort coordinating with sponsors, just to keep the 10-star heroes in check. Yet despite all their control, everything had changed because of a single unexpected figure. The one who led the expedition, the owner of the Phoenix. The room fell into a brief silence. No one knew who that person was. There had never been a registered hero with such power. And yet, one elder continued, this is the first time since the Demon King's descent on Urzus that a threat has been eliminated so cleanly. That fact alone was enough to unsettle them. The balance of power was shifting. After a moment of discussion, they reached a decision. They needed control again. And the first step, find the identity of the Phoenix's owner. The atmosphere changed once more. Inside the grand banquet hall of Ormus, voices filled the air, though the mood wasn't entirely joyful. Victory had come, but at a cost. The king stood before the gathered heroes, overwhelmed with emotion. Tears streamed down his face as he expressed his gratitude again and again. You have saved us, defeated the Demon King, brought back our princes. Despite the exhaustion in his voice, he urged everyone to enjoy the feast. Knights nearby tried to calm him, suggesting he rest, but he couldn't stop himself. Among the crowd, Roselle stood quietly, dressed elegantly. She took a sip from her glass, observing the room. The banquet felt heavy, almost gloomy. Still, the drink wasn't bad. Helen approached her with a relaxed smile. That dress suits you, he said. And the princess made it back safely too. Roselle gave him a suspicious look. Trying to make a good impression, Helen chuckled. That wouldn't work on you anyway. She didn't respond to that. Instead, she shifted the topic. Where's Pale? Her tone grew more serious. I want to talk to him, especially about the Phoenix. Others nearby joined in, expressing similar curiosity. Many wanted to meet him, at the very least, to thank him. Then, unexpectedly, Ralph spoke. The one who wielded the Phoenix is extraordinary. His calm voice immediately drew attention. People stared at him in shock. He rarely spoke at all. Even Helen looked surprised for a moment before answering. He's already gone. That single statement caused another wave of disbelief. The man who turned the battle around had left without a word. Far away, in the Urzus mountain range, inside Burr's tower, Gordon stared at Daius in disbelief. You're telling me, you actually killed the Demon King of Beasts? Daius sat down calmly, as if it were nothing. Yes. The simple reply left Gordon speechless. It sounded impossible. Yet here he was, alive and unharmed. Gordon's expression shifted, worry creeping in. What about the aftermath? Do you realize what this means? Daius glanced at him briefly. Stop staring. His tone was flat. Leaning back on the throne, he explained calmly. Now that Draxen is gone, the other Demon Kings will make contact soon. If I'm not here when that happens, it'll raise suspicion. Gordon slowly nodded, understanding the urgency behind his return. Daius then fell silent for a moment, reflecting on the battle. Something about it still bothered him. I'm not strong enough yet. Even after everything, that thought remained clear. Draxen had used his final attack. And yet, the damage hadn't been as overwhelming as expected. Part of it was because the Demon King had already been weakened. But that didn't change the truth. Relying on his past strength alone would never be enough for what was coming next. Daius sat in silence, his thoughts moving quickly. Killing Draxen wasn't enough. If he wanted to survive what was coming next, he needed more power, especially the power of the Phoenix. That strength had to grow further. Just then, a message reached him. It was from Jason. A meeting of the Demon Kings, scheduled for today. Daius frowned slightly. That was too fast. There should have been more time before something like this. Then Jason delivered the reason. Draxen Doldov was dead. For a brief moment, Daius remained still. Inside, however, a faint smirk appeared. Of course he knew. He was the one who had killed him. But on the outside, his expression shifted to one of surprise. Dead, he responded, as if hearing it for the first time. Jason continued, saying there was something important to discuss, and then added something unexpected. A new demon king had already descended. That caught Dais off guard. So soon. His mind worked through the possibilities. Someone like Archie Ackline might have predicted this outcome and prepared a replacement in advance. Even so, Dais quickly reassured himself. There was no evidence. The tower had collapsed, and the black box was gone along with it. Nothing could trace the incident back to him. With that, he made his decision. He would attend the meeting. The scene shifted to the Tower of Lies, 13th floor. Several demon kings had already gathered. Reen Sorden, the demon queen of bitter cold. Jason Kikmando, the demon king of lies. Yugur Belbeck, the demon king of adamant. And noticeably, Draxon's seat was empty, but someone new had taken a place among them. A woman stepped forward, introducing herself calmly. Vivian Blunt, queen of the Blood Moon clan. Dais barely reacted. He corrected her on his name in a flat tone before taking his seat, showing no interest in her at all. Vivian blinked in surprise. Most would at least look at her, but he didn't even bother. Her gaze lingered on him. Before coming here, she had received clear instructions. Draxon's death was suspicious. If any demon king had broken the rules, Dais was the most likely suspect. She had been told to watch him carefully, and now that she saw him in person, he was interesting, cold, sharp, completely dismissive. Someone like that, she thought, might be easy to provoke. So she decided to test him. As the meeting was about to begin, Vivian stood up and walked straight toward him. She spoke casually, her tone light. This dimension is quite fascinating. Demon kings working together, investigating a single death. Then her eyes settled on him. But what interests me more, is you. Without hesitation, she sat down right in front of him, closing the distance between them. Dais's expression hardened slightly. What are you doing? Vivian smiled faintly. Just curious, she replied. What kind of demon could shake the entire realm like this? Her gaze softened, almost playful. And, you're not bad to look at either. She reached out, her actions clearly crossing the line. But in the next instant, Dais pushed her hand away. His rejection was immediate. And you're annoying, he said coldly. The words hit harder than expected. Vivian froze. For a moment, she couldn't process what had just happened. She had been rejected. Not only that, insulted. Her expression stiffened as disbelief crept in. She was a succubus queen. Men didn't turn her down. They certainly didn't treat her like this. And yet, Dais hadn't shown even the slightest interest. For the first time, something unfamiliar surfaced within her. Shock, mixed with irritation. Rien's patience finally wore thin. With a cold expression, she told Vivian Blunt to return to her seat. The sharpness in her voice left no room for argument. Vivian paused for a moment, clearly caught off guard, before looking at her with mild surprise. Rien continued without softening her tone. She reminded everyone that this gathering wasn't just a formality to welcome a new demon king. It had a purpose. One far more serious. Draxon's death. They were here to uncover the truth behind it. And while we do that, she added firmly, everyone will behave with dignity. Jason, watching from the side, couldn't hide his surprise. The fact that Rien herself was leading the meeting spoke volumes about how serious the situation had become. Vivian, however, didn't seem intimidated for long. A playful grin returned to her face as she teased Rien, hinting that perhaps they were both interested in the same man. Rien's eyes narrowed slightly. Your thinking is shallow, she replied bluntly. Vivian only laughed it off. All right, I've had enough fun for today. With that, she casually returned to her seat. Seeing the tension settle, Jason stepped forward and brought the meeting back on track. The discussion shifted toward the 10-star heroes, the main force behind the recent expedition. One by one, the Demon Kings shared the information they had gathered. The conversation dragged on, steady but uneventful, until one topic stood above the rest. The Phoenix. More specifically, its owner. The room grew more focused as opinions began to clash. Some saw this unknown figure as a major threat. Others believed it was too early to judge. But no one dismissed it. In the end, they reached a single conclusion. The owner of the Phoenix had to be investigated. And until then, caution was necessary. Dais listened quietly throughout the meeting. Inside, his thoughts were sharp. Since he had taken part in the expedition as Pale, there was no way the demons could have been observing him directly. Still, that didn't mean he was safe. From now on, he would need to be far more careful. His attention briefly shifted to Vivian Blunt, an inquisitor sent by Archduke Alkin. At that exact moment, she caught his gaze and blew him a playful kiss. Dais immediately turned his head away. Not worth his time. The scene shifted to the first floor of Burr's tower. Keed stood quietly, observing her surroundings. Something felt different. The usual surveillance was gone, or at least, far weaker than before. There were no demons in sight, and Princess Ernan was nowhere to be seen. This was her chance. Her eyes locked onto the exit. If she could just get through that door, she would be free. Without hesitation, she ran. But just as she approached, Ernan appeared. Alongside her, several spirits materialized, blocking the path. Ernan's voice was calm but firm. "For the tower's peace, and for your safety, I can't let you leave." Keed's expression hardened. She drew her sword, her grip steady. "Staying here is more dangerous," she warned. "I didn't want to fight, but you're not giving me a choice." The tension between them rose instantly. But before either of them could act, Gordon arrived. He looked at Keed and spoke indifferently. "If you want to leave, go ahead. I don't care." His tone carried clear disdain for humans. Keed froze for a moment, confused. They had kidnapped her, so why were they acting like this now? Something didn't add up. Still, she didn't hesitate. Whatever their plan was, she would escape first and figure it out later. Turning sharply, she dashed toward the exit once again. But the moment her hand touched the door, a violent force exploded outward. The impact threw her back instantly, sending her crashing onto the ground. Everyone stared in shock. Gordon remained calm. "That's normal," he said. "Anyone not permitted by the Demon King can't leave." Even so, Ernan stepped forward. Gordon immediately warned her not to touch it carelessly. But to everyone's surprise, she opened the door effortlessly. Gordon's eyes widened. Even Ernan looked confused. "I just felt like I could," she said awkwardly. Unsure, she tried to close it again. At that exact moment, the door was pushed open from the outside. Dias stepped in, a faint smirk on his face. "Trying to escape already?" he asked lightly. Ernan froze in shock. Gordon immediately lowered his head. "My lord." Dias glanced around, taking in the situation. "What's going on here?" Moments later, inside the Demon King's chamber, Dias gave his orders without hesitation. "Lock Princess Keed in the underground dungeon." Gordon nodded and carried it out immediately. After a pause, he spoke again. "What about Princess Ernan?" He hesitated before continuing. "Only those recognized by the tower can leave." "But she opened the gate." Dias didn't seem surprised. "The tower has already acknowledged her," he said simply. Gordon was stunned. Dias's gaze shifted slightly as a system window appeared before him. He observed Ernan quietly. Now that she had formed a contract with a high-rank spirit, escaping the tower and crossing Ursus alone wouldn't be difficult for her. So why hadn't she left? He had been gone for quite some time. She had plenty of chances, yet she stayed. Why? The scene moved to the underground dungeon. Keed sat imprisoned, her expression tense. Footsteps echoed as Ernan approached. "I warned you not to try escaping," she said calmly. Keed let out a quiet scoff. "There's no such thing as kindness without a reason." Her eyes narrowed. "That Demon King, he's planning something. You should be careful." But Ernan didn't respond immediately. Instead, she slowly lifted her gaze upward. As if she knew. As if she could feel that someone was watching. Ernan faced Keed without hesitation. "I came here on my own," she said calmly. The words hit harder than expected. Keed's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Dias, who had been silently observing through the system, felt a flicker of surprise. What caught his attention even more was the way Ernan seemed to look straight toward him, as if she knew she was being watched. Then she continued. "I was taken here at first," she admitted. "But after that, I chose to stay." Keed struggled to process it. Ernan's voice remained steady as she revealed the rest. "I hated the palace, the royal family, even my father." The confession left no room for doubt. Keed was speechless. From above, Dias narrowed his eyes slightly. Was she speaking for his sake as well? Keed finally found her voice. "Among all the princes and princesses of Hilderin, you're the most talented," she said. "You were meant to become the next queen. Why would you throw that away, just to stay here?" Ernan gave a faint smile. "Do you know how many princes and princesses there really are in Hilderin?" Keed frowned. 28, she answered without hesitation. Ernan shook her head. "That's the official number." Her gaze sharpened slightly. "In reality, there are 62. Keed froze. That didn't make sense. Ernan continued, almost casually. "Out of all of them, I'm the only one people actually know." The implication was heavy. Keed tried to deny it, but her confidence wavered. "If you don't believe me," Ernan added lightly, "ask the Emperor when you return. He'll tell you the truth." Keed's expression turned uneasy. If something like that got out, it would destroy the royal family's reputation. Ernan let out a soft laugh. "That's rich coming from someone who ran away to avoid marriage." Keed's face flushed instantly. For a moment, She had no reply. Ernan waved it off with a small smile. I'm joking. She turned to leave. Let's talk again tomorrow. With that, she walked away, leaving Keat alone with her thoughts. Watching everything unfold, Dias finally understood. So that's the truth. A secret known only to those at the very top. The hidden reality of the Hilderin royal family. After a moment, he gave a quiet order. Prepare Ernan. We're going out. Gordon nodded immediately. The scene shifted to the Ursist mountain range. Spirits floated through the air, moving excitedly as they searched for herbs. A water spirit in particular seemed overly enthusiastic, darting around without restraint. Ernan sighed softly, trying to keep it under control. Don't get carried away, she muttered. You've just been outside for a while. She paused, glancing around. Even he's been leaving the tower often lately. Before she could continue, Ernan. Dias's voice cut through the air. She flinched slightly, turning toward him. His expression was calm, but something about it felt different. Darker. In his hand, a flame of aura flickered into existence, its energy steady yet threatening. Tell me, he said, his voice low, what have you been hiding? Ernan froze. The pressure alone made it hard to breathe. For a moment, she couldn't respond. Far away, hidden at a distance, a figure watched through a telescope. Their gaze locked onto Dias. So it's him. Recognition flashed in their eyes. The demon king of the Ursist mountain.